and tell you what this is going to mean for the channel, because this was built specifically to enhance your experience with supercar street racing. And you can see behind me here this beautiful editing rig set up and ready to go. So let's take a look at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. You got Brad, and today is the day to give the formal studio tour. The studio is 98% done. I just have a couple of lighting things to do. So we are going to start here on the outside. So this is a lean-to building, and yes, the fence is crooked, not the building. The building is straight 100%. The fence goes on an angle, so there is a narrowing path right here. But starting on the outside here, we have the LG Super Quiet dual inverter air conditioner system, and that is the same unit that I have in my bedroom. It is a 10,000 BTU unit that runs on 110 volt AC, and you can see here I did frame around it and cut into the wall to mount the AC, then sealed up everything really nice around the air conditioner. The wiring inside, I will show you when we get inside. It is hidden completely, and that is how the studio is cooled. And in the wintertime, we will just have a small space heater. Now you can also see here on the outside, we have LED lighting installed all the way around the perimeter. It puts a nice downlight onto the studio. And I also did get gutters installed to move the water away from the door and away from the studio, as we had an issue where the concrete was not poured correctly and the water was running towards, so that will fix that. The door eventually will be replaced with a real door. Right now it's just a shed door, does not close very well, so that will be done in the future. And that is a look at the outside of this nice 150 something or 160 something square foot studio. And now we move into the interior. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you are in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we are going to give you guys a very quick tour of the studio and show you all the amazing features. And the studio is 99.9% done, and so let's start the tour, guys. On this side of the studio, when you enter, you will see the LG dual inverter super quiet air conditioning system. This is a 10,000 BTU unit. I have a review on my channel. I will post a link in the description to this guy. It is Wi-Fi controlled with the ThinkQ app. It is very awesome. It makes very little noise. You don't hear when the compressor kicks on whatsoever. This is how I'm cooling the studio. I did build it directly into the wall, sealed it really nicely, and then with my foam tile skills, I foam tiled all the way around it. And then the wiring actually goes right over here inside the wall and plugs in right there very nicely where you can't see it. I didn't want to do it inside the wall, so I did it on the external there. Moving to the right of the AC unit, we've got a wall plate here with a Cat 5 or Cat 6, whatever you want to call it, jack and an HDMI. That Cat 6 goes to the switch, and the HDMI cable goes up here to the Psyche or whatever you want to call it, 32-inch monitor. Now, we have the HDMI down there, so we are capable of plugging in anything to this guy and displaying it from either the corner of this desk or whatever you want to do. You can easily just plug right there, and there's power conveniently located there as well. So that is the Seiki 32-inch television / HD monitor with a Fire Stick 4K plugged into it. Now this is the only guy that doesn't have Ethernet. Now we can add Ethernet. I do have an Ethernet adapter for these Fire Sticks, so we might do that because I want all Ethernet, not Wi-Fi on my monitors. So yeah, so that is the first thing you see on the left. For reference, the door is right there. You walk in and look to your left, and the television is right there. Stepping back and looking towards the door, we have the Echo Show 15. You guys are familiar with this from my video review, and I will put a link to that video also in the description. Now this Echo Show 15, I did flush mount completely into the wall. I was able to nicely get that to flush all the way in by adding a cross support inside, and I wired it up inside the wall. You guys all know this, the Echo Show 15 does have the built-in Fire TV, and I have a very popular video about how to install Kodi on that. They have disabled a lot of the ability to do that, but we still have the beautiful Echo Show 15 right there, and right below that we have our smart switch for the outdoor lighting and our regular standard switch, because all these lights up here, which I will show you next, are smart. Moving up to the left of the Echo Show, we have a wall plate. In the actual wall, there are two of them. There's one over there as well. This is going to be for Govee lighting. The hexagon panels are going here. I have not purchased them yet, but I will be putting the Govee hexagon lighting right there. And moving back to the front, and obviously I forgot a few foam tiles up there, which I will have to get back to. Moving up to the front, we have a switch right there for Ethernet. It's a gigabit switch, and you can see all the active ports on it, and I will put a link in the description to that switch. Those Ethernet cables all run through the entire studio. And now I'm having an OCD attack because I literally forgot that I didn't finish these tiles, and hopefully I have enough to do it. I have like 5 or 6, but anyway, yeah, that part I completely forgot. So there's the Ethernet switch, guys. I hope you like that switch right there, Netgear, and there is a good look at that guy right there. Now you notice I did put the power in the wall as well, because right below the Netgear switch we have the Harbinger 12-inch powered studio monitors right here, and the input from those goes down to the receiver below. On the left side of the desk here, the editing desk, we have a HP all-in-one computer. Now this one is the one that I have a video on my channel for. I will put a link to this guy in the description. This is the one that we got for free and we refurbished, and you can see here it looks absolutely fantastic sitting on the corner of the desk. And I have a smart bulb lamp back here with a Govee smart bulb. So that sits on the left side of the desk with a stool, and then we have the Fire TV remote, and I put labels on the back of all these, and that fits right up there nicely. So that's the left side of the desk. Moving underneath the desk, you can see the editing rig sitting there nicely under there. You can see my wiring skills. I did all the cable management under the desk. And then you can see here how I did all the stuff inside the wall. We have a dual Cat 6 plate there. We've got RCA plates for the front speakers. Those go to the preamp output from the Marantz 1711. We then have our HDMI jacks that feed the monitors. So 2 HDMI jacks, those go, one goes to the Marantz, the other one goes directly to the back of the editing PC. We then have our 7.2 wall plate with all of the wiring running up through some tubing and going to the back of the Marantz NR1711. And then we have power. All I need to do is kind of tie that up a little bit And yeah, so that should be good for underneath. And then over here, underneath the HP all-in-one, we have a Cat 6 jack, we have power, and we have HDMI over there running to that monitor in case anyone wants to monitor their systems. Moving up from the desk, we have our Amazon 4K 50-inch monitor. This editing PC, one via the Marantz receiver, one directly connected. And moving behind them, we have the Govee immersive lighting on the back and all of the wall plates. We do have Ethernet, HDMI, and then we have another HDMI plate running to the bottom down here so that anyone can connect their laptop or other device. I know it's hard to see here, but there is an HDMI plate here that says lower plate. It runs down behind here, and there will be a small desk here set up for a laptop as soon as I find one. Same with the second TV, or monitor, there is a wall plate down there, or actually behind it on HDMI running underneath the desk, which is very hard to see because it's dark. And that is the setup for the monitors on the editing rig. Moving to the sound, up above that monitor there, you can clearly see the center channel speaker. I will put a link in the description to these in-wall speakers. I chose to go with square because they're easier to cut the foam around than round. We have the center there. Don't forget our fronts are Harbinger powered monitors here. And we have our side surround there where the foam is coming off that I have to reglue. And we have our rears there. Those are all the in-wall speakers completing the sound system here for the 7.2 surround sound for the audio rig. Okay, moving to the bass part of the sound system, we have the Polk PSW10, and that is from the house, and I got a brand new one in the house, so I will be showing you guys that at another point when we review it. So that is the sub for the sound system. I wanted to get something that would fit there, but it's not gonna happen, so this one will probably go somewhere like in the corner here or somewhere inconspicuous. I'm not 100% sure yet. It depends on what I do with a desk here. It actually could go way under here and be fine, so we will get to that when we get to it. But that is the sound system bass, and then above that we have our refurbished thrift store Mac that may or may not stay in here. Moving to the corner, I originally had planned the subwoofer here, so we have our subwoofer wall plate there with RCA cables and power conveniently located, but for now that is not possible because this is just too big, so I might move the sub underneath the desk over there where it's not in the way. And then moving to the rear, we have a futon with some nice pillows, and that is the rear, along with this nice black coffee table that I refurbished myself. That is the rear of the studio for guests to hang out while I edit, or to sleep in here, it's possible as well. And that's the rear, or sort of the side. If you're looking at the door here, you rotate around this way, there's the editing, and if you keep going to your right, there is the futon and coffee table. So if you come in the door and you immediately look to your right, we have up here in the corner another wall plate with receptacles for Govee hexagon lighting. We have our 43-inch Amazon TV here, which was not on, but I will show you guys that now. And for whatever reason, it affects both televisions. I don't know why that is the case. They're supposed to be locked to their own guy, but this one is affecting the one behind me, which is hilarious. When I pushed the home button, this guy went home too. So yeah, so this is a 43-inch 4K Amazon TV monitor, and that has its own built-in, obviously, Fire TV system, and behind it, it is hardwire Ethernet to the switch up in the corner right there. And that completes this side of the room. If we look down here, we have a Cat 6 wall plate, so you can hook up here and chill and have wired Ethernet. If we look down here, we have Cat 6 and HDMI. HDMI feeds the second input to this monitor, and then you have power. So this is capable of also displaying up here, and that rounds off this side of the room. Guys, moving up to the top of the ceiling, we have the Govee canned recess lighting. It's actually just pucks lighting. It is smart lighting. There are 6 of these. There are 4 in the studio part here, and there are 2 behind the televisions up there, and they are all smart controlled. Alexa, set the studio switch lighting to blue. Alexa, set the studio switch lighting to 5%. Alexa, set the studio switch lights to red. Guys, there we have the Govee puck lighting, and I will have a link in the description to these. They can be synced with the Govee immersive lighting behind the television, or they can run independently, and I have them set in different groups, so these can come on separately and do some backlighting there. And that is rounding off the amazing lighting at the Supercar Street Racing Studio. Guys, that's going to wrap up a tour of the Supercar Street Racing Studio. I'm so glad you guys decided to join us today, and I hope you like the studio, and we will see you next time on the channel, hopefully soon, with some more exciting things your way. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet today, we got to do something with this guy. So this JBL Venue Sub 10 was bought in a thrift store. Back when I could get good things in the thrift store, I can no longer find stuff like this anymore, and I don't know why. This thing was in the closet in the hallway. It did eventually die. I'm assuming the amp was bad, so I have a replacement amp for this, and all we have to do today at Supercar Street Racing is go ahead, get this subwoofer out. It is heavy, it's a 10. Get it out of the closet, and then bring it into the office and fix it. So let's get busy today. We got to get this subwoofer working again so we can have 1,000 subwoofers in my house. All right, we got the replacement amp for the sub, the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here. This fan is loud, so that's what you're hearing. We're gonna go ahead and get this sub taken apart now and replace this amplifier. You can see right here, don't know when this was actually manufactured. I would say this thing's probably 10 years old or more, but let's go ahead and get this done real quick. Got the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here in front of us, looking so fresh and fly, and it is ready to come apart. I think these are the screws to take it out. Pretty sure this amplifier is completely fried. If not, we spent $30 for nothing. I think this is a 250 watt. Okay, it just sealed really well. There's a gasket Yep. There's a gasket around it. Keep it airtight. Wow. That is a short, very difficult to get the wires off the sub. Now looking inside of the venue, there is the sub. The wire is extremely short. And there's the new pigtail wire. Positive was on the right side. That was the one that was really hard to get off. It is so short. How in the world are you supposed to get that on there? I mean, I guess it will go. I can't get the black one to stay in. It's loose. It's broken.
Got him! Got him!
It broke.
Whoa!
And I have to repair it.
Whoa!
All right, well, the wire broke, the clip. Okay, I have to cut and splice because the clip broke. So I'm gonna take the black off of this one, and in the meanwhile, give myself a little bit more room. Need my strippers.
Got him! Got him!
Got this wire strip back here. Just gotta cut this one off. Do the same. This clip is broken. Okay, got it stripped back. Just gonna splice them together like that and zip some electrical tape around them. No biggie. And now I have more room to actually work. I'm gonna go ahead and plug this guy in. It's not exactly easy. All right, that was much easier. And then all we have to do is put our gasket back, return our amplifier to working condition. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet now, and we are going to wire up this subwoofer. We don't need much wire, actually, because we're just gonna bridge off the other one so that we can get 1 million comments about the ohm load. I need my wire strippers, this is crazy. It is so hot outside. We got our wires all stripped back now, so all we have to do is connect this guy up. Should not be difficult, unless the wire won't fit inside of the terminals, but let's see. And we're gonna do positive is going to be the side with the writing on it. Okay, this might be harder than I thought.
Got him! Got him!
All right, we are all done with the project. You can tell that the JBL hits much lower than the Sony. You can just feel the frequency response is lower and its output is so much better. So yeah, this is all done. This project is finished. We have successfully replaced the amplifier in the JBL Venue sub. And that is all for now. We'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, and we are here in the 4K production studio, as you can see right behind me. And today we're talking about something that I have a lot of experience with, and that is powered subwoofers. And you know that I have quite a few. I probably have about 10 of them. There is one here in the studio and quite a few more inside the Supercar Street Racing compound. So today what we did was our old JBL powered subwoofer that I did get at a thrift store died for some reason. It was in the closet, in the audio closet in the house. We did pick up a amplifier for it for all the haters, because they said when I replaced my amp in my Cerwin Vega subwoofer, I wasn't really repairing it. So this time we repaired it again with a new JBL original plate amplifier, and it did get repaired correctly and looks and sounds really good again. Now, taking a look at some of the powered subwoofers on Amazon, which I will link in the description, you can see that there are quite a few clips on the very top, and they all have very good reviews. Like the R125W, you can see right here. This one has a lot of good solid reviews. It is a 12-inch woofer, and looks like it's sitting at about a 4.8, which is very difficult in a speaker to get reviews that high. Now, looking back on the front page, there are a few other ones up here, like Audio Engines S8, the Soundtown Oberon, which actually looks like a Pro because it has this big kind of pro-looking grill on the front, or grate if you want to call it. And then if we scroll down some more, there's a couple of other clipshes. There's a 10-inch clipsh there as well for $179. And if we get even further down, you'll find one of my favorite subwoofers, and that is the PSW10 by Polk. It is a good value. It has gone up in price lately. Used to be able to get it for $159. I can't believe that, but now it's sitting up at about $249. Also has a lot of good reviews, over 15,000 reviews, and it is sitting at over 4.5 stars. So that would be another good option for you if you are looking for a powered subwoofer. Now, like I said, I'll put 3 options down in the description for you to pick out a good powered subwoofer for your home. But check it out right here. We've got things like the ELAC for $149, which also has 1,039 really good reviews. Now, some that you may or may not have heard of, because I sure haven't. We have the Rel and we have the Edifer as other choices for subs. And then if we keep going down, there's some like the Kanto, which I also have not even heard of. So there are a lot of choices out there for a powered subwoofer. I love all my powered subwoofers, so you know what I have. You've seen some in my videos. You can always go back and watch some of those older videos. But for now, we are going to be calling it a day at Supercar Street Racing. We have to go shoot another video for the golf cart of some products that we just got in. Please like and subscribe, and always order your Amazon products through any of my product links. If you click on a link in the description and then order anything, doesn't have to be that product, it helps out Supercar Street Racing so much, because you know we don't make any money on the channel, we actually lose money. Now we got to get out of here. We got to go shoot and edit another video today. Wait. Hang on, I gotta zoom in. Where'd it go?
Hey, what is that? I see
That?
What is that?
Hold on. You see this? Why is it circling our house?
I have no idea. What the
Look.
hell is that?
Look at that.
Oh my goodness. What is it?
It keeps circling us. Welcome back to part 2 of Fix, guys. And today we are going to be finishing up this project with some landscaping. And we do have everything in the back of Rich's truck right now. So let's get moving. We have successfully gone to Lowe's and gotten new pavers after my old ones got stolen. So installing pavers here, they actually didn't steal them from here, they stole them from the driveway, but that's the mission today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's do it. All right, we're back at Supercar Street Racing and we have our new pavers today. And so this mission is quite simple and cars are gonna be coming by, can't help it. All we have to do right here and right now is get these pavers into this area by the mailbox. But first, we need to do a little bit of leveling out. You can see there's some humpage right there and some in the front. So I think that what we have to do is just dig a little bit of dirt out here and in the front, but I'm not sure because it looks bad over here, but not right there, if that makes sense. Maybe we should just fill in. No, because this over here is pretty high. All right, I see what I got to do, I think. All right, I'm still kind of figuring this out. I've never done this before, but I think the move is to just try to follow the contour of the ground because there's so many weeds and roots and stuff. So I'm just gonna kind of go for it here and start on this corner. But there is a sprinkler head right there, so we can't go over that. Man, the bugs are real. I gotta get bug spray. All right, we're back with some bug spray on and the cars are just gonna keep coming. So we kind of have to accept that is our fate. I don't know how you... Kind of just need to raise this side up. Just got that. That's the move. All right, we got our paver base laid down here. All we got to do now is go get some soil and go ahead and fill this all in with soil and put some flowers and stuff in here and call this dumb project a day. All right, we do have a car coming, but the very first thing we're going to be working on today is we're going to go ahead and get these 2 plants planted. We can plant more stuff later. They didn't have a whole lot of selection at the store. So I'm going to go ahead and get these 2 guys in and get this project started while you guys watch. All right, we got our landscape light right here. I cannot for the life of me remember what I did with the bulbs for these, but I do have bulbs that fit it. These should have all come with bulbs, but maybe I didn't even check and I used my own last time. But I have a few of these to put in. Now we just have to figure out the wiring situation and run it to the existing wiring. It looks like there's plenty of slack here. So I'm just gonna do that now. I'm just gonna plant this right between the 2 plants. Oh, it ain't gonna go there. Just like that. And then I already have connectors on here with enough space to put in way more lights. We could actually do more than 1 if we want to. I have space for 2 more lights on these connectors. And I am dumbfounded about where the bulbs are for these lights because I know I had them at one point, but such is life, I lost them. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and power these on and test. They are on. They are all on, guys. So these are going to be for the mailbox to light up, and the other one will light up right in the center of the nice new plants. Now all we have to do is put some topsoil and then rocks in, and we will be good to go. All right, guys, we got some topsoil in here. I really didn't have to put it everywhere, but I wanted to get it kind of leveled out. Now we're gonna go ahead and add our rocks in. Just spoke to the hardware store. They are out except for one bag, and the bag that they have is busted open because that's why I didn't buy it. So what we're gonna do right now is go ahead and water all this stuff down. It will turn a nice dark color when it is wet. And we'll go ahead and clean everything and get the dust off. Yes, I have to wait until they get more to finish this project. That is going to be that project. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this little journey of the drunk mailbox shenanigans. And we will see you guys very soon on the next episode.
God, he's got big too.
Dude, Cat TV.
I thought they used to say that like cats and dogs couldn't see.
Dude, Cooper.
Obviously,
Oh, get it, get it, get it.
That's funny.
Oh, that's his favorite. Oh, that's funny.
He loves Cat TV. He's, where'd it go? Papa, he went in the hole. Look.
Rich, I just had a couple bites of your butt.
Good.
Rich, nice one.
Oh, good. You should put some of that pig sauce on it, man. Yeah, take some.
For Eric.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's not a picky eater, but he might.
You might eat that, right? And some of that chicken.
He's such a picky eater. I guarantee you, he would look at that chicken and be like,
What does he like? Mac and cheese.
He doesn't even like he doesn't like pizza. It's so difficult to feed the kids.
Bubba,
what
can,
He likes chicken tenders. He'll eat white rice, mashed potatoes.
Oh, damn.
Hardly any vegetables.
Really?
Yeah.
Bubba's all about Cat TV.
He's tough, but he'll eat like some weird like soups that his mom makes him with like spinach and you know like these soups that he's eaten since he was a baby.
Sure.
He'll eat.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, look at him.
Look.
Oh, my God.
He's going
Look
in the hole.
at him.
Cooper, get it. He can't handle it when the mouse goes back in the hole. He's like, no. Oh, oh. Bubba loves Cat TV. That's a real mouse, Bubba.
Phil, no pressure. Sweet kitty, no pressure. Everybody's watching you. Look at that.
Cooper is all about it too, honestly.
Cooper's like, I wish I could get up there.
You're too sausage. You can't
why
get up
isn't
there.
Bubba killing that mouse. I could kill it. Yeah, I can't get up there. I have short
He's funny.
legs.
Oh. Oh. Bubba, get it.
Get that mouse, buddy.
So focused. Yeah, he is.
Oh.
I know they did.
Is he there after the mouse? Or is the cat getting
He's
worked up?
well. He's super protective of Bubba, but like I don't know. I think he sees the mouse.
I don't think he's protective. I think he's just going crazy because
Get the mouse.
Coop.
Oh. Get it. Get it.
I think the cat's just getting him worked up.
I think so.
yeah, that's what it is.
That tail, he's pissed. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill
Look at
it.
his tail.
I will
You
kill
let
it.
that mouse get out of the hole?
Focus. Focus.
That'd be funny to put like a video camera, like a one of those webcams or
Yeah.
and just check up
Keep
on
it
it,
on
like
there
see
all
how
day.
long that keeps the cat busy.
Come here, Coop.
Cooper.
Coop, come here.
You got
You're
it.
at work, you just check every 30 minutes or so.
He said locked on. Bubba loves cat
He sees
TV.
it, huh?
But I can't tell he's watching.
He sees it.
Baby, you think so?
Yeah, he sees it.
Heck yeah, he does.
No, I know Bubba does. I'm not sure about Cooper.
Cooper sees
Cooper
it.
doesn't know what he sees. He's just,
I think Cooper's.
He sees it.
Oh, you let that thing get out?
What? You're smacking.
I think he sees it too, like he reacted
He
there,
sees
he ran
it.
back to the hole.
It was good. I'm a
Right,
good
you took
kid.
something
Yeah,
here
I'm
for
a
him.
good pig.
Wait, let's
How long
try.
did that butt take you?
okay, here.
How long did that butt take you?
Let's try
3.5
other cat
hours.
TV and see how you're at.
Yeah. That's called, that smoker I have is called an Orion. And,
It's a fast.
It's fast.
How hot is it?
I'm not real sure.
Because the hottest I can get mine is like 300.
He's over the ads. I think he's gonna
But
run.
it's like one of those
Yeah, I think
things
that's
that
it.
keeps their hands sitting below the bottom with the
Yeah.
tray.
Uh-oh.
But it doesn't get very hot.
Oh.
Try to make it hotter, but
Well, this one, I mean, I learned about it from a friend a few years back.
Oh my god.
Try this one.
Oh, Cooper sees it for sure.
And I've never,
you put some coals around the bottom. Huh?
Dude,
it's just regular charcoal around the hair and on top. And you can meat inside.
you guys are missing. Look.
Yeah, come here.
I know.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's like he's touching the bird.
You don't do anything else.
Look at him. He's got his paws on the bird.
Oh, you got a buddy here, don't you?
I was just telling Brad, like, my next dog, I'm definitely not going to get a basset. Come here,
Come here.
like a long-haired dog, or like one of these.
Come here, Kobe.
Is this a border collie?
She is a shelf.
Oh,
Sheltie.
Yeah.
they left. I'm sorry, Bubba. Oh,
Border collies are big.
Bubba just met dinosaur.
In the whole
Yeah,
wide
it's
world.
too big for
and
him.
for
Yeah.
Oh my! It's a monster.
He is so
He's like,
big.
no,
It's
no,
a
no,
lot
I
of
can't do it.
fun.
Do they play? Like, do they catch balls? Or like, if you throw a ball?
He was watching the tail. He was thinking
He would do
about.
all
Oh,
that.
Yeah.
He's
He's
15
15,
now,
yeah.
so he's about 3/4 of the way blind,
Yeah.
almost all the way deaf, and still the sweetest thing.
Oh.
I've got a
Oh.
dog, and he's never. He's
he's
13
so all
now.
about it though.
Yeah.
He's pretty much blind.
Yeah.
But he's always shed like crazy.
Dude, this is the most
He's
fun
always,
thing
they have
ever.
that basset hound odor, they have that hound
Yes.
stink to him.
Yes.
He
And,
watches it.
But even when he was younger, he would throw a ball and he'd just look at it and then just you know, he'd never like he was always a lazy man's dog, you know what I mean?
Willie used to.
He's like, do
always
something,
play.
bro.
Yeah.
You would throw anything.
Let's
and
give him
he'd
one more
bring it
cat
back to
TV.
you, And you want to do it, and then he'd get tired and he'd go, no.
Rabbit.
Yeah.
But no, he always did.
You need a Boston Terrier then.
Oh God.
This breed will not be treated.
Oh, he went up.
A Boston Terrier.
Cooper, stop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
He jumped way up there for this one.
Are you counting?
Yep.
and this,
Kitty, got it. Cooper, get over here. That's enough.
he's having fun.
I'm not sure what kind of basset hound I got, but every basset hound I've ever met, maybe he's not a purebred or what, but he looks like a purebred. But like every basset hound I got has like a pit bull fur. You know that short,
Yeah.
like the short, sleek, like.
Oh my God, he's all
But
about
he's
it.
got this long, like he's got like a long, like thick overcoat, and then like a
Where'd he
fluffy
go, Bubba?
undercoat. And God, man, he would shit.
Oh, it comes right up to his face.
I haven't seen him in a while.
See him pull his head back?
Dude, he's like, this thing's coming right up to my face. Kitty Cooper.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he lasted another year.
Yes. Helps.
Lucky my Boston Terrier right there. That's his ashes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
He's
hilarious.
going crazy. Oh, look at
Oh,
this.
2 mice.
Yeah.
He's in mice overload.
See how much
He doesn't know which one to watch.
I like all the little short, stumpy dogs with the little legs. I kind of like all the.
I tell you what, this guy, we were there and looked for a corgi. He's something else.
He totally sees it.
calm down.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Loves everybody.
Drop the chick line. That's sacrilege.
Look at him jump.
Oh my God.
Ooh. That thing zipped back in.
All right, Brad, I would like to see your pool.
All right, let's go do it.
And we do need to get home and
Oh.
put the animals.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
How do you just bring this up and just put up cat video or
We put Cat TV because Mr. Binks
Cat
watches it, but not like this.
Yeah, Binks,
Mr. Binks loses interest.
He doesn't get crazy.
He looks at it
You
for a
brought
minute.
Mr. Binks in here?
Huh?
Or where did you watch it with Mr.
He
Binks?
watches it in my theater.
Yeah,
He
but
sits on the
doesn't-
table
Binks
like
doesn't
watch.
go crazy.
He doesn't go crazy?
He just watched it for a few minutes, but Bubba's all about
Bubba's
it.
like wild on it, man.
You know, with as much as that cat's outside, he's probably got to see rats all the time.
No,
Yeah.
he probably kills them. When ours got outside, he used to bring them back dead. He'd bring back dead birds.
Look at
dead-
this.
Dead mice. He'd bring them back and leave them on the front porch. Like, look what I killed. And he had any front claws when he was a huge.
The rats down here are no joke. They get huge.
Yeah, they're big.
I think he
You
would
guys
watch
got 'em
this
back-
all day.
Did you have them
Honestly.
back there in the water? I bet you did.
Oh yeah, I've had them up in my attic before. Like they've had like a straight up like nest going on up there.
Yeah.
So where you can hear them scampering around.
They're
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute.
Set
The
up
mouse
a bunch
that
of
goes
traps
right
up
for his
there,
face.
Lay down a bunch of poison, and they haven't been up there since. But you
Yeah,
can see.
put out that camel. Go eat the shit out of that.
Yeah, I've got like this little
a little
bench
peanut butter.
outside that's like a storage area.
Yeah.
Like you lift up the where you sit and stuff, and I can see them. They bit out a little hole. It's plastic, and they bit out a little hole in the back. And
They
one
worked
day,
their way into it.
huh?
They worked their way inside.
Yeah, and they were staying in there. And one day I opened it because I was like giving my dog a bath because that's where I keep his shampoo. But I could see one scurrying around in there. It's big old sucker. So I went and grabbed my son's BB gun
Don't have it.
and I pumped it up,
Point blank.
and I opened up the lid and he tried to jump and climb out of that back hole.
Not so fast.
And I got him right through the ass and
Nice.
coming up through his body, and he was scampering around a little bit, and then I got him again. And
Yeah.
I can't believe I got him with a BB gun. It was like, how do you get a running rat with a BB gun? But
Just like you get a running squirrel with one.
your cat's so entertaining.
They're nothing but. They're
I
nothing
cannot
but.
believe he's still watching it.
I bet you leave this on all day, you'll be there the whole entire day.
Sure,
Just
she's
like,
locked on. Look at him. Watch his head.
this would be literally like exercise for a
Oh.
fat cat.
Yeah, totally.
But watch when he gets near them.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Then
now.
he freaks out when he sees 2. He'll look back over. He'll move his head back and forth. Like, oh shit, there's 2 of them.
Where'd they go, Bubba?
You planning on that there?
I love how they run inside and it like piques his interest.
I think they're all about fucking with the cat. I'm just saying.
Guys, welcome back to sunny Florida. Look behind me here. It is beautiful outside, but those looks are deceiving. It is very cold, 50 degrees in Florida right now. And today we have a tour of my new all-home audio system. The whole home audio covers everything. Hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and right behind me is my whole home audio system. Today we're taking a tour of the house. We're going to show you how that works in the entire house today, and it is all going to be brought to you by Juke, who was kind enough to give us a small discount on something for this whole home audio system, and hoping we get to work with them in the future with the Juke Plus, which is their other model. This is the 8-zone Juke whole home amplifier, and we have that today to look at, and my whole house on the channel. We're going to go through everything. I'm going to show you all the speakers, talk about the brands, talk about this whole home audio system that is done and complete, and we're going to go over all that right now, so hang out with us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Humble compound today, and today's video is sponsored by Juke Audio. I promised them I would talk their brand up today, and we are going to do just that because I have been enjoying this Juke Audio amplifier that we've had now for a couple of weeks. Now right here in front of me is the Juke 6 and 8. It is their base model. The Juke Plus is a little bit higher model. This thing is awesome though. It has 8 zones. You buy it with 6, you can upgrade it to 8 with just an email and a few dollars. They will upgrade it remotely for you. This has 6 and 8 powered zones depending on how much you spend. It does have 40 watts per speaker per channel. Do not let that confuse you. That is not a small amount of power for these in-home audio speakers. That is plenty of power, at least for what I have, and I'm not running a sub or anything with the power out of the Juke. It is app controlled. It has a smart app we'll be showing you guys a little bit later in the video. Now this thing supports analog inputs, USB input, AirPlay, Spotify Connect, DLNA, and Bluetooth. So that covers pretty much everything you'll need, because you can do almost everything with a tablet nowadays, and you can just Bluetooth right to this guy right here. Now let's go ahead and show you this guy getting unboxed and then start the tour of our whole home audio system. We have been dealing with crappy whole home audio for years, but today we have a solution for that. We have finally spent the money to get a proper whole home audio system. Now this Juke audio amplifier is a whole home smart system. We're gonna get this unboxed here on SCSR and see what's in the box and how it works. Let's go, dog. Guys, today we have the Juke audio whole home audio amplifier here. It is a smart amplifier for your house. 6 zones, smart, does everything you need to amplify your entire house. And they have one above this called the Juke Plus. I did not buy that. It is about $1,000 more. I probably could have just done that for $2,400. I got this for, I think, $1,400. So today we're gonna get this thing unboxed and see what's inside, get it hooked up, get the app going, and see what that's all about, because we are redoing the whole home audio system in the closet, and this is an integral part of redoing everything on Supercar Street Racing. Patented SCSR knife is here opening up the box. We need to get this thing open right now and see what's inside, because I'm hyped, guys. Juke Audio, so made simple right in front of us. The whole home audio amplifier is 6 zones smart, capable amplifier, and inside of the box with the presentation level being elite, this Juke audio package right here. Don't know what it is, but let's get it out of there. I like it. SCSR knife is patented. Do not try to make one like this, because it actually came from IKEA. Inside of the Juke audio box, looks like some rack mount ears here, which we're not using. These look like rack mounts. A standard, maybe 2 or 3 pin power cable, some breakouts for the speakers, and also a Cat 5 cable, Cat 6 cable, and a Sound Made Simple diagram here, it does do Wi-Fi or Ethernet, and there's a start there. I already got the Juke app downloaded, but that is a good look at what's inside of the box before we get to the meat and potatoes. The Juke is so fly with the charcoal padding inside. Let's get that out. All right, now Juke did say that the optimal connection is Ethernet, which we will be using. There are 4 breakaway boxes in the back here for speakers. Literally nothing on the front here. It just says Juke Audio. No lights or anything. And then also in the back right here, there's 2 USB ports. If you want to do analog audio, you have to connect to these USB ports with an adapter that I will put in the description. It is a USB to audio adapter. I ordered that. It will be here tomorrow. They give you an Ethernet cable right here. We don't need that where we're going. We have an Ethernet cable. We're going to put this into the SCSR closet, power it up, see if we can update the firmware and all that, and then see if we can interface with this guy, the Juke Audio on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it into the closet. Guys, we're starting the tour right in front of the Juke here, and we're going to outline everything that is in this new audio closet for the whole home audio system. Now, you're gonna have to go back to my videos. There's a 6-part video of my whole home audio refurbishing. I started with a closet full of clothes and racks, and I did everything to bring this guy up to modern standards. And I've always wanted to do an app that controlled each room with volume in each room, and this Juke Audio 8-zone amp does fit the bill. It does great on that process. Now at the very top here, this is the box for the Juke Audio. You guys just did see me unbox this. This thing is so cool. It comes with rack mount ears here. I did not use them. Let's get this box out of here. Now starting on the top here on my whole home audio tour, there was a hole in the wall right up here where the wires were coming out because the old setup had a amp up high on a shelf, like a wire shelf. I did get rid of that wire shelf, and I closed up the hole right there as well, you can see. And then right over here, we had a wall plate with RCA jacks that fed subwoofer preamp output to the whole entire house. And then up here, we did add an outlet where we have some power going into the bathroom. This is a good future expansion if we ever need power up high. Let's say we want to add another shelf right here. We have the capability to have power right next to it here on the back. Now moving down in the closet, we have our WIM here. This is our WIM streaming audio player. There is a dedicated video up with this, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about this, but this actually can do everything streaming wise that even the Juke does not do. It can do a lot of cool things like internet radio and things like that, Spotify, Pandora, you name it, this guy does it. It does have subwoofer outputs as well, which is awesome. It's very high quality. It does accept optical ins and outs. It has RCA level ins and outs, and it has coax ins and outs as well. So this is the WIM streamer. Go see my video on the WIM if you want a more detailed explanation about this guy. And that's what we are using right now for currently streaming to the whole house. Now below that, the sponsor of the video, this is the Juke Audio. This is the 6 and 8 zone amplifier. We currently are using 8 zones. And on the back of the Juke, it is just literally a bunch of green plugs with screws in them, and that is how we got our audio back to the entire house. That is what powers the speakers, is the Juke whole home amplifier. And then back on this side, there is a USB adapter that goes from USB to analog audio, and that is what we are using from the WIM to feed the Juke all of the audio that it then transmits throughout the house. We'll show you that on the app a little bit later in the video. Now on top of my Juke here is the remote for the WIM, and then this remote here is for the LEDs that came with the shelf, which are right under there. Nothing special, they just do cycling between colors or flashing. Think it's pretty cool. I just have it on cycling right now. All right, right below that on the shelf, some important things for the whole home audio system. We've got our Ubiquiti Flex 2.5 gig switch right there, which is providing Ethernet to both the Juke and the WIM there. We've got our DOT right here. That is providing smart home. If we want to use that, we can. We don't necessarily have to, but we can feed that to the analog input on the WIM. Next to that is a 4-port RCA splitter. That is taking the output of this Behringer ultra bass processor and feeding it to both the sub down here and to the house via some wall plates, which we will show you momentarily. Underneath that, we have our Panamax MR4300. This is a power conditioner surge suppressor for the whole system, and it does keep the voltage steady and also suppresses any lightning or anything like that if we have surges in the power. All right, right below that on the very bottom, we have our PSW10. This is a Polk audio subwoofer that I actually got off a marketplace. The screws are a little rusted. I never touched those up with black. I'll probably have to go back and touch those up to make it look better. But what you can't see behind that, you'll have to go back to my video, is we have wall plates back there for sub. We have wall plates for Ethernet, and we do have power right behind this sub right here. And that was all put in my video, so please refer to my whole home audio closet refurbished video. There will be links for all this in the description. Okay, that is going to round out the tour of the theater closet. Let's go into the next room here, which is the home theater. Okay, we are in the SCSR home theater room right now, and there is nothing related to the whole home audio system in here except one thing. There is a wall plate behind the home theater right there that feeds this closet right here. So if we want to, we can feed audio in either direction here, from here to the home theater closet or vice versa, in case we want to feed this audio to the house or the audio in there to in here. Other than that, this room is a 4K home theater system. I built the screen myself. There are videos about that as well. It is using the Cosmos Max 4K laser projector, and it has a Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. Other than that, this has nothing to do with the whole home audio system, so let's go ahead and move on to the next room. The next stop here is a familiar one if you watched all my videos on my bathroom remodel. This is my guest bathroom here, and it does have two 6.5-inch Mica in-ceiling speakers, which are fed from our Juke whole home audio amplifier. There's not much to say about this room. I always wanted to put audio in here. I finally was able to do so when I remodeled the bathroom, and I did seal this audio zone from my bedroom because my bedroom is no longer connected to the whole home audio. It has its own audio independent system in there. So we did not need to have that zone. Since we only have 8, that precludes us from putting another zone into the bedroom, and it's pretty unnecessary as we have a nice 7.1 audio system now in the bedroom with Dolby Atmos and everything like that. So this is the guest bathroom, guys. Guys, welcome to the forum. I like to call it the forum because this is where all the magic happens. It's pretty dead most of the time, but this is the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and you can see it is nice and sunny outside. And inside the bedroom, this is not connected to the whole home audio system. It used to have that speaker and that speaker connected. Those are disconnected, except this middle one here is now feeding center channel from our Marantz receiver right here. So we do have front, left, and right. We're using the speakers from the old theater. So we have left, right. These are Atmos. So the left and the right up top are height for Atmos. That's the center. And then we do have our surrounds back there. Nothing else of interest in this room ever happened, so we won't spend too much time on it. There is also a Polk PSW10 there in the corner as well. One of my favorite subs of all time. And in here you also see the Cinema 70S. I do have 2 of these guys, one in the living room and one in here, providing the audio output. And that's going to wrap it up for the bedroom tour. We're back in the beautiful SCSR sunroom, and I wanted to briefly show you guys what was in here. I have a whole project plan for the sunroom to get this TV up and in the air and some surround in here, but for now, the only thing we have to worry about in this sunroom is these in-ceiling speakers that have been here for a minute. 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers. They're supposed to be 8s, but in reality they're 6.5s. And those are fed by one of the zones in the amplifier closet over there from our Juke amplifier. Nothing else to worry about in here. Eventually I would like to get that TV up in the air there just like that and put some 5.1 surround in here. But that is a pretty large project that's going to take me a lot of time and running wiring and stuff like that. So for now, that's all we have right here. All right, pay no attention to that huge bird over there and this beautiful pool. But out here in the SCSR backyard, we do have two nice speakers up here. Those are also Polk Audio, and they are the upgraded ones. I will put the model number right here on the screen for you. We have our 4K TV out here, and we also have these speakers fed by the internal system. This is on its own zone. However, that speaker over there is not working, and I don't know what has happened to our wiring, but it is not getting audio from inside the house. It appears to still be connected, but not 100% sure. I have to get in there and check and see why. Maybe there is a short between that and the Juke or something like that. But this all comes from inside the attic, and I thought it was connected when I checked. I'll have to get up there and try to figure it out sometime. But yeah, this is the outside. I plan on actually putting another amplifier out here, back up here to power these outdoor speakers, because I don't really need to use the indoor stuff. I just want to get audio from this TV onto these speakers, and right now I can't even do that. So that's going to wrap it up from outside in the SCSR backyard. We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound kitchen right now, where you can see we have all these beautiful Samsung appliances just chilling. We have the nice Samsung stove, which we can wake up right here. Yes, it did come on. We have this nice Samsung microwave. We have our Samsung dishwasher and our Samsung internet fridge. Here we are in front of our internet fridge with the Supercar Street Racing channel up, and that is going to go ahead and play right here and be loud. All right, go ahead and pause that. So in this room, we do have two 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. They're actually 8s. They're marketed as 8s, but they actually come down to 6.5, which is annoying. So those are fed by one of our zones on the Juke, and then down here we have a amplified subwoofer here, which is fed from the outputs of these speakers. So there is wiring running up. There is a project for that on my channel if you guys are interested. And that is pretty much it. We do also have an Echo device in here if we want to do anything smart-wise. Supercar Street Racing living room is looking fresh today, and we are in here with Brad. And in the living room, we have a bunch of speakers in here actually. We have these center ones up here, which are fed by the whole home audio Juke in the closet right there. These other ones in the back are for surround, for the Dolby Atmos system up here, which is not quite Atmos yet, but it will be. We have a Cinema 70S, a center channel, front, left, and right. We are about to add front, left, and right there and move Dolby Atmos up to these height speakers. It has its own Ultra Bass Pro as well, and also our DMark for our fiber and our Eero 7. I am going to be redoing all of this wiring back here again when I do the speakers. I'm going to do front, right, front, left, right here in the wall. We do have a Polk subwoofer right here, and we do have my Cerwin Vega CLS 15 right here. So we have two subs in here, and that is pretty much everything in the living room related to audio. We're back here in the Supercar Street Racing office slash guest bedroom, and in here we have two 6.5, they're really 8s again, in-ceiling speakers being fed by the Juke whole home audio system. And then also we have this nice PSW10, another Polk audio subwoofer, which adds some bass fill to this room. There's not a whole lot to be said about this room, basically the same thing. This is a zone from our whole home audio system right up there in the ceiling. And this room actually sounds pretty good with the sub going, and you would love the way this sounds. And then of course we have Studio B right here for Supercar Street Racing. This is where we edit when we're not out in the studio, and then a beautiful view of cold Florida right outside the window. What a nice view to work with here in the Supercar Street Racing office and guest bedroom. When you're in the office here, you do have a nice bathroom here. This is actually the master bedroom, by the way. And when we walk into this bathroom, you notice immediately we have a 6.5-inch in-ceiling speaker right there, which is also fed a zone from our amplifier in there. And if we walk into the shower stall in here, we also have a 6.5 in here. Now these guys are set up in stereo, so this is left and this is right, or vice versa. I don't know exactly which one, but this gives you nice audio when you are in the shower here and entertains you while you are getting clean. And then in the Supercar Street Racing humble closet in here, we have two 10-inch subwoofers here. We have two subwoofers powered by internal amplifiers, but the wiring comes down from the speakers in here to feed audio to that. I have a project for that on the channel, and it took me about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours total to do it, but we have our JBL sub here, and then we have our Sony sub here. Both have built-in amplifiers they are using, so they're not getting line in, they're getting speaker level input from the speakers up here. And that wraps up the master bathroom, or the office bathroom. Let's go out to the Supercar Street Racing garage now. Now out here in the garage is kind of a special case for whole home audio, as these are fed a zone, but it has its own sub and amplifier up here on the top shelf. We have the Onkyo receiver up there, and we have a JBL sub up there feeding these two 8-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. So you can actually use this television here, and we are now powering up the TV. Now we just did power up the TV, and that is feeding the audio up here on the 6.5-inch speakers, and also feeding the sub up there. And you can see we got Supercar Street Racing on TV right here. So you can also feed this and the patio, which is right outside that door we will show you next, with the whole home audio system. So this is on its own zone as well, and allows you to either use this TV here or the interior audio system for feeding the garage of Supercar Street Racing. Now our last step on the tour is actually the patio. We have Polk Audio outdoor speakers fired up by one of the zones. And you can see right here the Polk Audio speakers sitting so fresh above the patio right here. And they provide audio out here if you want to relax, chill, have a glass of wine with the neighbors. You can put the audio on from one of the zones, and that is the same zone as the garage. All right, guys, we are directly in front of the Juke Audio app, and you can see right here on the screen all 8 zones that I have set up. And you can see here master bathroom, master bedroom, kitchen, pool, guest bathroom, living room, patio, and sunroom. All of the zones are active except the patio and the pool, and that is how I run it most of the time. Now, when you go to settings, you do have to put an admin password in. You guys can't see this. Okay, in this part of the Juke setup, you can set your network up right here. You can see we are connected via Ethernet, and you can see our local IP address right there, 192.168.0.172. You can go ahead and do diagnostics of your whole system. You can do zone diagnostics, upload your logs to Juke so they can check it out, or do live troubleshooting so they can actually log onto the device and see what kind of problems they see live, which is pretty cool. And here is the information for the device, and you can check for firmware updates. This one is fully updated right now. You can change your admin password, clear your cache, log out, and contact Juke support on this page. Now here's your inputs. This is where you are telling the device which inputs you want to use, and then you choose which input you want to go out to all the devices after that. This is where you set up the desired zones that you want this group to go to. So right now we have analog. You can see it at the top left there, going to everything except pool and patio, because we're not using those at all right now. And here on the top page you have a volume control, which allows you to control all of the zones independently, and you can see how I have mine set up here. Sometimes some rooms might respond a little bit differently to volume than other rooms, so this allows you some fine tuning to each room. And then if we go into one zone like master bathroom, you have a little icon you can set up for it, which is cool. You can see the little shower icon, and then you can also adjust the volume here, and it shows you the active input is the analog input for the master bedroom. And if we look at bedroom here, it has a little fireplace by it, which is pretty cool. And then you can also adjust the volume here independently on that one as well. And you can do that with all of the zones. And you can see here patio and pool are not active right now. I don't use them most of the time, so I just left them off for now. So when you're using your group inputs, you have to tell it which ones are enabled or disabled. Right now I only have the analog input enabled. All right, so that is gonna do it with a look from the app of the Juke Audio. Pretty cool, has a lot of different controls available. If you need more than that, go to the Juke Plus, where you have individual EQs for everything. You have a subwoofer output, and you have native analog inputs. It costs about $1,000 more, but if you need it, then you just need it. So go ahead and grab it from the description below, and let's wrap it up with Brad. All right, guys, so that wraps up the whole home audio tour with the Juke amplifier there, the whole home audio amplifier feeding 8 zones of audio into the entire house. If you have questions about anything in my house or you need assistance, just let me know. And that's gonna do it for today. We're gonna wrap it up, but we're gonna show you the Juke audio amplifier on Amazon real quick as well. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office, and behind me is Studio B for the SCSR compound. And today we are taking a look at the Juke amplifier online. And right in front of me right here, you can see the Juke amplifier chilling so fresh and fly with a solid 4.4 star review. This guy is $1,499. And I love this thing. It has so many cool features. It is smart. It does smart home. Every separate room has its own volume control, which is awesome. And you can also turn individual rooms off and on as well. And Juke Audio was so kind to work with us on this and gave us a little discount on the upgrade from a 6 to an 8 zone. Now you can get this 6 zone for $14.99, or you can get the 8 zone for $300 more. But if we go to their other amplifier, the Juke Plus, that one costs a little bit more, but it does give you more power. It does have native audio inputs that are analog and a few other things that are more desirable than this. So if you want to spend a little bit more, go ahead and get the Juke Plus. Now here's a look at both of these guys on the website. So the Juke 6 and 8 is $14.99. The Juke Plus is $24.99. Now it is limited to 6 zones. So if that is an issue for you, you might want to stick with the 6 and 8. But the cool thing about the Juke Plus is it has subwoofer outputs as well and 100 watts per channel. Does also long range Bluetooth streaming, so a little bit better Bluetooth connectivity. It does also have an equalizer for every zone. And like I said before, it has analog inputs as well, which is helpful for some people if that's on your need list. Go ahead and check that out. Looks like it also has a Wi-Fi antenna right there. They may have upgraded the Wi-Fi system. I don't really see much about that. But looking at the Juke 6 and 8 right here, has 14 reviews, all 5-star reviews. And there's the 8 zone right there, $16.99. $14.99, so $200 more if you buy it directly from here, and you do get the 8 zone. And then you can see right here amplifying every room, and of course it does support multiple users as well. You can have multiple people log on and control their environment. And there's the back I showed you guys a little bit earlier, up to 16 channels. It has an Ethernet port and it has 2 USB connections that when coupled with an adapter, which does not come with it, you can actually do analog. It is 2 rack units tall. So go ahead and check out the Juke, and thanks again for supporting Supercar Street Racing. You guys are an integral part of the channel, and please like and subscribe. It helps us so much with the algorithms. It helps keep our videos up at the top and shows people that we do have support from our fans. So go ahead, like and subscribe, buy all of your products, anything from Amazon you want. Click on any of our links in the description and you can buy anything you want, and it gives us $1 or $2 here or there to keep the channel up and running. But we got to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs. Everyone needs a tequila gun. I don't care if it costs $144. You need a tequila gun in your life. All right, a little update. I got the first wall partially up, and I just put a coat of black paint on it just in case. You can see between the foam tiles, and this is just going to dry real quick, and then I am going to start laying the foam work at the top and see what happens, and hopefully I don't mess it up. I'm just trying to decide whether I should go all the way up or leave a gap for the board at the top. If I go all the way up, the board at the top is going to squish right up against this foam, but I think that's okay as well. I think it will just kind of push it in. but then it'll look like the top layer's gone. So I don't know what I should do, but anyway, got all the electrical finished on this wall, at least for this board. I've got the TV mount. Boy, this was a nightmare with this foam insulation. Didn't think it was going to be this bad, but yeah, it was really tough to put these boxes in because of the foam. But yeah, what I'm going to do next is try out some of these acoustic tiles. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and I just wanted to give a quick update video and let you guys know that we are live online right now on Supercar Street Racing channel with the studio build, but I kind of wanted to go over everything that I have done in here before I keep working. So stepping back towards the door of the studio, this is kind of what it looks like. It's kind of a mess right now, but as you can see here, we basically have all the wiring done for the speakers. So we're gonna have 7.2 audio. So there's speakers. My main speakers are these Harbinger powered monitors that will go up in that corner and that corner. We have a center channel going there. We have side surround here and side surround there. And then we have the rear surround there and in the other corner. You can also see here that we have HDMIs run for the 50-inch 4K monitor there and the 50-inch 4K monitor there. We also have all of our Cat 6 cabling run. So we have all the Cat 6 going up here to the corner where there will be a switch. We have a Netgear, I think 25 port switch that goes up in that corner, and Ethernet runs here for a television there, and I don't know what I'm putting there yet, probably one I already have. It runs back here for 2 workstations, one there, and it runs to the TV up here. Now I had some issues here with the wall box because I had never done it in foam, and now I understand how to do it a lot better. So I've messed that one up completely, but it'll be covered. You won't see it at all. It'll be covered with the wall plate. All right, so yeah, so long story short, 43-inch television here. This power here is for a wall light. So just like a regular, regular old wall light goes there. That's a little bit poking out, but that's okay. It'll be covered too with foam. And this will be a wall light. I still have to do the power for that. I haven't done that yet. That will be power for the Echo Show 15. And I still have to make a mount that comes across here for it. It's going to go right there, Echo Show 15. Down here is the other workstation, and we're going to have HDMI available here. That goes up to this 43-inch TV in case someone wants to have a second monitor, or I want to do a second monitor up here from a workstation. I can do it right there. There's power right there. There's going to be Cat 6 there. Again here, there will be power Cat 6 for that TV. I think I already said that. And up here, this is actually moving. We're going to have a webcam either in that corner or in that corner looking down at the studio all the time so we can go live. And I have all the power pretty much run everywhere. AC unit is going down here at the bottom, right at the very bottom. It is remote controlled, so no big deal. And I want to be able to plug it in right here. So super easy, reach over there, plug in. Futon will go over here. This whole wall will be completely covered. I already started sealing the door up. It is mostly sealed. I foam sealed all the bottoms of the joists down here, all the way across there and all the way across there, and then out here in the rafters. I ran out of clear silicone caulk, but I started sealing all of these joints up here. You can see it's still kind of wet right there, and it did shrink, so I got to fix that. Yeah, all that was caulked in yesterday. I'll probably come back and do a second coat there. And that is it. There will be power down there, but you can see here all my wiring runs down here where the editing PC will be. The editing PC will sit right here in the center with two 4K monitors and then the two 50-inch monitors there and there. And we'll have 7.2 surround with a 7.2 home theater receiver. So that is what we have going on now. And by the way, the Harbingers are powered. So I ran RCA cables up from the preamp. It's going to hit the preamp output on the receiver to run the front speakers that are powered. And they will actually be hanging from these corners up here with chains and bicycle hooks. This power is for the Harbinger to be powered, and that power up there is for the Harbinger to be powered. Now all I have to do is finish a lot of power work, a lot of no fun cutting of drywall because it's very hard to cut. I don't have the right tools or a nice big long straight edge. I really need to go buy like a drywall T-square super long one because that was, this cut right here I got lucky because it's on the ground and it'll be covered up. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. So the plan is for the walls is going to be foam sound insulating tile. Now, yes, I know that this stuff is cheap and it doesn't really insulate sound, but I like the look. And so as soon as the roof gets on, we will start right here on the side and start laying foam tile all the way up against the ceiling, all the way across in one pattern. You know, like we'll start with this pattern and then we'll, on the next row, we'll go up and down like that. And notice it's going to cover the whole wall. It'll be glued on. And then when we get up to these switches, we just literally cut around them or either cut holes in the actual foam. But it looks like we'll be able to just cut around the switches. It'll be pretty easy. These cut with scissors. So that'll be the whole entire studio will be covered with these foam sound tiles, including the ceiling. And that is it. I have ordered a bunch of these already and I wanted to see if they were going to work out, and we're going to add them to the wall with this Super 3M multi-purpose adhesive once all the foam board gets up. So we're attaching the foam board directly to the studs and the ceiling joists, and that is how we are doing the wall covering. And I have been working through electrical because of course now we have wall boxes that are some of them are inset because I did the power ahead of time. So when you put the wall board in, your electrical outlets are too far back. So I have an electrical outlet extension kit that has little extension screws and everything you need to pull the wall outlet out just like that. That one is actually on extensions. And then I use this box here for Ethernet. So that is a, I think that's called an old work. I can never remember the difference, but this is the one that kind of bolts and clamps to. This clamping to the foam just fine, but that one I really messed up because I didn't cut the hole big enough and I didn't have a template. I have a nice template for these guys. So that is going to do it. We are live streaming on supercarstreetracing.com, so make sure, not .com, Supercar Street Racing YouTube channel. Make sure you're watching the build live here with us on the channel. There's some nice music playing in the background. And I'm going to go ahead and get this uploaded, and we will see you guys soon with another update. And we will be moving into the studio within a couple of weeks. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm giving another studio update today. And today we got a lot of work done in the studio. Probably another 5 or 6 hours worth of work, so I kind of wanted to go over what I did and what I'm about to do. So I got the TV mounts fixed. So what I did is I spanned across these joists, or actually studs, and I made mounts for the TV that look just like that mount. And so basically on the outside of the foam insulation, the TV will mount directly to these boards, and they are bolted to these boards, and the TVs really don't weigh that much anyway now. So I've got like 4 screws in each one. That should be fine. I've got them bolted to the studs on the side. So I got that done today. I got more Ethernet run. So I made another run from the switch is going to be up here down to where I'm going to have an HDMI cable here running up to the 50-inch monitor and an Ethernet jack, so that you can actually plug in another computer here and feed this monitor. And I also ran Ethernet across here. It's actually down there right now. For the same thing on this side, it will basically be a Cat 6 cable and an HDMI port for that TV. So I have all that stuff now. I have all the stuff from Amazon to put that in. I actually connected power today. So I connected power there on that side to all the accessories that are getting power. I connected power over here as well, and also put the female plugs on for the speakers, the powered speakers. The Harbingers are going up here in the corner. You can see the power and the RCA cable for that. This has power in it. The ceiling has power now for the extra lights. And next I am going to be running this USB extension from down here up to that corner for our webcam that's going to be live in the studio. And that is a lot of work today. Got this HDMI also ran for the HDMI and Cat 5 jack down here that you'll be able to tie into this television if you want to. So yeah, got that all done today. It was quite a bit of work. You can see all my Cat 6 cables here for the switch. They're all labeled with numbers and then numbered on this end, and then I will label the actual boxes as I put them in. There's another HDMI and Cat 6 for that monitor to be tied into if somebody wants to park right here. And then there's lights up on the wall to feed sconces or LED type lights there. So I also just got the new Echo Show 15 in. I was waiting for the bracket so that I could make the wall mount for it. So here we have the bracket, and that is going to be how it mounts, just like that. So it will mount just like this, and the power will run right into the wall there, and then the foam will actually, this thing will be kind of flush mounted because the foam is 1 inch thick. So think about with the bracket on top of the foam, the bracket will be on top of the foam, and then I was thinking maybe doing it either way. I don't know if I should put the bracket in now and then cut the foam around the bracket. If I do this on top of the foam, then the actual acoustic foam tile will run up against the side of the show and kind of make it look flush mount. So I think I'm going to do that, but that is the way that is going to be mounted, and there is power for that. So yeah, just a little update. Wanted to keep you guys posted, and I'm still making progress and busting my butt in here trying to get ready to put up. I guess I'm going to do either this foam insulation next or start on the ceiling. I kind of need 2 people to do the ceiling, so I'm holding off on that. But guys, I appreciate you keeping tuned into the video and checking out all the progress on the studio. It'll just take me probably another couple of weeks to get it done, and I'll keep you guys posted. And we're constantly streaming live on the channel as I work, so please tune in and like and subscribe. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Okay, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. Second update for the day. I've been working really hard today, and we are about ready to test the front channel audio system for the studio. A little background, I got these Harbinger speakers about 3 years ago, and I've used them a total of 1 or 2 times. They are powered speakers. They both have individual inputs, and they are awesome, and they will be fed by a 7.2 receiver that has preamp outputs for the front, and that will be fed by the computer up front, by one of the video outputs on the video card. So we're ready to test the sound. Everything is connected. We're going to listen to some royalty-free music so I don't get copyrighted. And we are going to shut this door with no AC yet, and it's going to be really hot. One sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. It takes two hands to close the door. All right, let's test it. We're ready. So this is Purple Planet royalty-free audio. The phone is stereo, so you should hear the actual representation. First overall impressions of the room, it'll be much better when the sound is knocked down with foam. So we still have some reverb going on in here because of the lack of sound insulation. But all that will change, don't worry. They actually sound really good. They're turned down almost all the way. So those will be flying up in that corner. We'll have hooks into the studs there, and they will be flying from the top corner, angled down at you. And then the center channel will be in the ceiling. You'll have side surrounds there, and then rear surrounds back there for the ultimate surround sound studio. And we'll either have, most likely we're gonna have a futon right there for guests, and then 2 workstation setups here for guests if they want to sit. But that was a test of the front stage of the upcoming studio sound. I did get some more wiring done. I got the HDMI cables run for the second output of these monitors to feed a workstation if we want to. Same thing over here, got everything labeled really nicely. And now all we have to do is put the wall boxes in when we put the foam insulation up. Guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. The Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio where my computer has died because it apparently the CPU cooler pump went out because it is overheating. So I ordered a new CPU cooler. It's a water-cooled cooler. But anyway, we are down to the backup editing break here, and today we have this generic Bluetooth smartwatch we're going to be looking at on Supercar Street Racing. Good afternoon, guys, on a Saturday here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios where it's going to be 100 degrees outside today. We have this generic smartwatch that was provided to me by the manufacturer to test out for you guys, and it does have an app that goes with it called Glory Fit. And if you look right here and right now, you can see some of the features on the watch. Like on the front, you can see the messaging, the phone, and then some other apps. And it can do calls, and it can take track of your daily exercise, keep track of that. It does show your heart rate, help you with training. And then you can see right here, right now, it does blood oxygen levels, and you can listen to music. And it does all kinds of other cool things. For example, when it is on your body, it does show your heart rate. That's pretty cool. And then there's breath training, an alarm clock, a weather. If we just tap the weather here, we can see if it understands where we are. It may not. It's a little bit touchy on the touch screen part, but I'm not even over the thing for you guys, but yeah, it can be a little bit touchy, as you can see. Let's put it on my wrist real quick. I wanted to show you guys some of the settings on this watch. because you can change like the theme and everything. So if we go to settings, we go to theme, dial, that's where you change like the wallpaper and the look of the watch. You can see here we can choose from a few of these, and it really wants to be bright on the screen. Let me lower that. Oh, I just changed it to a pink. I just changed it to a pink rose. Let's try that again. Alright, settings, theme. It can be a little finicky on the touch screen. Dial. And then here we go through the different ones. Pretty cool. Let's try that one. Shows your heart rate and everything on the front. So yeah, you can change the themes of it. I'm actually trying to figure out how to change the weather, because I'm not sure where that is set up. I'm gonna look for that. But like when you go to weather, it's hilarious because the weather is like translated wrong. Check it out. Very stronger. And it's also in Celsius, and I don't know how to change that. There's the future weather, current weather, right there on the face of the watch. And I was actually looking for that in settings. It may be on the app. I don't know. Not a whole lot is set from the app. But like info just shows you like the version. System doesn't have anything in it about the, well, maybe it does. System. Okay, no, there's nothing in it about the Celsius or Fahrenheit. Huh. So there's the three themes available: list, grid, or nest. It is currently set to list, and there is no place in here to change. Yeah, there's nothing in here to change the Fahrenheit to Celsius or vice versa. Let's check the app. Alright, we are now on the phone and we're going to take a look at the GloryFit app here. Here's GloryFit, and right on the front here, if you see home, it will show you your heart rate. I'm not wearing the watch, so let me put it on. It is connected to the watch. It connected through Bluetooth when I opened the app the first time and said it was synced. And now I am wearing the watch. And it says that my heart rate is 73 beats per minute. I have taken no steps today. And it doesn't have my blood oxygen level. But what we're looking for first is the settings. Device. Let's see, universal settings, unit. There we go, British. Let's see if it actually worked on the watch to change the weather. Oh no, the weather still says 31 Celsius. It didn't change. Okay. So here's all your settings for the actual watch. Here's where you sync your contacts, enable your Bluetooth calling, which it does work. I already tried it. Your heart rate monitoring. These are all your switches to tell your app how to act. You have to have this SMS reminder on to get text messages on the watch. I did find that out. Not sure what the quick reply does. I guess you can reply from the watch. Ah, okay. So you can choose from all these and just pick one. I don't think you can actually text from the watch itself. Here's where you actually check and see if there's an update for the firmware. And I am on the latest version available. And here's like some of the sports settings: running, cycling, jump rope, badminton, and it can keep track of that with the watch. And if we go back here to me, there is my email, my training plans. You can set goals for yourself, and you can do all the permissions. This thing needs a lot of permissions. It has to be available in the background all the time to receive alerts. Right here, it doesn't. I don't understand how you. Let's see. Permissions. Well, I thought I already had that set up, the background permissions. It hasn't complained, but that's your permission settings. And of course, you can make a phone call, like cancel. You can add a SOS emergency call that you can make from the phone, from the watch. And yeah, basically this app is where you do everything with the watch, keep track of your sports, check out your blood oxygen. It says no data at this time. Let's see, it's testing me right now. So just FYI, your blood oxygen should never be below about 92 to 93%. When you're really sick with COVID, that's when your blood oxygen level gets in the low 90s and you need help. So the watch does say I am at 98% right now on my blood oxygen, but it has not transferred that over to the phone. So I don't know why that hasn't updated. But it did work when I said testing. It did show up on the watch as 99% right now. So I don't know if it actually goes for a while before it can show your blood oxygen level on the phone part. The watch now says 99. And it just vibrated. So I don't know. Oh, there we go. It already transferred over to the phone. Very cool. All right, awesome. And here's the heart rate. And you can see here that I am tranquil. But I still don't know how to make the phone, the actual watch, go to Fahrenheit. It's still set on Celsius, which I can't change. I'm not sure why. There's actually no place to do that. I guess the app setting is just for the app. I don't know. It says universal. Device language follows system. Time system. Let's change that to 12 hours. Unit. It's on British. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't synced the settings yet. Let me try turning off Bluetooth and turning it back on. Okay. Bluetooth is disconnected. Please connect. Alright, so it reconnected. Let's see if it changed my settings. No, it didn't. I still have Celsius on the watch. So, not sure what that's about. But that's a pretty good look at the app itself. It is called GloryFit. You will have to download that in order to use this watch. We are back up on the wrist again, and this thing is still so bright, and I have locked that down like 50 times. There we go. It is the exposure level on the camera that is killing this. So yeah, that's a look at what it looks like, and you just shake your wrist for it to wake up, and that is the theme that I picked, and there is my heart rate showing, and it should wake up when you shake like that. The channel is operating at less than capacity right now, and we have this smartwatch that we kind of want to give a conclusion on. And honestly, overall, I don't have a lot of bad things to say about this thing. For a generic smartwatch, it is actually pretty good. It does deliver the text messages as it is supposed to. It's inexpensive. I want to say it's around 35 or 40 bucks. I will put a link to it in the description, and we will be offering you guys this amazing smartwatch at the full price because I don't have a discount code or anything. But always, I love it when you guys support the channel, and Like, I encourage you to get this, especially if you're doing a lot of fitness stuff, and if you need a inexpensive watch, this will not set you back like a Apple Watch would. And it does all these cool features. I haven't even tried the game. Okay, this looks like Flappy Bird. I haven't even tried this. This is pretty cool. Let's see. Bird game. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm bad at this. How do you even? Oh, you just like tap. Okay. Oh, I got smoked. I mean, it's not exactly fast, but you tap at the top. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, that's Flappy Bird. Anyway. Let's see what else is on here. Numbers and birds. That's it. I guess you get Flappy Bird or you get whatever the heck that is. What's Toolbox? Okay, stopwatch, timer, find phone, remote camera. So I guess you can take pictures from here. You can trigger your camera on your watch. That's about it, guys. I think we've gone through most of the features of this generic rose gold with the pink band, which I wear because I have no problems with my being comfortable with my sexuality as a straight male. And you can see right here, right now, it is 11:59 on a Saturday, and my housekeeper is probably going to be gone soon. She's over. Guys, thank you so much for supporting the channel, and my apologies for the video today. As you can see, the editing PC is in pieces. Hopefully it will be fixed tomorrow, where we will start bringing you back the quality level that you're used to. We'll see you guys again very, very soon. Liner. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here, and today UPS just left, and there is something out here I want you guys to check out. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today there is a couple of awesome boxes here. Don't make fun of my socks, it's cold and I have hardwood floors, but let's take a look at what's in these boxes. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm so hyped for this. I looked forever for exactly something that I wanted, and I found it and literally ordered it yesterday, and it is here now. And oh, you know what that is. That is the special wheel condom. And underneath that wheel condom, we have, oh man, these are freaking beautiful. Look at the wheels, guys. I am so hyped for these wheels. Look at this. Check out these wheels, guys. We got the little SS center cap, which I really want to turn black. I'll probably end up doing that black, filling that in with the wheelbase marker or whatever, but check this out. So these are 14-inch wheels for the Club Car Precedent, and they look just like some of the wheels for some of the cars which I used to own, so I'm really, really stoked about this. These things look amazing, and the reason I love these is because the new ones all have bolts, silver bolts all the way around, and this is a clean look that's going to look absolutely sick on the golf cart, and I am so hyped. There also should be black lug nuts in one of these packages. I'm not going to go ahead and open up the other packages yet, but at the moment I am looking for tires for these, so as soon as I can find some tires, I think I found some, then the guy will also mount them pretty cheap, so we're going to be heading out to do that, maybe with Joe. Joe will give us a ride. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little update and let you check out the new wheels that I got. Get you a closer look here. Look at these guys. Things are so awesome. Really, really nice quality wheels and perfect for a black golf cart if I do get the golf cart to be converted to black somehow. I'm still working on what I'm going to do with that, if I'm going to get the body painted or wrapped or whatever. But stay tuned, guys. These are the new wheels and I am super hyped about it. Alright guys, I just ordered a VIP carbon fiber dash kit for the Precedent, and I'm about to order the little bezel right here that goes across it in carbon fiber as well. But that is the kit, VIP dash kit here. If we click on it here, it actually has a hole here for a gauge style marine radio. However, I think I'm going to try a tablet on mine and mount it right here over this hole. If that doesn't work out, I will get the marine style, but I really want to do a tablet, like an 8 or a 10-inch tablet on this. I think it would look awesome. But there's a good look at that. And then next I'm going to be ordering the little bezel cover for the dash to match the carbon fiber dash kit for the Club Car Precedent. All right, I know this is confusing because that looks like wood, but this is the carbon fiber dash trim that goes over the top of the dash to round out the carbon fiber dash kit. Hopefully it works out good. The reviews are mixed, so we are going to see. But another place has it, but I already have a credit in Amazon. I'll put a picture of the other place on eBay that has it up on the screen so you know exactly what that looks like. But yeah, I just ordered the dash kit for the marine style bezel gauges, and now I'm going to get the, I think I might even have it up here. Let's see. Oh, we can look at it. Club Car Precedent, carbon fiber dash trim. So you can see a better picture of what it actually looks like. So here's an actual shot of it right there. So that is what makes out the entire kit and makes it all look great. Guys, just wanted to give a huge shout out to ST Wheels, who were awesome in this transaction, and I didn't want to leave them behind. I'm going to put a link in the description to ST Wheels on Facebook. This guy's awesome. He shipped the wheels out literally Saturday, and I had them today, so literally 1 day later. Either Friday or Saturday, I can't remember, but it came really fast. He's also in Florida, so it made it easy. Guys, please do the channel a favor. If you need wheels for your golf cart, check out ST Wheels. The link is in the description and below. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video and have a great day. I can't figure out for the life of me what's missing from this closet. Oh yeah, we need to put a subwoofer in here. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad is here on a beautiful Monday in Northeast Florida, and we need to get this Sony subwoofer installed today, and we're going to put that thing right down there by where we have power. So our goal today is pretty simple. This guy has a section on the back for speaker level inputs. We're going to go ahead and get up in the attic, drill a hole in that cap, stick a hole in the side of the wall here, and go ahead and hook up this Sony subwoofer. So let's go ahead and get that sub down now and take a look at it. All right, we are behind the Sony active subwoofer right now. I don't know how old this is, but it looks to be a little bit old. I did pick it up at a thrift store, and you can see inside it has a nice size heat sink down in there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. But here on the back, we can see we have both inputs and outputs. Now what that is for is so that you can come into the subwoofer and there is a crossover built in, and you can feed your speakers like the ones up here in the ceiling with the crossover output. However, we are not doing that. We are going to be giving these guys up here the same feed as they had before, and this guy will just come off of those to go ahead and provide input to the Sony subwoofer. Now in the back here, they also do have a level control. They have a subwoofer cutoff frequency. Now what that is that is the crossover level. Okay, we just did look this up on Crutchfield, and this is a 10-inch powered sub with 60 watts at 1% THD, 100 watts at 10% THD, and it has a frequency response of 78 to 200 hertz. So this is a 10-inch powered subwoofer. I just wanted to discuss with you guys, when you are putting speaker wires in and you have to run wires down a wall, if you are on an interior wall, there should not be any kind of problems drilling a hole in the cap with a paddle bit and just dropping straight down with your wiring. Now, if it is an external wall, like the one in the bathroom going out to the garage, it could have insulation in it, which would make your job more difficult. And it could also have fire breaks, and those are studs that go left to right in the wall to prevent fire from breaking out as fast. So this wall here has no insulation whatsoever, and we are super lucky because it is literally right next to the attic. All I have to do is jump right up there with my drill and look for where the wire comes down to the other side of the wall for the outlet, and just drill further past it, maybe like 3-4 inches past it with my big paddle bit, and that should be it. So our wiring run, just FYI, is going to go up that wall, and then it's going to come right over here to this speaker at the top and that speaker. So I'm hoping I have enough wire. I'm going to bring extra up there with me in case I have to splice, but I'm kind of using old wire for this, and I will bring some electrical tape. So I'm going to bring my wire strippers up there with me and a pair of scissors and just have that handy. But it is easy to get up and down on here because it is so close to where we're going. So let's get everything prepped up to get up in the attic, which is going to be a lot nicer now because my attic is spray foamed. It should not be 1,000 degrees like it used to be. Okay, we did prep our wire for going up in the attic. This simply gets it so it can just go straight down the hole, and then all we have to do is drop the wire all the way down and pull it out of the hole. Now let's go check out our supply of wall boxes and see if we have anything to use to cut into the wall. I actually found that I had bought an extra one last time, so I have the box and the little cover plate that the wires can just pull right through that has the little brush on it. So we are good to go to have everything to do for this project. This is the brushed part where the wires come through, cover plate, and actual box that we have to trace and cut out with a drywall knife. Okay, we're right on the wall now where we are going to be installing our new wall plate. And I measured on the other side of the wall, 35 inches to the wall box. Okay, now I really measured it. It's 49 inches from the side of my dining room wall, which is going to put it way, that's going to put it right about there. Hopefully I can come in right here. That's my goal, is to not hit anything on the other side and also be the same distance to the center of the outlet, which is 14.5 is the center. 14.5, and then we're just gonna send it. I don't know what else to do. Hopefully my wire's in here. Now the way we do this, put our template up there, level it out, and then mark it. We went ahead and got our wire pulled through, and now all we have to do is take our brush plate and poke the wires through the center of it because it goes on last. But we need to get got my impact now, so we can go ahead and put the wall plate in. So this is the kind with the flaps that open. All done. Now we should be able to pop a battery on these and pop my speakers to test the wiring. Let's see. All right, let's grab a battery. 9-volt battery right here to test. We should hear it in the speakers right now. There's one and the other. Both of these work. Doesn't matter which is left or right. This is a mono system when you're using a sub, so you can Connect it to anything you want. In is the back ones. Positive is always stripe, remember that. And if you don't hook it up right, it'll be out of phase. All right, it is connected. Power is on. Go ahead and plug it in. I wish it was lower now so you didn't see the wall plate. Go ahead and get this thing connected all up. This wire behind here. If we wanted to, we could slide over my shoe rack to hide it more. And we see the power light on. All right, there should be no copyright music playing right here. And it does hit pretty darn good for a 10-inch Sony sub. And this is designed to add some bass fill back around the bathroom area where I have speakers in the ceiling. And it'll also help out the entire house. But that is going to do it for this project. And I hope you guys enjoyed yet another subwoofer build inside of the house. 8 total subs with 6 being connected to the main house audio system. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the videos. And I'll put a couple of good subs in the description for you from Amazon. Go ahead and grab those. Click through my links. It helps us out so much. We can do more projects like this, more fun things with you guys. We'll see you next time. So, Supercar Street Racing here. I am going to show you guys how to MHD flash your BMW. Now, just be aware that some of the newer BMWs require a bench flash first because the DMEs are locked. But you can look it up on the website for MHD. It explains to you how to look it up and to see if your car is, if your DME is locked. If it is, you have to take your DME out and send it to someone to unlock. Also be aware, on the first flash, you will want a battery charger like that one. You have to have one. There's no way you can't do the first flash without one. The reason being, it takes over 30 minutes to flash the car the first time. So you will take your battery charger and hook it up right there where that cap is over. Hook your battery charger up right there, positive, and hook your negative up right here to this big Torx. And then put it on about, if you have a 9 or 10 amp setting like that one does, put it on that. Now, once you flash your car the first time, all the other flashes only take 3 to 4 minutes, and you do not need a battery charger for that. Now, I will be using this phone to flash, so I will not be able to take video while I am flashing, I don't believe. But I'm going to show you how to hook it up. So you undo your OBD2 port. Now this is a tested K plus DCAN USB interface cable with a USB Type-C to on-the-go adapter. So depending on what phone you have, you may need the old school USB side for your phone, or you may need a USB Type-C, which is that one. So you plug this into your port right there and into your phone, and then you go into MHD, which I will show some screenshots of. Now my car is modified. I did buy a front mount intercooler, and it does have downpipes. The intercooler is not installed, but I am going to flash the E85 map, which requires you to have an intercooler and a downpipe, and I'm just going to stay off the throttle. So you'll see some screenshots of these, how to get there right now. Okay, I got the DME all flashed, and it gave me instructions to turn off the car. I'm going to do that now. Car is completely off. It says to wait 30 seconds. It has been only about 10. So yes, I did flash the E85 mix map. What that map is, it allows me to run 30% ethanol with the car. So yes, that is in the car now. And I'm going to go ahead and turn the ignition back on. And I'm going to power the car on. Car's running fine. TPMS is like giving errors in my car. I gotta work on that. So the car is flashed, and that's how you flash with MHD to run ethanol. Hey everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another fun-filled episode. We're right here in the 4K production studio, which was built just for this purpose, and that is to bring you guys the best products and the most fun in a great atmosphere. And you can see here we're loving it in the studio, and today we've got an upgrade right here on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're back in the 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and you've got Brad here once again. And in my hand, I have the Govee RGB IC light strip. Now, we have a lot of smart lighting already installed in the studio. This is actually going underneath the desk to bring out some ambient lighting, and this can be synced up with the other Govee products in here. And so what we're going to do today is unbox this right here and show you what's inside. We have done this before with this product, and then we're going to get this installed on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get this thing unboxed. All right, inside the box of the Govee RGB IC strip light here, 32 feet long, and you can see right here, right now, they give you a little installation steps card first. Just little quick installation tips here. You have a little Join Govee Home little pamphlet there inside as well. We have the user manual right here, and we have the actual RGB IC strip light. Now when you buy these, and if you want the best, you buy the RGB IC. That means it has, you know, like the integrated circuits built onto it and can do all of the cool colors and chases and all that stuff. That's why we got these. Now, there are actually two strips here, and they start on one end and they go out in both directions. So they will start at the back and fan their way around the desk underneath, because I have done this before under the bed, and I forgot that they had two strips, but yes, they do. And then also inside of the box, we have this lovely power cable. It is a regular type power cable, like would be in the back of a receiver or like an old CD player. It's not the kind that has the big plug, it's the smaller one. Then we have the actual power supply here. This is the AC to DC power supply. Probably puts out maybe 12 volts, who knows, doesn't really say. 48 watts, 12.2 volts output power supply. You also have this lovely controller here, and you can see here, right here, and right now that you have two outputs, and your lights should go that way and out. So basically what you do is you start on one end and you fan outwards one strip on each one of those plugs. They also give you these beautiful clips. That is if it does not stick, and maybe underneath this desk we will have to use those because it might not work properly. They also provide you with this beautiful, lovely alcohol pad to wipe down before you actually put the strip up, which is supposed to help with the adhesion of the strip and make it stick. So let's get to work. We are underneath the desk right now, and sorry for the noise of the air conditioner, but there is no other way. It is hot in here, and we can see underneath the desk here that we are going to be starting up here where the power strip is, and we will go down each side and around to the front on the desk. And what we will do right here and right now is we're going to be powering this guy right up there on the end of the power strip. That power strip is full. I wish I would have put a bigger one down here. We have almost everything full. And then I will let you guys watch me do the rest of this. And I still have to wire manage over there where I have a mess. Let's get to work. And we are back again in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And I just gave the whole entire studio a cleaning. I finally got up there and cleaned the monitors for the first time. They're a little off right here, but they're pretty easy to just move back in place like that. And they line up pretty good for guesswork because that was all luck when I put those in. But I did clean all the monitors. You can see I cleaned the desk. And I vacuumed the floor, and look at our wonderful Govee RGB IC light strip looking so fresh underneath the desk. And so what I did right here and right now, oops, zip tie left. What I did is I actually stuck them up to the desk, and then I used the clips and screwed those in various places where I knew it might droop. If it continues to droop, I might have to put more or some hot glue or maybe some other type of glue, but I think that's going to work out. You can see the controllers in the back there where you can't see it, and everything is nice and tied up. When I was finished with the RGB IC light strip install, I then proceeded to do some cable management under here that I had not done before, including tying up the new editing PC. This is the old editing PC, that's the new one. I actually tied up the old one, which I recently added so that I can do extra live streaming from here. If I want to do live streaming from like the security cameras or anything, I have an extra computer here to do that with. And like I said, I cleaned, Windexed, and wiped down everything in the studio, and the studio looks absolutely crazy insane. As you can see, whoops, weight dropped, but yeah, check the studio out, guys. And that is how you do production at Supercar Street Racing. And that really does add a lot to the studio. I noticed also may want to do it under the futon over there, to put some light under that area as well, would look cool. Because in the dark areas, you know, it doesn't stand out very well on the webcams up there. We are broadcasting live from the Supercar Street Racing studio in two angles, one there, one up there in the corner, and one up there in that corner. And you can see so fresh on the screen there that we are live. And we hope you guys enjoyed this project. We got another special one coming up that I have to get shot and edited. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. You guys know you like my brand new pool being refilled. Check it out. You know you want to come over and swim in this brand new pool. And then you want to jump in and take off all... Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and this is the video before the video. And I wanted to get on here before we start installing this device and talk to you guys a little bit about why this device is so important. Chamberlain absolutely refuses to work with Alexa. They will not pay the fees to be integrated with Alexa, so you cannot control your garage door with Alexa. You would have to subscribe to a service to do that. So this Tailwind smart Wi-Fi garage door opener allows you to integrate with Alexa. All you have to do is put it on your garage door and your opener, and then you can integrate for free, just the cost of the actual device. So Chamberlain, shame on you, but guess what? We're gonna get to work today and show you guys how you can do this on your garage door. So let's get to work. Guys, right in front of me and right here also directly in front of me is the Tailwind Smart Garage Wi-Fi Door Opener. Chamberlain hates this. They don't want you to know about it, but we're going to tell you about it today on the channel. Hang out. Guys, Chamberlain does not want you to open your garage door with the smart devices that you have available. They have blocked that capability unless you subscribe to their app, and you still cannot do it with the common smart devices that are out right now. So this is supposed to help you open and close your garage door with things like Alexa. This is the Tailwind Smart Garage Door Opener, and you can see right here that it comes with a track sensor, a smart module, a remote control of some sort with 2 little wires on it, which I don't know what that's for. Looks like a remote, but I don't think it is. A power supply. Okay, I haven't watched the install video yet, so I am not 100% sure about what everything is in this. So this adapter is for openers with yellow learn buttons, and I'm assuming I have that. I did on my old garage door. I haven't checked the new one yet. All right, I did verify we do have the yellow learn button on the device. So we do have the right options here for this. So I am on the website now and looking at the installation videos. And there is also an installer manual right here. Okay, so there is an app. Let's go ahead and scan that. And there is the Tailwind app. So that is the first step. Installing the Tailwind app is done. Second step is select a mounting location for the control module. And that is this guy right here. That should be easy. We have a pegboard, or we can just put it on top of the garage door opener. It says make sure the power adapter will reach. It says locate the module on the side of the door opener. Mount the 3-track door sensor if included. All right, for this next step, we have to move out to the garage, and I have to get you guys over there somehow. So I'm gonna stop down. Okay guys, for the next step, it wants us to power on the Tailwind controller where the power outlet is that we plan to use. And there is one, of course, right up here for the garage door opener. So I'm gonna go ahead and get up here and power this guy on. And there is our outlet. I'm gonna leave this hanging pretty low at this point and go ahead and power on the device. All right, I'm going to the next step here. Wait 5 to 10 seconds, then check the status light. It is flashing red, as you guys can see right here. It says press the reset button. All right, I have the pin tool. Okay, it turned blue. You guys can see it's blue right now. Is the light flashing blue? Yes. All right, so it's asking for the Wi-Fi password, and I'm assuming it is going to connect to Wi-Fi now. It says it'll turn green within 5 to 10 seconds. I'm naming it now, SCSR Garage, 1 door, and it's learning my location accuracy now. It says it's done. It did find my address. It wants me to put my name in and then the email address, and it is sending me a verification email. And I'm setting a password for my Tailwind account. And I am registering as a new user, and it's going to tell me to start hardware configuration. All right, guys, so today we are doing this garage door opener. The whole reason for this is that Chamberlain will not let you integrate this with the smart home. They do not allow it. And right here you can see me struggling to figure out this sensor that goes on the garage door, because the guy in the video did it on the other side, and I was just having trouble figuring out how to mount this thing. But basically it mounts to the hook, and then you slide this little thing in the back to lock it in, and you'll see that at the end of the video.
Make sure it's dry before you stick it. Also, you'll notice there's 2 sets of mounting holes on the magnet, and that's so that you have a couple of options on how to position it on the door.
Okay, so the next step is mounting the magnet to the door. And I guess we're gonna have to do it like that because it's too far out like that. So we're gonna need the double-sided tape for this. I'm gonna go grab it. Now we have to clean the area on the door where we are sticking the tape. I have some Windex here. It needs to be less than 2 inches away from the door. It is going to be mounted on the angle bracket like that. Just like that. Make sure it's not touching the door or anything close to the door before you go ahead and apply pressure, and hope that this doesn't fall off and mess your car up. And I'm giving it a good amount of pressure here. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and continue. All right, we're back, and I took a picture of this because I cannot read it, but we have to connect the white blue stripe wire from the Tailwind module to the red wire of the adapter. And after we are all done, we'll tie these wires up nice. Okay guys, right here I'm just doing wiring. I am connecting the Tailwind module to the adapter, which looks like a remote control. If you have one garage door, it's super easy. You connect the white with the blue stripe to red all the time, and then if you have one garage door, you connect the white wire to the green wire. That's all it takes for one garage door. Okay, so I guess I don't connect to the opener. I think we're already there pretty much. Now, I don't think anything hooks to our opener because the remote control does everything. This remote does it. Okay, let's see if it works. It wants me to update the firmware now. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It says my garage is green, so it says it's updating the firmware. And it looks like it has started the firmware update process. Okay, it is back. All right, guys, all you see me doing right here in this clip is tying up the wiring really nice to the side of the garage door. And also I have heat shrink tubing over the joints, and I use soldered connectors that use the heat gun to go ahead and make them stick. So I'm doing that all right now in this clip. And that is that. Should be done with this project besides getting this thing linked up to Alexa. Okay, so the final part of this project just involves you linking your Tailwind account to Alexa. And I know I'm gonna wake up every device, never mind. And so what you do here is in your Alexa app, you go to Skills, you search for Tailwind. It will find two, it's the one that says Smart Home. Then you click Launch and you link it to your Tailwind account using whatever account you signed up for with Tailwind. It will then locate your opener and call it a lock. And if you look here, here is the garage door right here, and I have not tested it yet. I'm going to right now. Let's see if it actually opens with this. And it does. And now we will go ahead and close it when it is done. So you say lock it, it actually closes it. Chamberlain does not want you to do this, so just remember, Chamberlain will do everything in its power to not let you control this with Alexa. Okay guys, I just wanted to give you a good close-up view of this, the way this actually installs. So you take this Tailwind sensor here, it hooks around the J track right here, and then this little plate pushes through to kind of jam it up against the track. And then you tighten down this screw here to get it completely tight. Hopefully you guys can see that right there. So this just hooks around the back and this little plate slides through there. The magnet that it has to sense mounts right on the garage door right here. And you can see I use the angle. If you don't use the angle on this, if you use the flat, it would be too far out. So the angle lets it sit just next to it. And we went ahead and installed the actual smart box and the adapter on the very top of the garage door opener right up there. And the power goes up to the ceiling right there. We went ahead and tied up all the wiring and did heat shrink tubing. Even on the stuff that they gave us that had wiring nuts, we did heat shrink tubing and we did the solder shrink wrap connectors. And that is how the system came out. Let's go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios with Brad and see how you can get yourself a Tailwind for your Chamberlain garage door. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. This was a difficult one for me to tape and film because of the fact that there was a lot of downtime in between clips and stuff like that, and also pretty boring, but I wanted you guys to see this because Chamberlain refuses to allow you to let your device work with Alexa. They don't want to pay the licensing fees, and in order to use it at all, you have to do like IFTT or something like that, and I don't even know if that works anymore. But this Tailwind device will allow you to do smart home with your garage door and also open and close it, which you cannot do with any other device. So you got to get this Tailwind. You can see it right here on your screen. It's basically a control box right here. And what happens is if your garage door has a yellow Learn opener on it, then you will need the special adapter, and it basically looks like a remote control that wires into the Tailwind smart home device and then allows you to link your Alexa to that and use it in smart home and use your voice to control it. It will ask you for a PIN because it thinks it's a lock. So you will have to give a PIN number to open and close the garage door, but that is totally fine because otherwise you can't use it at all. Now I've had this sitting in the closet for almost 2 months and I was really putting off putting it into the garage. I wanted to get everything in there first on the new garage door opener. So we do have it installed now and it works great. And then you can program it and put a routine in there to where if you say open my garage door, it will go ahead and open that by doing the lock part. So go ahead and order yourself a Tailwind, because Chamberlain, you're not going to let anybody do it. I know you're not. And guys, we got to get out of here because we have to go open the garage remotely 1,000 times. Lithium golf cart, 72 volt, let's kick it.
In my hand.
Yeah, that's Brad's fault.
All right, we're doing the taco challenge with Tutricia.
Am I recording?
I am. Ready? You got 5 seconds. Go, red, 2, 3, go. Guys, it's 7,000 degrees. And Mr. Binks is here. Mulch Masters is here to spread the mulch in the backyard. They're not doing the river rock today, but they should be unloading mulch for all of this back here. And then we will give you guys an update as they get this mulched up here in a little bit. But it's going to be all the way around the outside of the property there. And then this will be river rock right here. Guys, it's 7,000 degrees. And Mr. Binks is here to supervise the cleanup effort. But I got the sprinkler controller mounted facing the ceiling, so of course everybody in space can see it. And now we have to clean up this absolute disaster. Honestly didn't think it would be that hard, but seeing that I couldn't get any of the wires to fish through the wall, it took way longer than I thought. But I did get the wires fished through eventually, even though I had to make some extra holes in our pegboards. Which, by the way, I don't like the pegboard, but it kind of is what it is now. I'm not changing it at this point. So, the key to all good projects is to clean up. If you don't clean up, you won't have your tools for next time. I am a mess. I have been out here in the sweaty heat for hours. And it is time to clean this mess up now. So you guys are watching that. As I clean up the old... Mr. Binks, I know you want to go inside, but you cannot. Trying to keep everything together. But yes, we do have the new sprinkler system set up. It's not ideal because it's angled up towards the ceiling, which I don't like. It is working. It is a clean install. And that's what's the most important thing at this point. Cleaning up tools now. I literally disassembled my whole side of the garage for this, and I still need to clean all in this corner and get all the cobwebs and everything up that you have to do 2 or 3 times a year in Florida. But meanwhile, I'm just kind of putting everything back where it can go. Yes, it did take a lot off the wall. It even took a few pegs off the wall. So next up I have to do my smart landscape lighting timer, which is ordered, and it is going to go probably right here. Makes the most sense. But the cool thing about that is I can cut a pretty big hole back here because it's going to be covered to get the wires through. That was the worst because the wires did not want to fish through the wall at all. And that sucks. But now we get the next box in. We'll cut a big hole there. Use the same hole down here, hopefully. Fish all the wires through, and we will be done with that project too. And then that's just for this side of the house, but the other side of the house will have its own Wi-Fi, low voltage, I know, landscape timer. So I'm gonna leave all these tiles kind of over here while we do these projects, because I have to get back in here pretty soon. And so a lot of the stuff I can leave, but I do need to clean up most of my mess. I can't handle, like, I'm OCD about messes. Nobody watches these videos anyway, so who cares? Get like 5 views per video. Hey man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You try. Do your best. Your best isn't good enough. Like the song. All this stuff is trash. It's not trash, needs to be hung back up on the wall. God, no mess. Look haggard. That's because I'm working. Things are happening. Making moves, you know what I mean? All this I will clean up because I want to vacuum all this and everything on the back of the wall as well. Yeah, yes sir. Absolutely. Get it out of your way.
And it's gonna be beautiful when you get done.
Yeah, it's a big project, man. It's been going for like a year almost.
Wow.
All right, guys, they have spread some of the mulch here. Looks like they're just working their way down. Give you an update once they get a better idea what's going on. I don't think I ever showed you guys this new rendering rig in action, but this is the new system that I bought. Been about a month now since I got it, maybe a little less, but you can see right here in editing, we've got a pretty long video. It's probably going to take way longer than that because there's a lot of picture-in-picture later in the video, and those take a lot of processing. It's right now, it's just rendering full screen video, which goes really fast, but once it hits that picture-in-picture, it's going to slow down tremendously. But as you can see here, our CPU, we got a 12-core Ryzen 9 5900X. We got a 3080, GeForce 3080, and it is maxed out, and the CPU is at 100%. I have it's actually water cooled as well, so the CPU is water cooled. So I've got the water cooler fans on high while it renders, and it is chomping up data right now. And there's a look at the GPU doing its thing. So yeah, it thinks it's got 22 minutes left, but once it hits the picture-in-picture, it's going to be probably an hour. All right, these guys went to lunch. I started putting the mulch on pretty heavy over here. I asked them to give me a little less down here. I don't need it that thick, but you can see how good that looks now with it covering the nasty dirt. This area back here has never really been exposed, but when we put the fence in, we were able to cut all that stuff back. The only thing I'm really concerned about is right here. Just don't want it really thick so it flows over the wood, because right here is just going to be river rock all around this pool area, and it's going to continue all the way over here and keep going until there on the corner, and then everything from that point back will be concrete from that point all the way down the side of the house, so we don't have to worry about mulching that anymore. That should save, it'll pay for itself in a few years. This mulch is not cheap. You're looking at probably $1,000 worth of mulch for the front and the backyard that we have to do, you know, once every at least 2 years, sometimes more than that. Little front yard update too. Totally forgot about that. I did spend about 2 hours this morning here in the middle of my little island here, cleaning up those plants which grow out of control. They got pretty beautiful flowers, but they grow like crazy. I removed probably 75% of these plants. I also changed my landscape lighting out. It was AC, so it was 110 volt landscape lighting out here, and it causes nothing but problems when it gets wet. I did convert that to DC, and I have a smart landscape timer on the way for this guy. That's going to replace the old school photocell timer. But yeah, he just finished with the island, and then they will be remulching that, this, and this little spot over here. It will stop where this board is because there's going to be concrete pad that comes out to where the sprinkler head is right here. But it goes on there, and then all that will be concrete as well. I did finish all the bush removal. The plumber came and capped off all the sprinkler heads on both sides that were never even used. I put them in way back in the day thinking I would need them, but I never actually used them. But all this will be concrete, and then there will be a shed right up against this AC that I will have to get big enough that I can get a golf cart in and out, because I don't want to park the golf cart in the garage, I don't think. But yeah, I worked on the landscape lighting here as well. We are moving that one into the garage next to the Y sprinkler timer. And so I converted the actual power wire that was out here to the low voltage wire to run the landscape lights for this side of the house. I bought 2 smart Wi-Fi landscape timers. One goes in the garage here, and it's going up against a wall that I'll show you here momentarily. And the other one goes here on this power wall where that old school. This powers the whole side of the house, this side, entire side. The one in the garage will power the other side, and then we have a separate one in the backyard. This morning I spent the entire morning, about a good 3 hours, over here where the old Rainbird was, which is now for sale for 20 bucks. I spent the whole morning cleaning all this up, rearranging my tools, cleaning up my workbench, wiping everything down, and getting this ready for the low voltage landscape smart Wi-Fi timer, which is going to go right here underneath the Y sprinkler, and it will be powered right down there in the corner. And I have the low voltage wire here ready to hook up to it to power the yard lights. Just waiting for Amazon to get here, and that goes right there, and that will all be part of this video as a little update to the landscape. But so far so good. Right now I'm really going to try to get this edging fixed before they start throwing down the mulch. Out here in the garage with a little garage update. I spent a lot of time yesterday in the garage cleaning up this area and prepping it for getting the new outdoor Wi-Fi sprinkler controller for this side of the house, which is actually the mailbox side. We have 2 different front yard zones for landscape lighting, and they each are going to have their own 120 watt smart Wi-Fi timer. And I wanted to show you guys a little bit what I did here. So the first thing I did was clear this entire wall off. And after we got the Y sprinkler controller, I probably should just turn some light on in here, huh, with the nice blinds that I have now. After we got the sprinkler controller installed right there, I was really wanting to get the new outdoor landscape timer mounted below it and such where you couldn't see the wiring. As you can see there, the wiring is from the bottom. So I took everything off of this wall, all the pegs, all the tools, everything else that was on this wall, and I redid the whole entire wall. I had some old metal signs that I got from the market, from the flea market, and I hung those right there. And I went ahead and mounted the new DeWinWills 120 watt low voltage landscape light timer controller. Right below it, it came out great. Here is the controller. I didn't show a lot of this because there's really not much to the install. I literally put 2 screws into the pegboards and then hung it, and I have everything zip tied nicely down there and power through there. Now the old system had 120 volts running outside, or 110 volts, whatever you want to call it, and the timer was mounted on the outside wall. I took this opportunity to use the same wiring for 12 volts to power the actual lights outside, so I didn't have to pull a new wire through the stucco and all that. I used the same ones. There's the Y sprinkler controller looking good and sleek, and then I hung some signs up around it to kind of give it a nice look, and my tools are all over here. So I did check the skill and routine last night. I have these guys coming on at dusk and going off at dawn, and it worked great. They did go off when they were supposed to go off, and I have 2 of these doing. I will have a third one. It'll be here today actually, and it's going on the other side of the house, although it'll be outside. I went ahead and took my label maker and made some nice labels for this. So that is a good update, and I also cleaned the entire, I redid the shelf underneath my workbench. I redid the entire top part. I cleaned it. I wiped everything down, and I moved a lot of the wiring, that like extra wires that I had, into this storage bin, which I still don't know where I'm gonna put that. But yeah, so it came out good. It looks awesome. Hope you guys like what I did with my work area. I'm a stickler about, you know, wiring and things like that in the presentation, and I think it came out great. Let me know what you guys think. Welcome to the front yard, guys. So all this was remulched. I don't think the backyard used as much as they originally said it was going to use, but they had a lot on their truck, and this hasn't been remulched in a while, so I told them to go ahead and let it happen. So over time, this mulch just blows away. It gets, you know, caught in your lawnmower, etc. So it has to be done, and this is what it looks like after the front yard got totally remulched. I spent about 2 hours in this garden yesterday cutting away most of these plants. I don't know what they're called. They're beautiful. They have really pretty flowers, but they were taking over this whole area. So I removed a bunch of those and got this landscape lighting updated to 12 volts instead of 110 because it was causing issues with power, obviously. Oh, we got moles in my brand new grass. Look at that mole. Climbed all the way under there. Yep. So yeah, that's what it looks like, guys, after the remulch. And now we just have to get river rock and concrete done and a shed. This is interesting. So this was actually buried in my yard. It's a big piece of concrete, and I actually took it out and sprayed it with stone spray paint to make it look like a boulder. Now it's a nice little garden boulder. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this update. I'll update you more when we get the river rock installed on Monday. Yo, it goes down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
It do go down. Oh my God, this alligator actually took the onion. Shut up, he's eating the onion. You have got to be kidding me. I've never seen an alligator eat an onion before, and he took it. Guys, right here in front of me, and right now in front of me also, we have this smart Scarecrow solar ultrasonic repeller, but it also works on all kinds of different animals. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. In front of me today with a plethora of other products that are awaiting our look is the Smart Scarecrow Solar Ultrasonic Repeller, and we're going to be looking at that today. And as you can see on the front of the box, it does indicate that it does repel a bunch of different types of animals. Now, this solar repeller was graciously provided by the manufacturer for us to take a look at and unbox and test and give an update later. Okay, the battery did die on the microphone, but that's not going to stop us from checking out this solar pest repeller. And you can see right here, solar powered. It is IP44 rated. It says it has a 110 degree effective range, and it operates on various frequencies. Supposedly that does repel different types of animals. Now on the back, it does say solar or USB. What is not clear by the manufacturer is if it has a battery in it, or if it just operates when only the sun is out. So I'm not sure about that. It does have a 5.5 volt solar panel. It has 110 foot detection range, so I guess it detects the animals, then it turns on. And it does say it has a lithium battery. I missed that on the first try. And looking inside the box is our next step. And inside the box, waiting right on top, is a USB power cable. You will need a 5 volt USB block to power this. And the other end is one of these tube type connectors. Closer inside the box for the pest repeller, we do see this ugly green device here, sitting so fly, looking great, but not really. Kind of a ugly scarecrow looking box, but it is green, so it will mesh well with your outdoor environment. Now on the front, we do see a speaker here, and then some sort of LEDs right below that. This must be the top because the solar panel is up there. And on the back, we see the 5 volt adapter port, and we see the power and sound switch right there. And we have our manual here for the Smart Scarecrow Solar Ultrasonic Repeller. Now notice it does not mention the other animals there, but it does on the box. So it says here that the ultrasonic repeller repeatedly stimulates the animal's auditory nerve. It has a flashing light to simulate the animal's visual nerve, and then a PIR to detect whether there is an animal near. Once close to the area, the PIR triggers the product, and the intelligent working mode will repeatedly stimulate the animal, And the intelligent working mode will repeatedly stimulate the animal. Makes animals restless and want to escape from an environment that is not suitable for them. And if we're looking here at the manual, and it does have a diagram, there is a charging indicator that should go red when it starts charging and green when it is finished charging. There's an indicator on the front here when it starts making sound. The sensor is right here, and the battery is inside of the back, which is not available to be gotten to. This part of the device right here is actually the ultrasonic speaker. Further in the box, it does come with some stakes and a warranty card. Here's the warranty card. And basically you just turn the on-off button on for 1 second to switch it on, and it enters a self-test mode. The horn's gonna be 3 times, the 3 LED lights in the front and the red light on the right side will light on in turn. And after 5 seconds, this device will go into a standby mode. When it is in standby mode, if any animals come close to this, it's supposed to detect them and trigger the product automatically. Now when this is triggered, it will run for 7 seconds, and the ultrasound and light will work for 13 seconds, and then all 3 things will work for another 5 seconds. So the entire process to scare the animal off is a 25-second process from the pest repeller. Now there is also a silent version where there is no alarm, so you can choose whether you want this to make noise when it detects a pest, or whether you want it to be silent and work ultrasonically as well. Now to operate this, you simply press the on-off button and the alarm sound can be turned on-off. Now we do need to go ahead and get this thing charged, so let's get it on a USB now. All right, do not lose this cable. It is proprietary. It has this different tube type charge connector on it, but let's go ahead and get this guy plugged in. So to plug it in, you simply move the rubber boot aside and go ahead and plug it into USB. We actually have one on our nightstand right here. And now we should see a charging indicator, and we do. So this device is charging. We'll get back to you guys once it is fully charged. Okay, I was really bad and did not record the time when the charger was done, but you can see here that our device is fully charged, and I think it took a couple hours, but I'm not 100% sure, but this guy is ready to go. Now all we have to do is take it outside and put it somewhere to see if it actually works. So let's do that. thing really does look funny. It looks like a monster. 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth right here. Okay, we do have the device plugged in now, and it is still red. It was charged completely, but I just plugged it into the USB here, and I'm gonna go ahead and fire it up. And it says if you press it short, it will beep. Okay. That is expected behavior. It is lit up and it beeped 3 times, meaning it is ready to rock. We're gonna do... Oh, I actually heard that. That was interesting. I heard the actual high-pitched tone. It must have detected me. There's the light. So this is what it looks like when it is active, and I don't know if you guys will even be able to hear that, but it is putting off a high-pitched tone when it detects me. So it does see me. Let's see what happens when I walk with. Yep, there it goes. What a crazy device. I love this thing. Oh, there's the blue lights. So is this thing gonna go off every time a person comes by it? There's the high-pitched tone. Does work, I hear it. Wow, interesting device. All right, we do have the ultrasonic repeller going crazy back here. And it is going nuts and making sounds and doing everything that it's supposed to be doing. And I have no doubt if there's a rat or a mouse that comes near this, or a squirrel, it's definitely gonna drive it away because it's killing my ears as well. Now let's take it into the, there it goes again. Let's take it into the 4K production studio with Brad and take a look at this online. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 4K production studio. I'm Brad, and it's a beautiful cold day outside at Supercar Street Racing here in the studios, where we bring you high quality videos and audios every day. And today we have this weird ultrasonic solar animal repeller. Now, the manufacturer was so kind enough to send me a copy of this repeller, and this thing does repel more than one type of animal. It can do cats, dogs, skunks, squirrels, deer, it says. And right in front of me here in the picture, we can see the different types of animals that it does repel. And you see cats and dogs here. You see raccoons, you see foxes, squirrels, looks like a pig or a boar, and I'm sure a bunch of other types of animals. Now, right here kind of shows you what is on the actual device, and it does have a solar panel, an LED flashing light, a PIR sensor, which is a motion sensor, and a variable ultrasonic frequency speaker. And it is also waterproof. Right here, you got to take a look at the amazing English. Protect your effort at proper placement. Rodents never come nearly. So funny. You see a squirrel there eating corn because they don't have an ultrasonic pest repeller on the property. Now here is a close-up look at the front with a diagram of everything. It does have a red LED when it's charging, and it turns blue when it is fully charged. It's got a low power indicator flashing light. It's got the PIR sensor. It's got 3 1-watt LEDs and the ultrasonic speaker. And it does have a 5-volt charging port that will charge with any USB 5-volt adapter. It's got a solar panel, and it's got hooks to hang on the fence and a power button right on the back. Now right here, it shows that somebody did wall mount it with the 2 hooks. And it also shows it here going right into the ground with the stakes, and you could technically take your power cable and run it underground if you wanted to. Right here, it just shows you the 3 easy steps for putting the stakes in. You just put the stakes together and then push the stakes up to the bottom of the device. And right here, it shows you the different places you could use your device. You could put it in the garden, you could put it in the yard, in your orchard, or in your kale yard, whatever the kale yard means. I guess that's where you grow kale. And now back on the front page here, you do see that it has 4.6 stars, and if we break that down, it's got 5 stars at 62%, and then it's got 4 stars at 38%, and that gives it a grand total of 4.6. Now below that, it says that it has humane animal deterrence. It says it's got a triple technology blend. It says it's got 2 working modes for effectiveness, versatile power options, because you have 3 different ways to get that thing powered up. And then finally, it is IPS65 waterproof rated. The question is, who rated it? We never know that. Now, right in front of me, guys, you do see the Supercar Street Racing YouTube channel, and I wanted to talk to you guys for a minute about supporting the channel. When you guys buy something, if you click through a link in the description, it helps me out greatly. We get a few dollars from everything you click in the description. And also, you don't have to buy the product in the description. You can buy anything you want from Amazon, and we get helped with just a few dollars here and there. Now do me another favor also and click the like and subscribe button and click that bell icon. We want you guys to be aware when we put out a video. We try to do videos every day. We can't always do that, but we try to put out a video every day. So I want you guys to be aware when that happens. And we really appreciate your support and your love on Supercar Street Racing. But we got to go. We got 1 million squirrels in the backyard we have to get rid of. I can't figure out for the life of me what's missing from this closet. Oh yeah, we need to put a subwoofer in here. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad is here on a beautiful Monday in Northeast Florida, and we need to get this Sony subwoofer installed today, and we're going to put that thing right down there by where we have power. So our goal today is pretty simple. This guy has a section on the back for speaker level inputs. We're going to go ahead and get up in the attic, drill a hole in that cap, stick a hole in the side of the wall here, and go ahead and hook up this Sony subwoofer. So let's go ahead and get that sub down now and take a look at it. All right, we are behind the Sony active subwoofer right now. I don't know how old this is, but it looks to be a little bit old. I did pick it up at a thrift store, and you can see inside it has a nice size heat sink down in there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. But here on the back, we can see we have both inputs and outputs. Now what that is for is so that you can come into the subwoofer and there is a crossover built in, and you can feed your speakers like the ones up here in the ceiling with the crossover output. However, we are not doing that. We are going to be giving these guys up here the same feed as they had before, and this guy will just come off of those to go ahead and provide input to the Sony subwoofer. Now on the back here, they also do have a level control. They have a subwoofer cutoff frequency. Now what that is that is the crossover level. Okay, we just did look this up on Crutchfield, and this is a 10-inch powered sub with 60 watts at 1% THD, 100 watts at 10% THD, and it has a frequency response of 78 to 200 hertz. So this is a 10-inch powered subwoofer. I just wanted to discuss with you guys, when you are putting speaker wires in and you have to run wires down a wall, if you are on an interior wall, there should not be any kind of problems drilling a hole in the cap with a paddle bit and just dropping straight down with your wiring. Now, if it is an external wall, like the one in the bathroom going out to the garage, it could have insulation in it, which would make your job more difficult. And it could also have fire breaks, and those are studs that go left to right in the wall to prevent fire from breaking out as fast. So this wall here has no insulation whatsoever, and we are super lucky because it is literally right next to the attic. All I have to do is jump right up there with my drill and look for where the wire comes down to the other side of the wall for the outlet, and just drill further past it, maybe like 3-4 inches past it with my big paddle bit, and that should be it. So our wiring run, just FYI, is going to go up that wall, and then it's going to come right over here to this speaker at the top and that speaker. So I'm hoping I have enough wire. I'm going to bring extra up there with me in case I have to splice, but I'm kind of using old wire for this, and I will bring some electrical tape. So I'm going to bring my wire strippers up there with me and a pair of scissors and just have that handy. But it is easy to get up and down on here because it is so close to where we're going. So let's get everything prepped up to get up in the attic, which is going to be a lot nicer now because my attic is spray foamed. It should not be 1,000 degrees like it used to be. Okay, we did prep our wire for going up in the attic. This simply gets it so it can just go straight down the hole, and then all we have to do is drop the wire all the way down and pull it out of the hole. Now let's go check out our supply of wall boxes and see if we have anything to use to cut into the wall. I actually found that I had bought an extra one last time, so I have the box and the little cover plate that the wires can just pull right through that has the little brush on it. So we are good to go to have everything to do for this project. This is the brushed part where the wires come through, cover plate, and actual box that we have to trace and cut out with a drywall knife. Okay, we're right on the wall now where we are going to be installing our new wall plate. And I measured on the other side of the wall 35 inches to the wall box. Okay, now I really measured it. It's 49 inches from the side of my dining room wall, which is going to put it way, that's going to put it right about there. Hopefully I can come in right here. That's my goal, is to not hit anything on the other side and also be the same distance to the center of the outlet, which is 14.5 is the center. 14.5, and then we're just gonna send it. I don't know what else to do. Hopefully my wire's in here. Now the way we do this, put our template up there, level it out, and then mark it. We went ahead and got our wire pulled through, and now all we have to do is take our brush plate and poke the wires through the center of it because it goes on last. But we need to get our, got my impact now, so we can go ahead and put the swall plate in. So this is the kind with the flaps that open. Now we should be able to pop a battery on these and pop my speakers to test the wiring. Let's see. All right, let's grab a battery. 9-volt battery right here to test. We should hear it in the speakers right now. There's one and the other. Both of these work. Doesn't matter which is left or right. This is a mono system when you're using a sub, so you can connect it to anything you want. In is the back ones. Positive is always stripe, remember that. And if you don't hook it up right, it'll be out of phase. All right, it is connected. Power is on. Go ahead and plug it in. I wish it was lower now so you didn't see the wall plate. Go ahead and get this thing connected all up. This wire behind here. If we wanted to, we could slide over my shoe rack to hide it more. And we see the power light on. All right, there should be no copyright music playing right here. And it does hit pretty darn good for a 10-inch Sony sub. And this is designed to add some bass fill back around the bathroom area where I have speakers in the ceiling. And it'll also help out the entire house. But that is going to do it for this project. And I hope you guys enjoyed yet another subwoofer build inside of the house. 8 total subs with 6 being connected to the main house audio system. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the videos. And I'll put a couple of good subs in the description for you from Amazon. Go ahead and grab those. Click through my links. It helps us out so much. We can do more projects like this, more fun things with you guys. We'll see you next time.
Awesome. Woo.
First time I ever took it to 8,000.
Oh my god.
Took it all the way to 8,000. Second gear was worthless. I know they had to do that.
All right, we're out here at the pool Sunday morning. So this is about 5 days without a pool pump. I wanted to show you guys exactly what happens when that water doesn't circulate through the filter and get that chlorine generated by the chlorine generator. So take a look at the walls of the pool. You see how they're yellow? Notice the water is very low. It's too low really to turn the pump on because the skimmer is where the water flows through and there's not enough height in the pool to get through the skimmer. I talked to the pool company. The pool remodel isn't going to start until the end of this month because the travertine for the pool deck is sitting on a boat somewhere and on the way to us. And just a little reminder here, so this pool deck is going to be all travertine all the way to the patio there, all this travertine. And then right here where we took out this palm tree, this is going to be pavers, a square that runs out there over there to the pond, to the fish pond and back for a second set of lounge chairs because in the afternoon those two guys don't get sun. So about 3 o'clock in the afternoon you have to move down here if you want sun, and of course it's super inconvenient. But you notice I got the Dolphin Escape in there cleaning the pool out because they said that they wanted me to keep the debris out. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one last cleaning, and I don't believe we'll have a lot more dropping from that tree or that tree. That's a lot of whatever those brown things are. I don't even know what those are. I don't know if it's pollen or what, but it's those brown stringy things that get in the pool. But yeah guys, so just wanted to give you guys a little update. I'm going to keep posting these videos. I'm going to wait, you know, 3 or 4 more days and see what the pool looks like then, because it's going to get interesting with no pool pump running. I'm not going to drain it myself. I'm paying for that, so I'm not going to go ahead and do work that they're already getting paid for. I'm going to let them do it. But I imagine by the time that they get here at the end of the month, this pool is going to be about halfway full because it's going to start getting hot and the water is going to start evaporating pretty quickly. So yeah, just a little update. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you again real soon. We've got a video rendering right now that'll be done around 1 o'clock, and then it's going to be premiered tomorrow morning about fun stuff in the washing machine. Take it easy, guys. Supercar Street Racing.
Okay.
The fight is on. Oh yeah. All right. We're getting this on video when you stick it. Oh! So much bouncage.
Oh, come here, buddy. Cooper, come here, bud.
Cooper!
You had to come out here because he was eating her food.
Hello, puppy.
Cooper, come here, buddy. Sit. Sit. Hey,
Cooper's, you're about to be a Cooper kebab.
Cooper.
Oh!
Let's
No
go.
bullseye, but it's
Yeah, but it's stuck though.
Knives, huh?
All right, there is a alligator always back here, usually. And we are going to see if we can get him to eat some chicken. I saw him already. He's chilling in my neighbor's yard. He likes to go up in the yard. I have a bulkhead, so he can't. So let's see if we can get him. He's right over there. See him? He's right in the center right there. Get this plate down, I'll zoom in on him. He's going to bail as soon as he sees me. And he might be scared. Let's see. Alright, there he is. Yeah. That's him right there. Okay, let's see if we can get him to come out for some food. He's gonna go in the water right now. He's watching me. He chills right there on land. He's about to bounce. You gotta go really slow. Oh, he already saw me. Yup. He's like, he don't want nothing to do with it. Usually the gators are like pretty, really this isn't for the gator, this is for the turtles and the fish, because you're not supposed to feed alligators, so we're not doing it. I mean, I can't help it if he comes over here and eats the fish and turtle food. But he won't nothing to do with it. There's turtle. Guys like are all coming up now. I got the swarm coming. There they go. That guy's gone though. This guy's got chicken. Oh, that's all. I just wanted you guys to see the gator. Guys, we are here today with only one mission, and that is to finish our Wow Light Smart Light RGB project for the other side of the fence. We have the second part of the equation right here, so let's get busy and get to work on this. Guys, right here and right now in the Supercar Street Racing dining room, where we are joined by a cigar and some happy rocks, we have the Wow Light Smart RGB Permanent Outdoor Light, and we have another set that was so graciously donated by the manufacturer for us to go ahead and finish our light project. And I did order a couple of things for outside for the electrical, and that will help us finish this project because we need to tie into existing electrical outside. But first things first, we need to get outside and go ahead and make the fence all even before we start tying these lights up to the fence. Let's take this thing outside and get to work. All right, we're on the phone now since the GoPro can't exist without overheating, even in 70-degree weather. 70-degree weather. Literally, this thing overheated. Ridiculous piece of junk. But anyway, we finished running the lights along the fence. All we have to do on this side now is get the electrical stuff squared away. I ordered the parts for that. And then we'll tie this up really nice, but you can see we have all the lights strung across the fence, and we followed the existing bulbs that do not work 90% of the time. And we went behind the shed because you can't see it. I wanted to go on top of the shed, but there's nothing to put the lights on. There is no eaves. There is on the side, but not on the front. And we followed it all the way to the gate over here. All right, we are out here by the fence, and you can see that we completed this side of the fence and have since turned on the lights. And it looks pretty cool. They run all the way to the other side. And also we are shooting this on the brand new S24 Ultra in 4K 60. Now check it out, guys. We have that side. All right, we got the other side turned on as well. So looking around the property now, you can see we have the lights up on the house as well. And then looking back on that fence, we have totally finished this project. I just need to clean up the wiring down in the corner and install a power stake, which will be coming in today. But that's going to wrap up this video. That's not super important. Basically, all this is going to do over here is give power to my landscape lights and the fence lights, and there'll be a stake right here in the ground next to that landscape light that has a splitter inside of it. And so guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you liked the way the wow lights came out on the fence. It really adds such a cool effect to the back of the house, and I'm really hyped for this, and I hope you guys are too, and I hope you try the same project. And now let's throw it into the Supercar Street Racing studio for information on where to buy your wow lights. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Supercar Street Racing, Brad here, and today we are back again with the Wow Lights permanent outdoor LED lights, your alternative to the Govee permanent outdoor LED lights. And this is the second set we've had, and we came here today, right here and right now, to finish our project for lighting our fence. The first set went on the left side of the fence. If you're facing the outside of the house towards the pond and the pool, it would be on your left side. The second set here goes on the right side of the yard, and this was offered up to us by the manufacturer at a discount price. The first set we got for free, and the second set we got for about half price. And you can see right here and right now, we did take the second set of outdoor permanent lights from Wow Lights, and we put them right on the fence on the right hand side of the fence, and we showed you what they look like at night. They use the Smart Life app to control the lights. And we probably tried to sync them up, but I recorded this part first, so I'm not sure if we were able to do that. And I hope you guys will support Supercar Street Racing by buying these WOW lights through our link in the description. Everything you can do for Supercar Street Racing helps us because we lose money on the channel. And right here and right now, these have a 4.4 star review, so people do enjoy the WOW light permanent outdoor lights in their yard or on their house. I might be the first person in the world to put them on the fence, but I'm not on the fence about the WOW lights. I absolutely love them. Please support the channel by buying anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the exact link for the product. Click any of my links and buy anything, and it helps the channel out greatly. We can't hang out a lot today though. We have a lot to do. We've got 75,000 other things to review, but stay tuned. We got another great video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys around. Oh, I wish I would have made it higher now. It's right on top of the spigot. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Supercar Street Racing here with the Go For Wild decorative hose hanger here. And so this is going to go on both sides of my house. We have a hose outlet on both sides. I already got the hoses for it. They are the expandable hoses like I have been buying, and I enjoy those hoses, so I bought 2 more. So these are going to go on either side, and as you can see here, we have the decorative part of this, and I kind of like this star. I have 2 of these. There's another one in the box right there, and this is actually for the home theater, so that's a separate thing. But yeah, so this is the guy right here. Comes with 2 pieces. Here's the instruction manual for it. So it looks like it shows you how to put it in studs or in concrete. I actually have a set of concrete screws, so this should be pretty easy to install. They give you like huge, we're not going to use those. We're going to use my concrete drill bit and concrete screws to put them in the stucco. So here is something that needs to be removed, so we need to cut that right off. Let's grab our scissors right now and cut this off and take a look at how this thing goes together. Yep, that's just the installation screws, which we don't need. We're using the screws that are designed to go into stucco or concrete. You just drill out a small hole, and these are awesome screws. They go right in. They come with a little bit and everything. But it looks pretty simple here. It looks like basically you hang this part. You hang this on the wall first, level it out and everything. So it's easy to level these out, because you do one side, put the level, mark the other side, and then drill the other side so it's level. So after this is hung up on the wall, it looks like you, let's see if they want you to, so they say to remove the bolts. Remove 2 pre-assembled bolts. Okay, yeah, they want you to actually put it together first. So you actually take these 2 screws out, and then you attach it to here. And I guess it doesn't matter either way. I mean, it's the same thing. These are pretty cool. They're pretty sturdy feeling, pretty heavy. It says they can handle 150 foot hose. We're gonna find out. But let's grab the tripod and put this thing together. And we are back with the, what is it called? Go For Wild decorative hose hanger here. So they ask you to remove the 2 screws out of the side here. Oh, there, Allen. Wasn't expecting Allen's key. Any of his keys. I wonder if they give you a Allen wrench. I bet they do. They do. Pretty funny. They decide to use Allen's, and they have to supply you with a wrench rather than just using, you know, a sander. standard screw. It kind of doesn't make sense. So you have 2 of these guys, but it looks like you just insert like that. Pretty simple. And then right here, one screw goes in like this. Really don't know how high to put these things on the wall. That's pretty much it. That side's in. They just come in 2 pieces, I bet, for shipping. And here is the second one of Allen's key. Pretty much this one's done, folks. Just remember, don't put it in backwards. Star's got to face forward when you're... So there it is, all assembled. Let's grab the other guy. Number 2 out of the box. There we have numero dos. Man, they give you some beefy screws. I guess thinking that the hoses are heavy, they give you pretty beefy screws, but you're going into concrete, so. Here's number 2. I'm actually in an unboxing mood today, so I've got a bunch of stuff to unbox for this project. Waiting on speaker wire to finish the 65-inch 4K bedroom project. So that should be here today, in which case I can get up in the attic tomorrow morning when it's cooler and pull the wires and run them down through the cap. So that's coming. There's our second one. And our second hardware here, which we don't need. We'll keep the Allen wrenches as a gift. Allen's key, as the stereo channel likes to call it. Steve Willison. Easy assembly process right here. And yet, I'm fumbling with it. Then we take the Allen's key here. That one feels a little bit stripped, but it went right in. And number 2. This one is complete. Now I'm going to show you guys the hardware we're going to use to install this on the walls outside. Back again, guys. These are the Wedget concrete screws. These are awesome, awesome, awesome for stucco concrete. They come with this bit, this drill bit. So what you do is drill a hole at least the length of the fastener. Otherwise, these will bottom out and you won't be able to get them in. So you go drill it at least that long, and then all you do is it comes with this bit. Comes with that bit. You just use this bit in your drill and drive that thing right into the wall. Super, super easy. They're called Wedget concrete screws. If you guys need to put anything in not drywall, into concrete or stucco or masonry, these things are freaking awesome. I use them everywhere. That's what we're going to use to install these guys. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and get this installed. I brought my level out here, and what we're doing is going to mark the center of the hose, level this out like this, make sure it's right in the center of the pipe, levels right there, so that's the center. That's what I'm going to work off of to get this guy installed. So my mark is here. I'm going to go right there. Looks pretty centered. Yep. Just gonna mark one side here. That's where our first bit is gonna go, our first screw. So we got our wedget concrete screws here. They come with this drill bit, masonry bit. We're gonna go at least the depth of the screw, which is 1 inch, I believe. Yep. Okay, perfect. Now it came also with a hex driver that fits it. Put that on our drill. And there is the first one. I screwed it in too much. Just like that. Now we got to get it level and mark the other one. I brought the small level for that. Right there. And we'll get the other screw in there now. There we go. Good to go. Now we'll get out our brand new hose. We really need a new spigot there. To do that, we have to turn off the water, and I bet you that won't come out. Here's our brand new expandable hose. 100 feet. Go ahead and hook that up. I'm going to replace this spigot for sure. I just don't know when. And let's get it wrapped. Oh, I wish I would have made it higher now. It's right on top of the spigot. I put this too low. I'm gonna leave it, but see how it's touching the spigot almost? That needs to be higher on the other side of the house. I'll end up moving this one eventually. Okay, so there's that. And here's the free free sprayer that it comes with. Yeah, I'm gonna make that higher on the other side. Almost wish I had a little hook. Yeah, that's not good. Perfect. And that's it, guys. It is installed. It should actually be up right around here. On the other side, I'm gonna get it another 6 inches or so. Looks good though. Came out really nice. What do you guys think? Looks awesome to me. All right, over here on the other side, working on the other one, where I won't make that mistake twice. And I forgot my pen. Of course. Center of this is right here. Right there. Center again here. Right there. Kind of where that dirt is. Puts our center right about there. I like it up higher over here, so not make that mistake twice. So we're gonna go right there. Just like that. Let's get our screws out and our bit. Perfect. I know that's the right bit. Why is it not fit? It came with the thing. Get it leveled. Right there. Oh, we marked it up a little bit. That sucks. Probably touch it up with something. Got a little bit of the drill on it. Dropped it. All right, driving the concrete screw in now. That is that. Thing is mounted. I guess if this thing leaks. Yep. Yeah, this thing's leaking like crazy. I'm taking this thing off. Have to end up getting a new one if I want another Y adapter on here. This actually is already wired over to the spigot over in the garden, so yeah, all right. Let's get our hose out. They give you an extra washer and a nice sprayer nozzle. All right. Yeah, that's much better. That other one's too low. Looks pretty good. Let's get our sprayer nozzle. These all come with a free nozzle, which isn't actually free, you're paying for it, but they all come with one. Cool. Awesome. Looks so good. I like it better up higher. Very nice, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. There'll be links in the description. Please like and subscribe for me. Have a good day.
Look at you, dude. You're at 796, dude. You're at 3 horsepower away. We're done. Here we are inside the Tesla, about to watch a video about me buying the Tesla. Pretty crazy, and we are watching it as it premieres on YouTube. I love this car. Yo, this looks fly, dog. Oh my goodness. That garage. Let's go. Guys, welcome back to the channel. We have a new adventure today for you on Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here, and today, look what we have. Here we've got this Mighty Max battery here. Pretty awesome. And we've also got this switch for the headlight, and we are going to get these both installed today on Supercar Street Racing. right, we are right in front of the Supercar Street Racing Design Studio here, which uses Minority Report technology to design our bike battery and switch system. We've got Photoshop open right here. We've got our clip art over on the monitor that you guys can't see. So the first thing we need is the generator on the bike. Now the bike does have a generator and not an alternator. So let's pull that over. Put it down here. We need a battery. Let's pull that over. Drop it up here. I've been having trouble trying to get the colors working on lines, but I think I might have it. And we need a switch here. And we need a light, and the closest thing, I didn't download a light, so the closest thing I have is here. And then we need to do our wiring. So the way a on-off switch works is that it just has a plus going in and a plus going out. It also has a negative if it has a light inside of it. So what we need to do is get power from our generator to our battery first. So let's draw a line here. And I think to do the color, you go fill, and you go solid, and you go like this. I have had trouble with this now 3 or 4 times. Let's see, RGB. Okay, there. So let's try that again. So you draw up here, stroke. Okay, yeah. All right, so you hit stroke and then you hit RGB and pick the color. So the positive is green on the bike coming out of the generator. The negative is brown. I don't know how we can get a brown on here. I guess it's close enough. Brown would be negative, and then green would be positive. All right, so we've got our positive and our negative feeding our battery. Now, the switch has a green, I think a black, a brown, and a blue, pretty sure. So then what we do is we go from the black from the actual battery will go to the negative on the switch. So that is negative from the battery to the switch. Then we go from the positive on the switch to one of the leads on, positive on the battery to one of the leads on the switch. So let's just do that one red. And then we will pull another one over here. Let's do that one blue. So this is negative, this is positive, and this is... Okay, wait, I did this part wrong. Back up. All right, so that's correct there. There's only one positive going to the switch, and then coming out of the switch, we go here with the positive, and then we go here with the negative. All right, so this is how the circuit works. So this is positive. It's tiny. Edit I can't do that. It's super tiny. Let's see if we can make that bigger. Okay. This is negative. Of course, the blacks are negative here. What does lorem ipsum mean? I don't even know. I wanted to Google that. And this guy is positive here. And of course, this guy is positive here. Okay, so how does this circuit work? Well, basically, the plus and the minus from the generator feed the battery, and it should charge the battery at the same time. If it doesn't, we'll have to use a battery tender. Then the positive from the battery goes into the switch. The negative for the battery goes into the light. As soon as you flip the switch on, what it does is it completes this circuit here, and it provides plus to this light. At the same time, it charges the battery. And since the LED light was flickering because of the lack of constant current, this will solve that whole problem with the flickering on the LED light. So let's get to work.
All right, we are out here in the garage taking a look at the existing wiring, and just a little update on my thumb. It is still jacked pretty good. I still can't bend it all that much. It's purple. I have 3rd-degree burns on the back of my legs from the exhaust pipe falling over on me, and I still have a busted up knee that you guys can't see very well. So, but I'm doing better. I will recover. Just a little minor accident in the Shamar Bridges mini bike and totaling the entire thing. I'm getting my chair out right now, and I'm going to cut the existing wiring and test the battery on the existing wiring. So let's cut our zip ties that we did so nicely and remove our condom. Always remove your condom. Okay, my thumb is pretty jacked up, so I'm having difficulties using it, but I think I can handle this. And now we need to strip these two, just so we can test the battery. And the battery is charged, by the way. I do have a charger as well. So let's go ahead and strip just enough off to test our battery. And so here we are, and we have our battery's going to lay kind of sideways in the bike. This should be enough if I can hold on to it. Should be green to positive, and orange is negative. And now you see how adequate that is for power, and that's what we are attempting to do today. All right, let's get working on this. Actually make the other set of connectors now. We're going to go ahead and run this black wire up to the light from the battery, and this is a little bit thicker gauge wire, and it's really hard to see, but there's a ridged side of this. That is the positive. Okay, so after playing around with it, I finally got the configuration correct. The blue wire from the switch goes to the green wire on the headlight, and the brown wire on the headlight goes to ground. And that is how this will be wired up. Okay, with all my frustrations over, we're going to turn our attention to mounting this switch. And it is just a Phillips head right there. So I'm going to grab the Phillips head driver and go ahead and loosen these two screws up. They have to come all the way off in order to put the clamp on. It's very hard to work with one thumb. And I've already crushed my thumb 2 or 3 times and made it hurt. All right, the verdict here is I know nothing about electronics and electricity because I thought I did, and now it does not work with the battery connected to the charger, the coil charger on the bike. No matter what, the wires get super hot, meaning there is a direct short. So I have opted to go without charging via the bike. I will just use the battery to eliminate the headlight, and I will charge it in between runs, which should last for a while. I would guess it will last longer than I'm willing to ride. So now we're gonna pull the battery feed up to the switch and wire it into the headlight. Okay, after a lot of curse words, the wiring is done. You can see here now, switch turns on the light. There's no flickering. When it's connected to the charger on the bike, it flickers like crazy because there's not enough voltage, I think, to keep it running. Very little voltage. And we have the nice blue light here. Now all we have to do is clean up this wiring next. Okay, well, I tried to get the wiring decent for a while, and I couldn't get it any better than this, and I am completely disappointed in myself. This is one of the worst projects I've ever done. I'm ending the video right here and leaving super pissed. Okay, I've collected my thoughts and my temper a little bit here, and now I'm going to go ahead and put on the slow charger. So we're going to set the charger to SLI, I believe that's what it says, and we're going to go to the lowest possible setting here and go ahead and charge this battery.
We're here once again in the Supercar Street Racing office preparing for the hurricane. You can see I brought everything in. It may not be necessary, but it took about 10 minutes to bring all the furniture up. And today we're looking at this amazing VESA PR800 wild camera, which was so gracefully supplied to us from the manufacturer to check out. Let's get this thing opened up, see what's inside, and have some fun on the channel. I'm hyped. We are back in hurricane prep mode now at Supercar Street Racing, and we got a hurricane coming tomorrow, and we're hoping we don't get too much of it. There's a little bit of wind out there right now, but nothing major. Today we get to open up the VESA PR800 Wildcam, which was so gracefully provided to us from the manufacturer to check out. And right here, right now, we are going to open this thing, and then we're going to test it out and see what it's all about. And unboxing this, already like the packaging a lot. And let's see what's inside this guy right here. And immediately opening it up, we can see that it is looking all camouflaged and nice. So definitely will be camouflaged on the trail. And then taking a look further inside, looks like there is a couple of peel satisfactions here on the camera with the peel sat, which I know you guys love that. Except I failed on that one. The other one just fell off. And there's your peel sat. And this one is going to be a royal pain for me to peel, ruining everything. And we finally got off the peel satisfaction there. And looking further into this thing, it looks like it's got two clamps here. Now keep in mind, oh, there's some more peel. I love it when they do that. They don't even tell you to remove this one, but there it is, guys, the peel sat for you. And opening up this trail cam, it looks like, oh wow, nice. It's got an LCD display right here, and I'm checking out, all right, down here it looks like there is a 6-volt power adapter hole there. Very nice. It's got a little LCD screen with some peel sat. That peel sat, oh, I messed it all up for you guys. That peel sat is so good. All right, we got everything peeled on this guy, and you can see right here, right now, it closes like that and clamps shut, weatherproof, just like that. Looking further into the package as we dig deeper into the trail cam, the PR800, looks like we have some kind of strap right there. Maybe it's to carry it around your neck, we're not sure. Be pretty cool. And then digging deeper here, we have a USB, and I forgot what type of USB that's called. It's not USB-C. It's like micro USB or something like that. And even further here, it looks like we might have a charger right here for a USB. And inside here is the hunting and trail manual with kind of an overview of everything. And it says use the 6-volt power cable in the camera. Since there's no built-in battery, the camera will power off when unplugged. Okay, so it looks like here it has to be powered all the time. Ah, or it has batteries, I see. So it looks like maybe we could use a battery bank on this, or we can just throw batteries into it and use it that way. And I guess it opens up in order for you to install the batteries.
right here. Looks like. And there is the 8 AA battery slot there. I'm more interested in trying a battery bank. And the batteries will not charge on this, so don't think this is chargeable. What you're doing here is just powering it with batteries, or you're powering it with 6 volts through this port. And that leads me to go grab my battery bank and see if we can figure out how to use that. And we have returned with my generic battery bank here, and I'm really curious to see if this guy, oh, that's looking neat in the display. I'm curious to see if this guy will power via the power plug here, the battery bank. So let's get that power wire undone here. And you can see it has that little round type so you don't mistake it for anything else. And somewhere on here there's a USB port. Haven't found it yet. And that must be for getting, there it is. So it's for getting the stuff off of there, I'm assuming. Right here, right now, let's go ahead and plug in this power to our power brick and see what happens. All right, so we're just inserting the power cable right there, and then our power adapter pretty much has USB A and C and every other type. So let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. And I believe the power is off, but we do have power supplied to it now. Let's see what happens when we turn this on.
Robert, it goes down.
And nothing happened. Interesting. Curious if I have to power my power bank on. That says power. Alright, I'm going to see if I can figure this out and get back to you guys. Alright, I did some experimenting here, and interestingly enough, when I plugged it into my Samsung charger, it did come on. Aha! It comes on here now with my battery bank. Alright. So yeah, it didn't power up the first time with either the power on my nightstand or with my battery bank, but now it is on, and you can clearly see on the screen there is something on the screen there, and that is the front of the camera, what you're seeing. And notably, there is a SD card in here, a 32 gigabyte SD card that came with it. It says it doesn't come with it, but it absolutely did come with one. So that is interesting that it wouldn't power up before. I'm going to try now in the nightstand power bank and see what happens. And it does power up there as well, so not sure what was going on before, but it absolutely works now. So digging a little bit, it just gave a low battery indicator as if the cable came disconnected, so I'm wondering if there is a short in this cable somewhere. But this does not charge. There are no batteries in here from what I can tell. So we're just running off the cable right now. But we are going to set this up with the battery pack outside and go ahead and play with it and see what it will do. And then we'll go from there, because this does not charge and I'm not going to load it up with AA batteries at this point. Now just quickly going through the menu here on the PR800 Wild camera, we can see here that we can set up things like the mode, which you can switch between photo, video, and photo and video. Photo pixel, so you can change the resolution. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the highest resolution, 42 megapixels. You can put on continuous shooting and you can make it shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 photos. Video length, you can put it 5, 10, 20, 30, or 1 minute. Let's go ahead and put it on 30. Resolution, you can change from VGA to 720p to 1080p to 2K or 2.7K. I'm going to go ahead and go to 2.7K. Low, medium, high, PIR sensitivity, whatever that means. EIR interval. Whoops, I went back out. Not sure what that is. There's a timer. There's a time-lapse mode here. There's an auto power off, which is not on right now. And here's where you set your date and time. Record audio, yes or no. Device sound, you can turn the sound effect off and on for this guy. Timestamp on. Format. That format's the SD card. And there's the software version. Let's go ahead and set the date and time if it's not set already. So it's set to 1/1/2023, when in fact it is August 29th, 2023. Let's see if we can go backwards. There we go. It thinks it is 8:36. Well, that's not good. How do I get to the time? Okay. So it is officially 4:58 p.m. 16:58. Let's see if it saved that. Yep, it did. Okay, cool. So that's a little look at the menu here on the trail cam. Let's see if we can figure out now how to set it up. All right, I've been trying out the trail cam for a minute, the PR800, and now I'm pretty confident I understand how this guy works. So the power switch right here has two modes. One is setup and one is on. When the switch is in setup, that's when you can operate all the menu buttons and set up the actual trail cam. When you pop the switch over to on, then it counts down from 5 and then the camera is ready to start recording. Now, a negative that I already see about the camera is the position of the power. When this power is connected all the time, you can't sit the camera on the actual bottom. It would have to be put on a mount. Now on the rear, it does have provisions for a mount of some kind, or on the bottom actually, right there. It has a screw mount where you could put like a stake or something and drive it into the ground. Or you could just zip tie it to a tree or whatever. But I did do some sample videos here for you guys, and when you go back into the setup mode and then you go into the replay mode, you can actually see here that I recorded some videos in the dark, some in the light, and some outside. And we will give you guys an actual video sample here coming up, and we will do that in a few minutes. I wanted you guys to see how the setup versus the on switch works here. So the replay button puts you in replay mode to watch videos. The mode button switches between photo and video mode right there. And then if you just want to take an instant picture, you use the shot button right there. So that's kind of the way that the menu items operate here on the PR800 wild camera here by VESA. And now we're going to take a little bit more in-depth look at maybe using AA batteries in this and how that will actually turn out. Let's check it out. All right, so I have removed the little safety cover there on the PR800, and to load the batteries, you simply put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 AA batteries in this thing to use those. I'm not going to load it. I do have them here. I am quite satisfied with the existing configuration of using a power cable because I'm not going to be placing this outside yet, but it does have a feature where it will power off and save batteries until it needs to power back on. So that's why you can use batteries and it doesn't just eat them up instantly. But that is a good look at the PR800.
Here's a look at the back of it. Like I said, it's got some little handles right there. You could easily zip tie this to something. And then it's got a threaded mount on the bottom where you could probably put it on a tripod or maybe a stake into the ground. And you can see right here, right now, it has infrared LEDs on the front as well. Alright, so I have been playing with the trail cam for a few minutes now, and I actually left it out here to play with the wildlife. It's been running for about 6 or 7 minutes, so I'll show you guys how I set it up. So there we see we have an alligator right there, actually. Alligator, turtles, all kinds of wildlife chilling. And the camera is set up right here, and it should have gotten some shots. And I have the battery bank set up right here. And if we come back to this guy and we go back to setup, it's kind of hard to get the switch in the right position because you tend to like turn it off, but it doesn't always come on when I put it in setup, which is interesting. Kind of the problem I had with it in the very beginning. Yeah, there it goes, finally. Now, it's starting to rain, so we're going to take this whole thing inside now. There comes the hurricane. And yeah, so that is a nice look at the trail cam and what it can do. And now we will take it back into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to take a in-depth look at the actual ad for this trail cam. Welcome back to the beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studios. We produce high quality 4K video right here in front of your eyes, and we try to do it live every time for you guys. It's good to see you again. And today, as you can see up behind me right here, we are prepping for Hurricane Idalia, or however you want to pronounce it, but it is on the way to somewhere in Florida, around the Big Bend or whatever they call it. Looks like we won't get a whole lot in Jacksonville. I'm hoping it's going to swing up and around, but we are prepping for that right now. But we are here not to talk about weather. We're here to talk about the VESA trail camera, and we just showed you that in the wild and how it operates and some actual footage of it. Now right here it says it's a 58 megapixel screen, a 2-inch, I don't know about huge screen, it is a screen. But yeah, so it's a game hunting camera with night vision, and we went through the whole setup and everything on it. The only thing I can really say about the camera that was a negative was that it was kind of flaky with powering off and on. I don't know what that was about. I'll probably have to play with it a little bit more. The night vision works really well, and the detection settings work really well, so I was pleased with that. It has 4.8 stars, so that's great, and here is an actual picture of it and some of the pictures online that they are highlighting of the camera. It does come with a 32 gigabyte SD card, and I didn't use much of that, but again, I didn't record a whole ton of video, and that's going to of course depend on your quality settings and what you're going to put those on. But yeah, I did like the way the pictures looked. It does come with a charging cable, which is awesome, but it does not charge. It's kind of misleading. You can either power it off of batteries or off of a hard power. Now, the disappointing thing about the power cable is it sits right underneath the device, making it impossible to sit on the ground and plug in at the same time unless you can kind of dig out a little hole for the power cable, which is what I did. It does come with a data USB cable too, but obviously the best way to actually get stuff off of the card is to use one of these. USB SD card readers here like I use for the GoPro, which is going to be way faster than using the cable. And so I'm going to give this guy an overall good rating. I mean, I think it's worth the $50. It's 10% off right now, so you can save another $5 on this thing. And I encourage you guys to please buy through my link. I'll have a link for this guy right in the description down here. Please purchase the camera through my link or anything else you need from Amazon. You don't have to find the actual product. You can click my link for the camera and you can buy anything you want, and it helps us out so much. It gives us just a little bit of money, a tiny bit of money to keep supporting Supercar Street Racing. Wish me luck with the Hurricane, guys. We'll check in with you. We are also live on Supercar Street Racing with our Hurricane Idalia cam. If you just look on the channel, you'll see that right now. Please tune in and give me some comments and suggestions in the Hurricane cam and tell me what you think, and we'll see you guys next time. I'm out of here. All right, guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and in front of me today in the SCSR office we have something that is neither a camera or a duck, but it is a cam duck, and it did come in a plain brown box here with just this duck on top, and we can see it also right up here on Amazon if we click on that. So today our mission is simple. Cam Duck asked us to get with you guys and take a look at the cam duck and see if you like it. And I have one right here in front of me, so I am going to be opening this momentarily with you guys. Yes, this is the Cam Duck XN BK. There are two versions available up here. One is with a SD card and one is not. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have a proud sponsor. Cam Duck has sponsored this video, and they have sent us a Cam Duck XN BK to check out today on the channel. And what exactly is a Cam Duck? Well, this is a hidden camera charger. It has motion detection and it is wireless, and we have one right here today to check out and unbox on the channel. Now, taking a look at the plain box, as I said before, there is not really a whole lot on the box at all except for the front. There is that cute little Cam Duck logo looking so cute and fresh and fly. And up here on the screen you can see that they are $89 at this time, and it says it's discreet. You can barely tell that this thing has a camera on it. Apparently it has night vision, 4K video quality, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, device sharing, and instant alerts for motion detection. And going through the pictures up here on the screen, which we will also do later in the production studio, we can see here continuous innovation, things like that. Completely hidden, ultra wide angle, etc, 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 remote viewing. You can connect directly to the camera without Wi-Fi using Bluetooth if you have to, and there is an app to go with this camera. So let's take a look at what's inside the box now. Okay, we have the Cam Duck in front of us right now on Supercar Street Racing, provided by the manufacturer to go ahead and take a look and do a review. So let's go ahead and see what is inside of the Cam Duck box here. And right on top, you do actually see the Cam Duck, and look at that. It has 4 regular 110 volt outlets on it, and they are sideways, which means it might be easier to put power bricks on it. It does have a screw hole here, so you can actually secure it to the outlet if you want to. And then up top here, it has 2 USB Type A and 1 USB Type C connector for direct connection to charging your devices. Now, looking further into the box, we do see the user manual here, which we will look at in a minute. We also have a micro SD to USB. Let's go ahead and open that. Yeah, this is just a SD card reader. You put your micro SD card right in the top. Cool. But it's only USB 2.0, unfortunately. No USB 3. Here is the screw that you can use to secure the Cam Duck to your actual outlet if you wish to. You have to take off your cover plate to do that. And then further inside the box here, we do have a blue. Wow, this is interesting. But it does look like this guitar pick. That's a guitar pick. And that's all that's inside the box for the Cam Duck. We do not have a SD card, was not provided for this, so we would have to supply our own if we want to record, I'm assuming. Now, looking at the front of the Cam Duck right here, there is a reset button right here, if you notice, right next to the actual camera eye. This must be audio mic, doesn't say. I know what this is for now, to take off the back plate to get to the SD card slot, which is right there. And they did not provide one, so I have one. I will go grab it now. All right in front of me, there is a very small 4 GB SD card. So that will not record for long, but this is just for testing. Okay, it just does go simply like that. And this is cool because if anybody took out this from the wall, they would never know. And then your SD card cover just does pop right back on like that. Okay, we just did insert our SD card in the hidden pocket beneath the back of the cam duct. And now continuing through the manual here, it does have an infrared lamp on the bottom. This part right here is an infrared lamp. These are all charge ports, USB type A, USB type A, and USB type C, and it does provide 5 volts and 2.1 amps. Now we will go over the lights and what they mean when we go ahead and plug in the cam duct and start configuring it, but there are different colored lights to let you know what is going on with the operation of the cam duct. Now downloading the app is pretty simple. There is a QR code provided here to download it, or you can search for the cam duct app manually. Let's go on our phone here and get that done real quick. Okay, we are now on the phone here, and all we have to do supposedly is scan. We're also recording on the phone, and it did go ahead and prompt me to open up this link, and there is the cam duct Android and iPhone download. Let's go ahead and download it and install it. And the device is installing cam duct. It says app access opening, and it does want permissions. I'm going to go ahead and grant while using the app. I'm going to go ahead and set everything allow, and we'll go ahead and start on the app. It says click the plus sign in the upper right to add a camera. We have not plugged this in yet. Let's move this whole thing to, all right, we have moved the official party to the kitchen now. And so we are going to go ahead and plug in the cam duct to this outlet here. And if you want to, you can remove the plate and you can secure the cam duct via this little screw hole right there, but let's go ahead and plug it in. Now, this is not directly facing my door. I could put it over to the left here where it is. I kind of want to check the angle. Now it is flashing blue and red. You can see the two lights there, one flashing blue rapidly and one flashing red. The blue light flashing means camera is not connected to Wi-Fi. Not sure, but it says red light on until off, SD card is recognized. Red light and blue light mean the camera factory settings have been restored. Now all the lights have gone out in the camera. Let's go ahead and click add on the app. I'm going to go remote monitor setting instead of close range monitor setting. It is now asking me for the model, and I did find the model number. It is asking me for the password. Now it says if the camera, please check if the camera was plugged in and there are lights flashed after plugged in. It wants me to power off and power back on the camera. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Okay, I heard it reset. If blue light flash until off, please tick. And all the lights did turn off again. I am super confused. Let me look at the instructions. All right, it says turn on Bluetooth on your mobile phone. It is. Okay, it wants me to connect my phone to the camera's Wi-Fi. So I'm doing that now. Oh, I got it. I clicked back to the app at that time. It says it's connecting to Wi-Fi. I don't see anything happening on the front of the device. Okay, there it says connecting to Wi-Fi. It's at 1%, and it's counting upwards. There is no lights on the device right now. Okay, my battery's probably almost dead. And of course it did not connect to Wi-Fi. Oh, now it says it found one camera. It said it failed to connect to Wi-Fi, but then it said that it did. It's trying to connect to Wi-Fi again. It failed the first time. So let's see if it works this time. We're moving strictly to the phone now. Okay, for reasons unknown, I came back after moving it from there to there, and it instantly connected. And if we go into the settings, we go into network information, it is connected to the network, and it says it's got a good connection. So it would not connect over there. 2 feet away it will, and here is the actual picture from the screen. And you can see down here you can record, and I just switched it onto 4K. Okay, it is not seeing my SD card, so that part is not working. Let's go ahead and get some video recorded directly from the cam duct. Okay, obviously this SD card has a major problem. It must be completely shot because it melted the back of the cam duct cover. It got so hot. So I'm gonna go find another SD card. This SD card has some major problems. Who knows if this will even work again. All right, I'm absolutely 1000% surprised that this actually worked, but I did put a 64 gig SD card in there in place of the 4 gig that melted the whole thing, and it actually is formatting the SD card now. So that means you'll be able to record to your SD card and go ahead and play back directly from that, and then actually record from that to your camera if you want to. So this is formatting. I'll get back to you guys when it's done. Our SD card is done formatting. These glasses look fly, and there I am right there, and it is saying it is recording in 4K. Now, it should be continuously recording, meaning I would be able to take the SD card out and get the video directly off the SD card. Or if I hit record here on the phone, I think this records to the phone itself, but I have not quite figured that out. I checked the instruction manual here. There was nothing on it about where the videos say from on the phone, but let's see if we can find them. Alright guys, it is the next day and we did have to restart the cam duct this morning to get it back onto Wi-Fi. It lost its Wi-Fi connection last night, but it came right back on when I started it, and I am going to let the manufacturer know that I had a little bit of issues with that. Yes, we did get video off of the SD card. You guys saw that, and I am showing you a recording now in the corner of the actual screen grab of the live view of the cam duct. The cam duct is sitting right here in front of me, plugged into the wall, and as you can see right here, it has a great view of the door here in the kitchen and the windows. So this is a good security device to have at your external perimeter like I do here. I am working on getting a new garage door. I already ordered it. It'll be about 4 or 5 weeks before it comes in, and it is clear, so we will have a clear door to the garage, which is going to be very cool. But I am working with the manufacturer for cam duct to improve the product and work on some of the English problems in the app, because the app is hard to understand and it is very difficult to connect to Wi-Fi because you can't understand the app. And I'm going to be working with them on some of the bugs that I find and making sure we improve this product for cam duct, because they were so generous to send us a cam duct to go ahead and review for you guys and throw up on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, thank you so much for being a Supercar Street Racing watcher. Thanks for liking and subscribing to the videos, and please remember to go ahead and buy all your Amazon products through the links in the description. It helps us out so much and we really do appreciate it. And we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. We have another review coming up of another type of camera, and that'll be up this coming week. So stay tuned for that, and we'll see you guys next time. All right, 335i 0 to 60 and more with a tune. So that's transmission XHP flashed, stage 2. E85 30% mix with just downpipes and a tune. Hey, welcome to the channel, guys. This is an exciting day we have for you today. One of the biggest days of the year for me. I have finally in my hands a new phone here. So for the last 2.5 years or so, I have had the Galaxy S20 Ultra 5G. So I've been waiting for the next generation of camera phones to come out, because camera in the phone is what I use it most for. And the S22 Ultra 5G was released a couple of weeks ago, or planned to be released a couple weeks ago, and we have right here in our hands a S22 Ultra 5G. So we are recording this video on an S20 Ultra 5G, and we will move to the S22 in the middle of the video and let you guys see what the comparison is there. So we have it brand new in the box. It's still sealed here. Has not been opened at all. I need a free hand, but I'm going to put my tablet in there as well so we can do some other video. If I can do this with two hands. But yeah, so we got the S22 Ultra right here. We got some closer video here with my tablet. Believe me, guys, I'll get a good camera eventually. But here we go. So first impressions right here. Here's the case, the box for the, not the case, the box for the S22 Ultra 5G. It comes in a really nice black box with a big S on the front. Now this is 45 watt charging. They did not move to the next level of charging, which is super disappointing for me. The only plus on that is the new phones from Samsung do not come with a charger. So in order to reduce costs, they do not give you a charger with these phones. They give you a cable, but no plug for the 45 watt. Now luckily, that's the pro of having the S20 Ultra 5G. It does have I do have a charger for that guy. So here we go. So I just got the tape off of that, and I've got my tablet going right here for a closer look view. And yep, there it is. All right, guys, there's the phone fresh out of the packaging right there. And for those of you guys who like the 4K video better, here is the phone directly in the box, unpackaged from T. And dropped it, of course. I wish I would have broken it. That would have been epic. Funny story, I broke my S20 Ultra the first day I had it while I was putting on my screensaver. It fell off the counter and broke. So that would have been another epic breakage. But I do have the insurance, and no, it did not break. There it is, but that was also good content. Alright, so it does have a screensaver on it. We're going to go ahead and power that guy on now and see what happens. So I'm going to hold down the side button. I'm assuming it's charged a little bit. Let's see. No, if it doesn't come on, maybe it needs to be charged. Let's see what happens. Probably got to hold it for longer than that. So we're waiting for that guy to come on now, and it may be completely dead. Oh, there it goes. We got the Samsung Galaxy on there. Here it comes. Got some good close-up video going here on the tablet. Unfortunately, the tablet's only 1080p. Looking inside the box, while that's going to power up, we've got this little packet right here. And inside we've got some little instructions, like terms and conditions here. And the phone is powered up. It says welcome. We've got the USB Type-C cable inside of the little packaging, and we've got a SIM puller. Now we don't have to take the SIM out of my old phone is what I understand. This should just work. So if we hit welcome now, we see it's still up at the welcome screen right there. I'll be going back and forth between this and my tablet, or either I'll have the tablet in a little window for you guys. But we hit start. It wants a SIM card, so I'm not sure if we're supposed to switch SIM cards or what we're supposed to do. If we do have to do that, we will be having to move to the other phone, because I was under the impression that this guy came with a SIM card, but let's see. I thought it came with a different SIM card. Okay, it says quick start. It says insert the SIM card. Okay, so this guy did not come with a SIM card, so let's see. No, I don't see one there. There's not one in here that I'm aware of. Yeah, I think I have to take the SIM card out of the other phone and put it in this one, which is annoying. Because I was under the impression it came with a brand new SIM card, guys, but I guess it doesn't. So that's going to put a stop to the 4K part of the video from the S20 Ultra. Once I get this phone up and running, I guess, well, I guess I could still film from that phone without a SIM card. Let me get that SIM card out, and then I will be back with you guys. Alright guys, so I got the SIM card out of the old phone. You would have laughed so hard. The SD card there went flying across the room. And by the way, there is no SD card slot in the new phone. So I got the SIM card tray out here. I got the SIM card right here. I'm about to remove the, first I gotta find it where the SIM card goes in here. Ah, it's on the bottom right there. Go ahead and put the SIM card in here and then I'll update you guys on my progress. Okay guys, here is the SIM card tray right there for the new phone. Much smaller because it doesn't have a, does not have a SD card option. And it is notched out, so you can only put this in one way. So there's a notch in the upper corner. There's absolutely no way you can get this wrong, but it should just like go right in there without a problem. Yep, okay, so I'm gonna need 2 hands to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'll be back with you guys. All right guys, so it got the SIM card and it wants to restart. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. We are back on the S20 Ultra 5G. So the phone is restarting now. Noticeably heavier than the S20 Ultra 5G, but I heard that about it. It does have a big battery, so I was expecting that to be a little bit heavier. So this guy's restarting now with the SIM card from the S20, and then I think we have to transfer all my data. And I don't quite know how yet. I think you can pull it back from Samsung Cloud, but I'm gonna find out right now when this thing comes back and I get all signed in. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Okay, I wanted you guys to actually see this. It rebooted. It had a little Android logo and then it rebooted. So now it's back on the way up. Again, this is being recorded on a S20 Ultra 5G. So it's 4K video that I'm recording. I won't shoot 8K yet because my video card won't render 8K in hardware. It takes forever to render it in software. But here we go, T-Mobile is starting up now. You guys are seeing this first with me, so this is the first time. And I think it's probably trying to figure out the network and all that. But yeah, here's the old SD card that is no longer supported. It is a 64 gigabyte SD card. Now this is a 512 gigabyte S22 Ultra. I actually literally have no need for an SD card. I'm not going to fill up 512 gigabytes ever. So it looks like it's booting up now. And it says welcome. Let's get started. You got to agree to this, agree to that, agree to that, agree to all. That's fine, whatever. Fix it later. But here it goes to the next, where it wants to get to my Wi-Fi network. So let's choose my network here. I'll let you guys go aside while I put the password in. Alright, it says connected. Alright, it's connected to my Wi-Fi network. That's good. Been having Wi-Fi issues lately, so it's looking for updates. It may find some stuff to do here. It says it's getting my phone ready. It's supposed to be a really fast phone, so I'm curious to see like what the difference is in CPU speed here. But it is getting ready. Let's go ahead and get this into a place where you guys can actually see it. It says scan the code with your old device for more information on how to switch. So it gives you data on how to switch. I believe you just use smart switch to do it. Samsung or I'm not sure. I did it on my last phone. It was really easy. I'm gonna do it on the fly with you guys though. Still says getting ready. We'll be back when it says that we are ready for the next step. All right, guys, so smart switch is connected. I've never done it this way, but I was just curious on how to do this. It's saying what data do you want to transfer? So here's the old device. Here's the new device. Everything. Let's do it all. All. All right, here we go. And it says, do you want to copy to your new device down here? Yes, we do. And it wants me to unlock. And there it goes. So it's copying everything now. I'll get back to you guys when it's done. All right, guys, so it asked me some questions here about some apps that wanted to transfer, like Scam Shield for T-Mobile. I did let it do that. It asked me for a new device pin. I did put that in. Now, the only thing is that I am going to have to re-enroll my device for my dual factor for my work. So that's kind of a pain because I don't believe it will carry over. So I'll have to take some time to figure out how to do all that on my new device. But yeah, it's getting my phone ready. So it looks like it's going to reset. It said the SIM card was changed. And we'll get back to you guys when it does that. So this guy just came back and he wants to do diagnostic data. Fine, whatever. So T-Mobile says I'm all set up here, so let's finish. All right, so interesting. This is how it came up. This one's still going though. I'm not sure what that's about because it says it's done. Although it is downloading something up here. Oh, it's completing setup and transferring data. Okay. It's not done yet. See? Stop being impatient, people. Stop it. All right, I'll let you guys know when this is done transferring data. All right, guys, so this is definitely a process. It's been going for about 20 minutes now, and it is not even halfway done yet. So I think that I would recommend that battery's at 64%. This battery's in the 70% range. I think we're good on that guy right there. So I'm just gonna let this go, and I'll be back with an update when this is done. All right, guys, so welcome back to the channel. You are now in S22 Ultra 4K 60 frames per second, and I wanted you guys to be able to do a back-to-back to the other phone, which is actually right here. So here's the S20 Ultra. Just trying to get everything off of it so I can get this returned because I got a $500 credit for this guy. Great phone. I've always had good luck with this guy over the years, and there's nothing against this phone. It's just 2.5 years old. I had a chance to get the S22 Ultra 5G and get a $500 credit, and I did it, and so far so good. There are some pains switching over, absolutely. You gotta buy a new case doesn't fit. You gotta buy a new screen protector doesn't fit. And all of your settings and apps will mostly go in unless you have some dual factor authentication things that require biometrics or things like that. You will have to re-register it. So overall, I would so far recommend this. I wanted to get this out to you on the first day, so I got to start editing, figuring out where all my footage is. It's on 3 different devices, and then you guys will probably see this tomorrow. All right, I love you guys. Have a good night. Super Sugar Racing. Peace out. In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen today, you got Brad here, and this morning we are checking out the Crafter's Mark picture light. This is a wireless, meaning it recharges picture light. You can see it right there, sitting so fresh and so fly. You can see the mounting hardware that came with it, and you can see the remote control, the charging cable. They even give you some screws, and then this is the manual. And today we're going to be taking a look at this on the channel, so hang out and let's check this out. This tiny Tesla has nothing to do with this wireless Crafter's Mark picture light that we have sitting on the counter today in Supercar Street Racing. Right in front of me, we have already unboxed this thing for the purpose of going ahead and charging it so that after that, we can go ahead and do a full review and hang this Crafter's Mark picture light up in the SCSR garage. We're gonna be adding this over our SCSR custom artwork that we made there. But now let's take a close and in-depth look at everything that is in the Crafter's Mark wireless picture light. We do have the one in brass right here sitting in front of us to check out. All right, a further look at what's inside of the box here with the Crafter's Mark. You get this nice hanging bracket that goes right on this. Basically, the way you do this is you screw, the screw's already in the bottom of this, you remove the screw, take it out and screw it to this bracket like this, which we will do here momentarily. And that's how you mount that. Then this ball gets screwed into the end of here, right? And then so that's what magnetically attaches this bracket to the light so that the light is removable to be recharged. Now I'm curious as how long this light actually lasts. We will be testing that as well. And then further in the box, we do have a remote control right here. We have our mounting screws to mount it to the wall and a short pigtail USB Type-C right here. Let's take a look at this remote control now. All right, the remote for the wireless picture light is sitting in front of me and it uses AAA batteries just like this. Let's go ahead and load these AAA batteries up. We did end up getting our remote control batteries loaded into the back of the remote, but I am unable to get the back to stay on for some reason. It does want to fall off. It won't click shut. So I don't know, probably a defective back right there, but yeah, the back just falls off for some reason. Not sure why. On the front of the remote control, you can see our on off button right there. There is a plus minus brightness adjustment. Right below that, there is a timer for 2, 4, or 8 hours. And then at the bottom, they have a warm white, neutral white, and cold white setting on the remote control, which we will test out as soon as we get a full charge on the actual picture light. Okay, so mounting the light is pretty simple here. You have this plate that goes on the wall that's secured by screws, which they did provide here, but also if you take this bracket here and you look at the very bottom, there was a screw there. You simply line up this hole here, the small hole with the small hole in the bracket, and then put the screw right in from the other side like this. Just like that is how it works. And you just take your screwdriver here and tighten up the bracket. Just like that. This thing is ready to be mounted to the wall now by those two screws right there. Okay, for the next step of this, we just have to take our magnetic ball here and go ahead and screw it into the end of this pipe adapter bracket thing. That is it. Pretty simple. And now this adapter bracket mounting plate is magnetic and the light will stick directly onto this part. My plan right here and right now is to try not to use drywall inserts. It's not very heavy, so the combined total of weight here shouldn't be too much that it would pull regular drywall screws out of the wall. We'll just have to be careful when we remove the light. We hold the bracket so we don't rip the drywall screws right out. I'm just gonna use what they gave me, but they did give me inserts. Should I use those maybe? I don't know, let's go see. We are out here in the SCSR compound garage and you can see my custom canvas artwork right there for the Tesla Model S Plaid and then my Tesla print right down there. Now my plan is to light up above this. So we're gonna go up there and mount the light up there. So we will need a chair or stool to get up there and then we'll go ahead and center it and then level it and then put it straight up there. Let's go. Out in the SCSR garage now. And our goal is simply one thing today, to center this bracket above this print, and so that would put us at half of 29.5 is our goal here. That should be the center. So I'm just gonna go straight up here above that. Right there. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get some long drywall screws for this. I did acquire some long drywall screws for this. So all we have to do is get close and get this thing kind of level. And don't forget that the actual light is on a magnet ball mount, so you can actually turn that to make that level as well. And all I'm gonna do is center it right there. I'm centering it with the plaid logo. I'm just gonna make a mark. And all we need to do is screw this bad boy in. Oh, let me grab the light and see if this is gonna cover the picture. That should be fine. All right, that's fine. So now all we have to do is level this with our level and put the other screw in. So I'll put my level on top and then go ahead and push in my screw. This is ready, guys. Drive it right in. It's not tight. If it pulls out, I'll use their inserts for it. It's really light though. Okay, our prep work is done. All we have to do now is go ahead and mount this. And over here on the switch, you have on, and then when you press it again, it changes the color temperature. And then holding it down, it goes off. Just like that. That's all you have to do. And let's turn it on. And we have our new light. And stepping back, you can see our nice artwork lit up there. Very bright. We do have our remote, even though I couldn't get the back to stay on. Probably just an issue with the back, but looks like this is the infrared receiver for the remote. So just make sure you have that facing the right direction. And then we can go ahead and dim the light, increase it. And let's take note, it is 1:10 p.m. And I put the light on the second click up, and then we're gonna see how long this lasts. And then at night tonight, we'll come out here again and show you guys what it looks like at night. But that's a good look at the light mounted, and the output is very nice, and it does light up this whole entire picture. It'd be cool to have another one down there at the bottom, but I don't have a second one. So for now, we're gonna see how long this lasts. All right, I wanted to show you guys some of the features of the remote. So this is the color temperature. That is neutral, that's cool, and that's warm. There's also a timer function on here, 2, 4, or 8 hours. When you press it, the light will go off, and that is it. You can dim and raise the brightness there. That is full, 1. There are 3 total brightness levels. This is the lowest, and that is the medium, and that is the brightest. I'm gonna go to medium. And then there's basically just on, off, and that are all of the features of the remote control for the rechargeable LED picture frame light. All right, guys, it is now 9:16 p.m. in Supercar Street Racing compound. So this has been running for 8 hours. Let's go outside into the garage and see what it looks like now after 8 hours. All right, so here is the SCSR garage with the wireless. And I know the colors are probably exaggerated because at night the phone tends to oversaturate the colors, but that is after 8 hours of battery life, it is still running strong. And we'll be curious to see tomorrow morning what happens with this picture frame. But you can see it lights up that on low light just fine, and it's pretty cool lighting up the SCSR custom artwork that I ordered online. And probably another one would be nice right here, lighting up this guy. I'll see if the manufacturer wants to send me a second one to put right there, but I'm curious how many days or hours that will go with one battery charge. But we're already at 8 hours. We have no issues whatsoever battery life, and it is on the lowest setting in the garage, and it looks fire, dog. Let's go, dog. We'll check it again in the morning and see if it's still on. If not, hey, it's still a win for Supercar Street Racing and you guys. All right, it is the next day out in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and you can see here that the light is still running strong the next day. It's still on low, and it still looks like it has the same amount of power that it did yesterday. That means it was been running since 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon, so put the math together in your head. This thing's been running for a pretty long time. And I have to say, that's pretty cool. If I only have to charge it once every other day or once every 3 days, I don't mind doing that just to have some ambient light in here. But yeah, so far so good for the picture light, the rechargeable picture light. And now let's throw it to Supercar Street Racing Studios, where Brad has a bunch of more information about this wireless charging picture light and where you can pick yours up and how you can help represent the channel Supercar Street Racing to help us grow. Let's throw it out there right now to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Hey guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. You're back in the 4K production studio with Brad, and today we have a generous gift from Crafters Mark. They donated to the channel one of these awesome picture lights to hang on your wall over your artwork. Now this does come in 3 different colors. You can see right here, gold, black, and brass. Now the one we got was gold colored, and I do like that in the SCSR garage. The light is still running after a day and a half of being lit up, so it does have a great battery life. It is on sale right now, so go ahead and go to the link in the description and pick up your light, because this company would love for you to check it out, and I highly recommend it. It has 3 color temperatures, 3 levels of brightness, and an on-off switch and a timer. Go ahead to the description, get your light right now. You can see right here, it shows you that it does a very wide light range and stronger color rendition than the other lights. 3 color temperatures, a 350 lumen high brightness on the light, a timer setting, convenient charging, so basically it's magnetic. You pull it off the little ball there, you put it on your USB Type-C charger, and it just does charge straight up for you. All right guys, thanks for checking out the Crafters Mark wireless art light. We're so glad to have you on the channel again. Please like and subscribe, and go down in the description. Buy anything you want through any of our links in the description, and it gives me just a little bit of credit on Amazon. We got to get out of here because I'm wearing guitar pants and we have to go to dinner later. All right, we got the guys out here getting ready to put the forms up. They want to be famous on YouTube. And what they're doing out here is leveling these 2 areas. Right here by the sunroom will be up on the, almost to the foundation of the house. And then it's going to step down right here to another concrete. That's going to extend all the way out and then go all the way to the end of the house here. You can see here they're working on leveling this part out and clearing it out so that they can form it up. And they are spreading what's there in order to level out this area. So they're using the existing topsoil and mulch to make a base for the concrete. It's already looking crazy, and it's just amazing looking. And we'll get back to you guys with an update as soon as we have one. Little update from this side over here as well. Concrete will run all the way up to this area here where the pavers start, and then go all the way up to the front of the gate, and then there's going to be a pad at that gate in front of the gate as well. And it looks like they are going to form completely today, so we're stoked about that. Alright, so they are out here forming, getting everything ready on both sides. You could see the form for the step-up patio, and then this is happening on this side. Looks like they've been kind of raking and leveling things out over here. And that's what is happening right now. That's all I got for now. Hey guys, stepping outside into the very hot day and taking a look at what's going on outside. And we have the forms complete here, and I have to cut that wood and trim it so that it fits back into this location here. But basically, we are going to be pouring concrete in there. See how it's split level to match the foundation of the house. And I have to do something with this ugly area over here. I haven't decided yet. And concrete all the way back there. And then when they get to the well pump right there, they will go around it and leave a little section there where I can put rocks down. And I'll do lava rocks there, kind of like what I have right here. And then over here, I think they went to lunch right now. And over here they are still in the process of trying to form this up. But this side will be pretty simple, except for over here where they have some work to do. But yeah, that's where we are so far, guys. These alligators don't know what the hell to make of my drone over there. Look at my drone. Look at these alligators. I was trying to fly it over their head, but I'm sucking at it. These guys are staring at it like, get out of here. Guys are out here doing stump grinding, which is insane. Alright guys, once again I'm an absolute idiot. I did a whole entire project without my wireless mic on and didn't check the first clip. And always check your very first clip, the first 5 seconds or so. And I can tell I have dust in my throat right now because I'm about to choke. So this is a upgrade for the office that has 6.5 inch in-ceiling speakers in it. And what we are going to be doing today is we are going to be upgrading those to the 8-inch pile PDIC, I believe it's R81. I don't have it right in front of me, but yeah, those are right here. They're a two-way in-ceiling speaker. And here I am unboxing the PDIC R81 and trying to get all this ready to be installed in the office ceiling. And so once again, I will be voiceovering this whole clip because I'm an idiot and I don't know how to do anything right with microphones or video production quality at all. Here's me rotating the clips toward the inside, but before you rotate the clips to the inside, make sure you keep one clip rotated towards the outside away from the voice coil and push down on it so you can pop the grills out easily. You don't even have to use the little grill tool that they provide you. So I took all this time doing this rotating of the pegs, and then of course forgot to take the grill off, as I just said. And this whole project is going to involve removing the existing, and here's the template that I saved from last time. This is removing the existing 6.5 inch in-ceiling, which I've already done one. Here you see me moving the camera into the office, but you can see here I took one out last night and I needed a test speaker and I don't have any, and that's hilarious, but I really don't. So I took one of these guys out, and then when I did that I decided why not upgrade the office to the 8-inch in ceiling, which is the last room besides my bedroom. My bedroom's still running the 6.5 for the center channel, and that will be next to upgrade. It makes an absolute disastrous mess when you do it, though. I hate doing it. And here is the 6.5-inch hole cut about 10 years ago for the 6.5-inch in ceiling speakers. And this is me getting my act together and my tools together so that I can get up on the stool and trace the 8-inch hole compared to the 6.5-inch hole, which is nearly an inch bigger. And here I am pointing out that the AC needs to be off when you start cutting, because if you don't turn it off and turn off all your fans, your dust will blow everywhere and you will be miserable in life and you will hate yourself and everyone around you. Here I am marking the new hole, and I think that I actually blew this one because part of it didn't mark, so I realized that when I took this down, and I actually put the template right back up there, tried to line it right back up, and I started the process again. And here I am marking it for a second time and making sure that I'm actually making marks, and make sure you don't slip with your pen, otherwise you'll be repainting your ceiling. If you're like me, you have flat ceilings and nothing comes off of them. When they get dirty, they're dirty. Stuffing the wire up in the ceiling to get ready to cut and make a complete mess out of everything here. And I am ready to cut. I already have a sheet down below the cutting area. And here I am up on the stool, about to destroy my arm muscles for a solid minute or 2 or 3 or 4. And there has to be an easier way, but if you use a tool, it gets so dusty. Like, I've used a Dremel before. I've used a jigsaw, which makes marks on the ceiling pretty bad. I've used a Dremel, works great, but creates dust everywhere. And I have used a Hole Pro, which works pretty good, except when it catches. Sometimes when you're actually drilling, a Hole Pro will catch, and when it does, it will like fly off the track and like make a big gash in your ceiling, and I've had that happen plenty of times. So Hole Pros are hit and miss for me. But I have cut plenty of speaker holes with them. You can't do that here because you have to have a center for your arbor to go through. If you already have a hole, you can't use a Hole Pro or a hole saw. You will be cutting it manually, my friend. Here I am about 50% done. And what I don't know at this point until later is that this speaker is the hole is a little bit too small, and I didn't see it until after I screwed the speaker in, and it came back later and noticed one side was not flush, and I had to pull the speaker completely out and trim some more. This is me about 75% done. It's been what, a couple of minutes maybe. My arm is getting absolutely destroyed, tired. I already worked out today. That's me taking a break right there. And here I go trying to switch hands to the left hand. Sometimes if you just go full speed, it helps because, you know, you don't feel it for a second and then you're almost done. Make sure when you're doing this, you cut on the outside of your line. Doesn't even matter if you're like 1/8 of an inch on the outside, because there's plenty of the bezel to cover any mistakes. And I did not cut this one wide enough, as you will see later, or you won't see because I didn't record me repairing it because I was so ill. And that's me where my cutting was not straight. My blade was not straight up and down. I was cutting on an angle, so there was a lot of drywall hanging over. When you get done, look for that and trim it off if you do have that issue like I did. And this is me just extending it, but I didn't do it enough, because you'll see here in a minute that the speaker is off, and actually did not record that, so you won't see it. But yeah, one side was not pulled up all the way to the ceiling, and I tried to push it up and it just was not having it. So I had to pull the speaker out, trim a little bit on that whole entire side, and then put it back in. This is me having a panic attack because I couldn't find the wire, and I found it. And now this is me grabbing the speaker here, getting ready to get up on the ladder, not understanding that I could have put the drill in my pocket. I did that later and had a epiphany of sorts. And so I am going to get the speaker here, and you will see me ascend the stool here momentarily. I don't know if I left the planet or what. I do notice a pulsation over the video. That's odd. But here I am, about to climb on the ladder and try to install the 8-inch PCIe 81 speaker. And of course, I am right in the way of the camera as usual. Again, video production, not my thing. Even though I was a professional doing it in one lifetime. Alright, here's me connecting the old speaker wires to the Pile 8-inch in-ceiling speaker. And then, you know, these new PCIe 81s are good, and they have upgraded binding posts, and they can actually hold the speaker. You can hang the speaker from the wires. The binding posts are so good. Now here it appears to be in. This is me having a panic attack trying to get the drill and almost pulling a muscle. But in reality here, the speaker is not flush mounted at all. There's one side that is going to be a problem. It even sort of made a bubble in the ceiling, but as soon as I relieved the pressure, the bubble went away. But you might be able to see that here momentarily. This is me putting the third screw in. Yeah, when I sucked up one of those sides, it made a bubble. I think it's this side here. Because basically the drywall on top of there is broken. You can't really see it in the picture here. It might be this one. Yeah, I think it was that one. But I didn't see it here. I went ahead and put the grill on at this point, because I thought, but you can kind of see that there's a gap. I didn't see it from that angle, but it was on the opposite side of where I was. And here's me putting the grill in thinking I was done, and boy was I wrong. Grill went straight in, no problems whatsoever. And here I am thinking that side is all done, and I'm so happy and life is good, and actually could not be further from the truth. And I'm repositioning here. Notice the other 6.5 is not out of the ceiling, so I have to get set up here to take that out. Alright, here's me again getting set up to do the second speaker up here. This one here is still in the ceiling, so I have to remove it first. So they will provide you with a little pin tool that goes through the grill. It has a little loop for you to put your finger in, and that's how you pull off the old in-ceiling speaker grill. Notice here you just put that through the speaker grill and just pop it right off. Now there's 4 screws here, so you take your drill and go counterclockwise, and the little feet inside the attic will turn away from the drywall and allow you to drop your speaker right out of the hole. Sometimes it goes better than other times. If you go too far, your screw will just fall right out of the clip, which is fine if you're not reinstalling these speakers, who cares? Now these old 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers are, the binding posts are terrible. They're the only thing you can do with them is stick them through the tiny holes, or you have to use the spade connectors, which I did not do, but they won't hold hardly any gauge wire through that hole. You can get a tiny amount through one of the holes and a little bit more through the positive hole. The negative hole is tiny. This is me prepping the wire, but I still have to stuff the wire in the ceiling and draw the new template and get that cut. And honestly, I did a way better job on this one than I did the first one. Even though once I put this speaker in, you'll see that one side is not pulled all the way up. It pulled right up with the screw, no problem. Like I said, better to cut larger, because you have probably a 1/2 inch of leeway on your bezels. This is me prepping to cut and destroy my arm muscles once again. Here I'm making a concerted effort to cut on the outside of my trace line, because I have learned, because I have installed probably 50 of these in my lifetime, every time I don't cut outside the line, I'm up there trimming and making adjustments, and it's just stupid when you can just cut a tiny bit more off. And you never see it. You're not going to see it at all. Don't do like I did and buy the tiniest, cheapest speakers you can buy. Go ahead and buy something mid-range. Get 8-inch, get something decent quality. The first time, at least get something 8-inch so that when you upgrade, you don't have to cut another hole. Like I was saying before, you can use tools all day long to do this, but automated tools make an absolute mess, and the only way to really keep that mess down is to put plastic up and like a tent around you, or it goes everywhere. Or get a vacuum cleaner and someone to hold the vacuum cleaner up next to where you're cutting, and that will suck up all the dust as you cut. I am a one-man band though. Sorry about the fan being in the way, of course, I didn't notice that either. Just like I didn't notice there was no audio recording, fellows and ladies. But I'm almost done here with the cut, as you can see. It's about to fall down momentarily. Almost there. Here I am just kind of finishing off that last little bezel cut here. And then making sure that I don't have any angle cuts with drywall hanging over at the top. If you cut on an angle, the speaker won't go in. Here's my wire ready to go. And just me making a few little adjustments here. Making sure that I don't have any issues when I go ahead and put the speaker in. And I think at this point I'm trying to decide where to put my drill and so I am getting my tools ready to put the speaker in the pile 8-inch PCIe R81. I think I'm aligning the clips down here, as you guys can't see. And I am getting my drill ready and putting it a little bit higher this time on my desk because the desk is right next to where I was going, so that gives me the opportunity to grab the drill a little bit easier. And going for the wire to clip. Here I am clipping the wires into the clips with one hand, which is skill. Once I get those wires in there, I make sure all the clips are rotated towards the voice coil. And put the speaker up into the hole. And grab the drill real quick from behind me as I hold it up with one hand here. And make sure that it's flush. I grab the drill with the other hand and start the screwing process. And there's one, and what I didn't realize right here is that that particular side is actually protruding. It's not all the way up in the ceiling. Didn't see that till afterwards. And here I am doing the third screw. My arms are on fire. And I think I realized at this point that there was a big gap. On the far side there, towards the slider, I believe there was a gap there. Alright, so this is a look at the finished product. Here are the 8-inch in-ceiling speakers installed. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Yes, I made a couple of mistakes. I corrected them after. You would think after all that many installs, I would know how to do it, but apparently I don't. But hey, it came out great, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Supercar Street Racing here. Have a good day.
Ah, look how pretty. So sweet couple.
So there's my dolly. Stop.
Today we are in the Supercar Street Racing garage. What's up?
So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing.
We're just kind of running them down with a ratchet.
It's not gonna fit.
And then we need another, we actually need this for that side. All right, guys, we're back again with another episode of the golf cart. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing garage waiting for Joe to head over. But meanwhile, I am setting up here to go ahead and check and see what wiring I have. I'm gonna get out all the wiring and go ahead and lay it out right here for you guys. We're gonna get it all organized and look at it and see what we got right now. Oh my goodness. But now it's time to clean it all up. All right, let's get this outside to the garage. Back out here in the garage, we got all the production lights set up and the mics and everything. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and start putting stuff on the table to get it all organized. Okay, directly in front of me, you guys can see Joe's 4 new speakers for the golf cart, his old voltage inverter, and his old fuse box. And then right there is the new voltage reducer, 60 amps for the new system. Let's go ahead and get his dash out of the kitchen as well. So here is the new dash and the new digital display, which we haven't figured out what we're gonna do with that yet. This new dash is already prepped for speakers. You guys saw that in the last video. Put that there. And now let's go ahead and get our connectors and everything out that we're gonna need to actually do the wiring. What's up? What's up? Camera's rolling. Nothing on Amazon at all. My work suppliers. There are strippers. And there are the crimpers. All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and we are in a brand new day and the next video. And as you guys saw a few minutes ago, I went ahead and got everything laid out on the table and got the garage set up for work. So we have all of our wiring connectors here and all of our wires in somewhere in here maybe. But do you want to kind of go over what we have right here in front of us?
All right, so one of the things that we decided to do with getting this new lithium battery was to do a couple upgrades that I've been really wanting to do for quite some time. I'm a music guy, I love music, so I wanted to put something really cool in here. And one of Brad's videos, we did a full audio build out for him, and it was a great design. It sounds amazing. So I wanted to kind of mirror that. Pretty much the same thing is going to happen with this particular golf cart, where we're going to be adding a new dash. We're going to be adding 4 6.5 speakers along with an amp and a subwoofer. So pretty excited about this build out. On the table, we have most of everything that we need. There might be a couple of items that we're still lacking, but for the most part, everything that you see is going to be a part of this full build out. So the first thing that we did is I went on and found myself a new dash. That's a replacement for the club car itself. On here, you see that it has 2 speaker openings, has a couple of cup holders, has a little dash insert here for you to be able to hold stuff in there, and then of course a little coin tray. More importantly, on the front of this, it has a single DIN opening for a radio. I purchased this, but there was a couple of different options that you could have went with. You could have went with a round style that they have for some of the, and with this particular setup, we went with a single DIN. The likelihood is that we're not going to use a single DIN radio in here. We have plans to potentially put something in here to have a tablet or some sort of an iPad to cover this over. We're gonna figure that out. We haven't got to that point just yet. So once we get to that, we'll make a decision. So with that being said, additionally, a part of this setup, we got a new amp, which this is a little bit difficult to find something that worked really good for our particular setup. So what we wanted was a 5-channel amp. We wanted it to have Bluetooth. Unfortunately, finding anything for a reasonable price that has a Bluetooth option is very limited. We searched Amazon, we searched local radio shops. I mean, I went through and through to find something that made sense. So I went with this Boss audio option for us. Everything that I read online for Amazon says it's got good ratings. I believe it's like 4.5 stars, and it's gonna have everything that we want from a amp perspective. It is not a marine grade, which is fine, because inside the cavity where we're going to be putting this, where the battery compartment is, we should have no issue with any moisture or any problems with anything getting in here, so it should hold up just fine. Along with that, we have a couple of other items that we bought specifically for the radio. So I went out and found these on Amazon as well. These are 6.5 full range SCAR audio. These are weatherproof, and the reason that we want marine grade weatherproof is because this will be on the exterior, so it will be exposed to the elements, unlike being inside the battery compartment itself. These are great speakers that we found. They have really good ratings on them. We kind of opened them up already to start doing a little bit of work, but I just wanted to show you guys real fast that one thing is that it does have a single tweeter in the front. Yeah, so these are great speakers. They are marine grade, so you can fully water them down when you're cleaning your golf cart, so you don't have nothing to worry about that. And that's the biggest thing for me, is if it's somewhere in a compartment that I'm not concerned with getting to the elements, then I don't go marine grade on anything, or I avoid it if it's at a cost. For this, I did pay the money to get a marine grade, and these are solid, really heavy speakers. I have a good feeling these are gonna sound amazing in the golf cart. So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing. So we decided to upgrade this. This is basically the converter. This knocks down 48 volt down to 12 volts. Most of the accessories and the radio and the stuff that you use all runs off 12 volts. So you have to have something to step down all that power. This is a much better voltage reducer than the last one I had, so it's gonna have a lot of ability to run power. So one thing to know is that we could easily hook up to one 12 volt battery when you have a multi-battery system. In this particular case, we have a single 48. So you don't really have that option. And even with a multiple battery setup, you never want to run off of just one 12 volt battery because that's draining from one 12 volt. So you want to share the load over the entire 48 volts. So that's why you use a step down from a 48 to a 12 volt. It makes the ability for it to have a longer lasting power, and it's not pulling off of one particular battery. So this here is an inverter, and what this is going to do is take our 12 volts that's going to be coming off of this knockdown to a fuse panel and convert this over to 110. It's going to allow us to have a couple of outlets here. With this is really nice if you're someone that likes to decorate your golf cart or do various things on it that you need 110. This is a great thing to add.
Also, the really cool thing about this one is it has USB ports as well. If you have anything that needs to be powered by USB, which we do, you can directly power it off of the inverter. So we're actually going to take advantage of that, correct?
I believe that we will, but also on top of that, we went out and sourced a couple of these particular aftermarket USB ports that you can add to the golf cart. They run off of basically 12 volts, so we can add that to there, and that's probably going to be an option for us for the front of the golf cart. We do have an option for USB that is on this inverter here itself, which we might use in the back in some capacity. However, in the front, what we wanted to do is have a couple of options. One for external charging if somebody had their phone or something that they needed to charge. We wanted to add that. So what we went out is we found a couple of these online. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. Runs off of 12 volt itself, and then has obviously the female adapter for the USB. So this we'll do 2 things with it. One, we will have an option for charging, and 2, we will have an option for the tablet to stay there permanently for it to stay connected, so that anytime that I bring the tablet onto the golf cart, it'll automatically connect to it real fast, and then we'll have power feeding it. So along with those USBs that we were just talking about, we bought an external one here as well that's going to be mounted to the dash. This one's nice because it has a cover for it, so in the event that you're going to be washing the golf cart down, you can cover this up, which is going to make it where it won't get any water into it, which is really kind of nice. So that's going to...
Right here in front of me, we do have our fuse block. This came off of the last golf cart. We're going to go ahead and reuse it. And if you can see right here, it does have a place for both positive and negative. You feed it positive up top here, negative on bottom there. It has a negative bus bar at the bottom, and then it has individual positive bars here for each one, and you can select what fuse you want. For example, if you're running a 12 volt amplifier off this directly, you would want a large enough fuse to go directly to your amp. However, these guys usually have built-in fuses, so I'm not sure that we need to go through this fuse block for that. We'll have to figure that out in the long run. But that is going to be our fuse panel, and then that's our ground that's already connected that we'll be able to reuse for something. All right, so right here we also have a Elecan Bluetooth adapter. This is the exact same one that I have on my golf cart. Basically all this is for is a receiver, and then it actually connects to the amplifier via RCA cables. It has a proprietary USB power supply, and I will show you that right now as we unbox the Elecan. It's not your typical connector on the back of here like a lot of USB stuff have. It's actually a pin connector. So if we go inside the box here, there's an instruction manual here. Here's the actual adapter. And then inside of there, you can see right here, you would output from this to your amplifier. It also has an auxiliary, and it also has a little pin connector there for power. And inside of the box, we should have a power connector. We do. There's a power adapter in case you're using it at 110. Here is a USB adapter in case you want to use it for 5 volts. And then they also give you a pair of USB to headphone or mini to use in the auxiliary port. All right, also right here on the table, we have all of our tools we need to go ahead and do anything with wiring. We've got automatic wire strippers. These are crimpers for some special type of connectors that we have. And then these are workman pliers that we use for electricity. And then moving over here to the side of the table, we have all of the heat shrink and the connectors and everything that we're going to need to go ahead and put ends on it. Because for example, when we have something like a voltage reducer and we have these screw terminals here, we're going to want to go ahead and put ring connectors on the end of our wires to make it clean. So we'll just remove these screws, put the ring connectors over, and then screw these back down. We have some ring connectors inside here. Those are for small gauge wiring. I don't have very many yellow ones for big gauge.
So we're gonna have to see if we have enough to do what we need to do. But we also have spade connectors in here and other types of connectors that we might be needing. So we have all that out. Here we have some clamps to keep the wire nice and clamped up and against the side of the golf cart body. We have heat shrink tubing. We have heat shrink spade connectors and other type of connectors here. These, all you have to do is basically put the wire in. So basically all you have to do is just run your heat gun on these and it shrinks over the end of the wire itself. So that's it. We have all the stuff here that we need to hopefully move on to the second part of this golf cart build. We're probably just gonna go ahead and reorganize everything now since we unboxed it, and then we're gonna assess whether we have to buy some more stuff. So let's get busy getting all this stuff back in shape because we just made a mess here, and then we'll start getting to work.
All right, so after doing a little bit of engineering, so to speak, to remove some of the plastic, the battery is in now, fits very snug, but what we need to do is get it bolted down. So the way that it's set up now, we have it pushed over to one side. The only issue is that it does have a couple of spots on each side for you to put bolts on to get it to obviously strap down, so to speak. But here it's very, very tight. So what we have to do is try to figure out a way that we can mark the spot where we need to drill because we're gonna through bolt it. And it's gonna be a little bit of a challenge to try to get down a socket down in there to hold the top of that bolt down, but I think we can get that done pretty easy. So we're gonna take the time for a couple seconds, figure out exactly how we're gonna get that bolt to get in there and make the get the hole cut, and we should be able to get this thing fastened down pretty quick.
Okay, do we need to take the battery out?
Yeah, so the first thing we wanna do is obviously on this side, we wanna make sure that we can get the socket down in there to hold the head of the bolt.
Okay, so I need to grab a socket.
Yep, so we're gonna grab a socket. We're gonna make sure we can slide it down there. If it won't, we're gonna have to just budge this over just a little bit. From there, once we know we can get our socket in there, we'll make a mark so that we can drill a hole. And I think for this particular setup, we're just gonna concentrate on one bolt on this side and put a couple on this side, and that should be more than enough to hold this down.
Perfect. Let me go get the sockets and we'll do that.
Okay. All right, so what we wanted to do here was to make sure that when we go to bolt this in, because it is pushed all the way to the side here, that we have room for our socket to go in. So just added the socket for the bolt that we're gonna use, and then just test to make sure, and it went down, no problem. So our biggest issue now is gonna be to find out exactly where we're going to be bolting this down. So what I'm probably going to do is take this extension right here, and I'm going to put something on the end of the tip of one of them, and I'm going to make a small dot right where we're going to drill our hole, which will be easy enough, it should be, and then we'll be able to pull the battery out, see where I marked, drill the hole, and then from there on this side it will be much easier because it's all exposed.
That you used?
That's it.
That was leather cleaner?
Yeah, all I needed was just something, so if we yank it out,
now we'll have a dot.
We'll have a dot, yep.
Okay, perfect.
So
where are we going with it?
We're gonna pick it up and then we'll set off to the side here.
I don't know if I'll be able to from here. I don't have any leverage.
So it is on one of those ribs.
Okay, we're back again, and Joe is putting the bolts on this side all the way through. So he's just kind of running them down with the ratchet.
If you have an attachment for that drill, make life a little easier.
All right guys, we're back and we just got the battery mounted. Now we're here with the voltage reducer and the voltage inverter, just laying out just a rough layout of where we're going to do everything. We're trying to plan for an amplifier, so we want to make sure that we have enough room at the bottom. So we're thinking of putting the voltage reducer somewhere right in here. That leaves enough room for an amp to slide underneath this if it had to. Plenty of depth, like height. Then we can get our wires directly off here, come over to our inverter and down to our amplifier, so we could just come down.
Should we just go ahead and mount it, call it a day?
Sure.
So we need to mount this fuse panel too.
Yep, we do. Fine. It's just on this side of the hump though. It's like,
we're gonna have enough room for these wires to bend and go the way they need to go. This one just...
yeah, I'll turn it straight that way.
Good.
I take it.
It's good.
That's good.
Keep going, yeah. Good.
Okay, I am working on the wire that's coming from the voltage reducer to the positive side of the battery. So I have put a ring terminal here for the voltage reducer side, and it will go just like that. And I got my crimpers here. I'm gonna go ahead and crimp using the yellow. That's perfect. We need to run an amp wire now. It just needs to come down literally right here.
Yeah,
Needs to
I think
come
that-
straight down and right here, but is that anywhere near long enough? But I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over. Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a.
Well, now I was thinking this side up.
Oh,
So right there.
So this is part 2 of the Avon review and install video. So yeah, so once again, recapping, the wiring nightmare, getting the wires back in here is ridiculous. I did not get the camera working, the rear view camera working, because I ran out of time and I didn't know whether I wanted to use the wireless receiver that I bought or just go for the wired unit. So I don't have a backup camera installed yet. I really want to get that working. It's sitting in a box at my house. I paid extra for that, and I paid extra for the wireless backup camera. So it's got a transmitter that goes in the back and a receiver that goes here. But the cool thing is it fits in your factory BMW hood latch, so it looks just like your factory latch, and it's got a camera in it, so it's very, very cool. All right, now let's talk about how this unit works by shutting off the car. So let's turn the car off. So the car is completely off now, and the way this unit is supposed to work is that when you power your car on, it should power up the Android nav, or you can set it to power up the factory BMW nav. Well, mine does whatever it wants. So mine will power up the Android nav. At some point, it will power up the factory nav when it wants to. So let's see what it does now. So we turn on the power. Yep, there's a good example, which I'm going to send Avon this video because they don't believe me. But it powered up the BMW navigation instead of the Android nav. And one time it'll fire up the Android nav. So what you do now to switch to the Android nav is you hold down this menu key for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and it switches. Now what you didn't see is you didn't see the boot logo and everything for the Android. When you boot it up, it says BMW. It has a BMW splash screen that you can choose. And then it has the Android logo, and then it boots to this menu. Now this menu is changeable. You can change it to look like the brand new BMW NBT, and I believe the one right after NBT. I don't personally like that look. I like this screen. I don't care if it looks like BMW. I think the BMW one is very ugly. So As you can see here on the top level, and turn this light out so we get a better view. We have, get that focus. We have our splash screen here, and we are in the Android nav. Now, this is what's interesting, is the iDrive control works. See how I can go through the menu? Now let's talk about a little bit of the things that we have here. We've got the music player, which is basically an MP3 player. We have Bluetooth, which is a Bluetooth interface for your phone. Now, the one thing is that the Bluetooth interface does not work with Torque, and that is one of my biggest complaints about this unit, is that you have to use Wi-Fi. I've tried a USB cable, it does not work. I've got the USB adapter for OBD2, it does not work with Torque. It will not connect. So here's my issue with this. Why would you have to use Wi-Fi when you want to connect this to a Wi-Fi hotspot and have internet all the time? It makes no sense. So they really need to get that fixed. It's my biggest complaint about this unit, besides the bugs, is that Bluetooth does not work with Torque. You have to use their Wi-Fi OBD2 adapter. Back to this. You have navigation. Now the interesting thing about navigation is that you can set it to whatever navigation you want, and I have it set to Waze. So Waze is awesome. It's the best app ever. So if you hit nav, now I forgot to show you guys, this is a touchscreen. That's another thing. This is a touchscreen. So if we go to menu and we hit nav, it goes to nav. Now here's what's cool also. If you hit menu here, it goes back to the menu. If you hit nav here, it opens up your nav app, which is pretty damn cool. Let's go back to the menu though. And we can use the back arrow up here to do that as well. And here's a little Android app switching box, which means you can switch between the open apps. There's our Bluetooth is on and our Wi-Fi is turned on. Over here are some of my apps. I've got Gmail on, Malwarebytes, because I had some issues with malware. And so let's look at File Manager. File Manager's ES File Explorer is all it is. So you can work with your different file systems. By the way, this does have an SD card slot. This is going to end. We will move on to part 3 of the Avon video. This thing right here went into my brand spanking new foothole.
There you go.
Ready?
Yep.
If nobody pulls out in front of us, oh, there's somebody behind us.
There's another one coming, turning right from right behind him, so hold on.
Okay. All right, so I have to hold the brake and the accelerator. Oh fuck, there's more people coming. Somebody probably gonna want to turn on here.
Yep.
Motherfucker.
In the middle. But now you can get over.
I can?
Yeah, just do it.
Gotta stop. Is it ready?
Yeah. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Just do it.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Wait, it says both pedals pressed. What did I do wrong? It said both pedals pressed. What do I do? Hold down the brake?
Yeah, you hold the brake down.
Wait.
And then you push both down at the same time, all the way.
I did. It
And
said
you let it,
wait. Firmly hold the brake down with your left foot. Fully press and hold the accelerator pedal down while holding the brake pedal. Okay,
Yeah.
let's try that. All right. Still?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good. Got a car coming, but
Car coming?
yep.
Oh, there's an old lady right there. I don't want to be calling the cops.
No, they ain't gonna call the cops. She won't even hear it. She won't even hear it, dude. Come on.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
There's another car coming.
that's okay. They're gonna be in the right hand lane.
Fully depress and hold the brake.
Okay, hold the brake
Fully
down.
Press and hold.
Now hold the gas all the way down and then let off the brake when it's ready, right?
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Preparing for launch. It's squatting. Ready to launch. Now what do I do?
Just let off the brake.
pedal.
Yeah, foot down. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Jesus
Make sure
Christ.
up in front of you, dude.
Holy shit. Oh, shit. That's crazy.
Woo! Oh my God.
Lieutenant Mitchell, Maverick.
Zero noise, and it was just, dude,
On it.
that was insane. What's going on, everybody? Brad at Supercar Street Racing here, and today we got to do the first mod on the iSupra right here. First thing that's going to happen to this car, well, actually, the second. I took off the stupid sticker, and I do plan on taking off these stickers as well. Flip the camera around here and I'll show you. So the first thing we're going to do to my brand new car is destroy it, literally. What we're going to do here is remove this ugly roll bar. So if you have an IS300 and you want this roll bar for yourself, you can even have this pink shift light. Now unfortunately, someone drilled a hole in my dash to run the shift light right down there. So to get this roll bar out, we're going to be taking these bolts out there, and it should come right out. I haven't quite looked at how it comes out of the back yet, but I'm hoping that it comes out easily right here as well. I'm not sure how that comes out. I'm going to have to maybe remove the seat where the bar goes down in there, and I'll update you shortly. Got my trusty Allen wrench here, which just happens to be the right size. Unbelievable. I'm gonna need I can't tell what size that is, maybe a 14 or bigger wrench for the top part. Got all my wrenches right here. Might be a 15, it might be bigger than that, which I would have to use an adjustable because that's the biggest. Yeah, it's bigger than a 15. So I need to obviously get some bigger wrenches and start lumping up my tool capabilities again now that I have a vehicle to work on. Got my trusty adjustable wrench here. And I'm going to, this is a 6-point, I believe, Cusco cage, and it has been powder coated red. Not my personal taste, honestly, but wow, it is tight. I'm gonna put the camera down and get this loosened because it's very tight. Got the first screw almost all the way out. I just wanted to show you guys this. The way this roll bar comes in and out of the car. It literally will unbolt from the vehicle. It's not a permanent installation at all. Matter of fact, I don't know how legal that is for drag racing or autocross or anything if you're required to have a roll cage. This is not welded to the frame, but it might still be competition ready. I'm just not sure. And once this comes off the other side, this bar will come right out. I'm going to go do the other side now. Got the roll bar out. There's the part of the roll bar out. There's the first part of the roll bar. Next, I'm going to work on these parts here. I'm going to take these bolts out right here, which should just lift this straight out. Unfortunately, this stupid shift light is going to have to be cut out because it is mounted to the roll bar. I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'll update you guys after that point with the next step. Got the bolts out, something still holding on to this thing though. I am going to clip this stupid shift light right off. I don't care about it. Gone. Shift light is clipped out. shouldn't be anything else holding this in. It's just kind of interesting. It just kind of has to be finagled around. I need two hands to do that to get this in. I got the bolts out of this side. Now I'm just going to go ahead and do this side as well. Man, the top one over the right-hand side one in your view here is tricky because the wrench hits the top of the car, so it's a little bit hard, but I'm working on it. All right, I got the whole front out, and wow, that is such a big improvement. But at the same time, it also exposes a lot of the issues that the dash has in this car. The IS300 typically has this issue called sticky dash, and what happens is the glue on the dash breaks the surface. It looks really bad. So what we need to do is remove this dash completely and refinish it. So we'll take it all the way down to the plastic, and then we will respray the whole entire dash and the center console. For now, we've got this roll bar disconnected. Now the next step, I am thinking the center piece will fall out here, or no, these pieces are falling out next. That came right out, no problem. By the way, if you know anyone that has an IS300 that races it and they want a roll bar, let this one go. Very cheap. We'd like to just make enough off of it to refinish the dash. So that's the first side out. Let me come over here. That was actually easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be pretty difficult to get out. So yeah, it just literally bolts together. If you need an idea of how to put it back in the car, that's it. Also needs some hand straps. I don't know what they're actually called, but I'm going to need those. Now this has been powder coated, and powder coat's in excellent condition. So the next step here is the centerpiece, and I have absolutely no idea how it comes out. Looks like the light is in the way, but let's see if I can get two hands on this and get it out of here. Alright, I got the roll bar out of the car completely. Wow, what a difference. That was really throwing off the looks of this car, I believe, with that roll bar. And it also made the car seem really cramped up. So all it took to get that roll bar out was an adjustable wrench and this Allen wrench, which I am super surprised that I had, but I had it laying there with all my other tools. Good first step. Now the next thing for this video is we need to get this completely off of my car. So I'm going to grab my scraper here. I don't know if this window is tinted either. That's the other issue. But that looks like already that's going to be hard to get off. Well, it's not too bad. I'm just peeling this off by hand, and then anything else I'll scrape off with my scraper, but this car will not have decals on it. So I'm going to work on this for a moment. I'll update you guys when this one's done, and then I've got another one on the other side to take off. Look at that, it peels right off. Got my car stereo removal tool here, but I'm a little bit worried that there might be tint on this. So that actually does not work at all anyway. I'd like to thank whoever put stupid stickers on my car for making my life absolutely miserable right now. But I gotta say, this is nothing compared to taking off clear bra. That was one of the hardest things I've done, and I almost wish I hadn't even attempted it because I sold the car anyway, and the guy probably didn't care. He loved the car. So when I get this totally removed, I am going to then use Goo Gone. But I think the best way right now is just fingernail on the edge of it. This is a lot like taking off the clear bra. It's crazy. Brings back memories of my fingers being destroyed for a week after doing that because of all the pulling and whatnot with my fingernails. These little letters, they're going to be a pain to get off. Alright, I got the big letters off. I'm going to work on the little letters with the phone turned off. Alright, I got most of that side off. I'm going to grab my goof off, my Windex, and should have got some paper towels so I don't cover up this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to grab some paper towels so I don't gunk up my fiber cloth or whatever it's called. And I'll use the Windex to get the biggest piece off. Trash can out there. Here's what we have left after I did use the scraper most of the way. It was a lot faster. I'll spray that down with Windex and then just try to get most of it on this paper towel, which worked good. Alright, I got most of the plastic stuff off there. So now I'm going to Goo Gone it. And you can let that sit for a few minutes if you want. It will dissolve all this glue. Usually you don't even need a scraper, you can just wipe it off. But if you want to do what I'm doing, take this is a car stereo removal tool, which is very handy for doing any interior work. But yeah, you can feel the glue is still holding on there, so it might take 2 applications of this stuff. Here's what it looks like most of the way done. Now that left a big film on there. Big film. So I'm going to do that again and I'll be right back. Alright, I got the ugly stickers off the back of the car. Weird thing is you can still kind of see a shadow of the sticker that's there, and no matter what I do, it won't come off. So I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it's kind of worn into the tint now, but I took both sides off, and that is a much better look. I did go register the car today also, so look at that, just wiped it off and it's still super dirty. Registered the car today, ordered a personalized plate. That will be a surprise for a later date. Do want to get this Ryzen Altezza thing blacked out or removed as soon as possible, and want to get this front Altezza badge removed. I just have to figure out what is holding it on back there, or either black it out completely. Don't like it. This is not an Altezza by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, that's gonna do it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I do have this roll bar for sale. There's part of it, there's the other part of it. Anybody wants it, hit me up in the comments, let me know. Supercar Street Racing, hope you guys enjoyed it and like the new vehicle. I got Patricia's Jeep, and we are going to be getting that detailed today. So we're pulling up into the car wash right now. Love car wash. Gonna get this thing washed up, take it home, and then surprise her at the airport with a detailed car. Let's go. Supercar Street Racing, Sunday edition. Here we go. It's got all the cool colors and all the cool fake ceramic coating sell points, but yeah, the Jeep's getting a wash, and then once we get back home, we'll figure out the interior. So loud. I like how they got red LEDs to make it look like it's hot while it's drying your car. That's awesome. And the dry cycle. All right, we're just gonna take this thing home to vacuum it and stuff inside the garage rather than sit out in the sun. Get the old Craftsman shop vac out at home and get this thing vacuumed out and detailed. But we'll get it out here on the road, dry it off real quick. We got Patricia's Jeep here in the garage, and my plan is to go ahead right here and right now and wipe down the outside and detail the wheels and tires for her. And you can see coming out of the car wash, there's a bunch of water spots and stuff. And then we will put some protectant on all of the plastic parts as well. And we'll go ahead and get that done right now, but we got to get the terry cloth towels and everything out to get this done first. So let's get that going. I'm going to go ahead and use these terry cloth towels, Turtle Wax, Wax and Dry, and then on the wheels and tires, the hybrid ceramic wheel and tire cleaner. And of course, I will put something down on the ground to keep my brand new floor from getting destroyed. That's the main ingredients right there, and all these towels right here. Go ahead and polish up the outside, do the glass with the invisible glass spray. Go ahead and detail this thing, and when she gets picked up from the airport in it, it'll be fire dog. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and wipe down the whole Jeep with the Turtle Wax. We got the Wax and Dry here, and I'm going to go ahead and buff on and then off with a cleaner towel. right, we have finished detailing the exterior of the Jeep. All I have to do now is just pick up my various rags and stuff. You can see we detailed and polished the whole thing and the wheels and tires. And we cleaned all the exterior glass. The next thing I'm going to do is open the doors and kind of clean the inside of the door sills and clean the windows on the inside with glass cleaner and then start the interior detail process. But you can see right here and right now the exterior came out really good. It looks 1,000 times better than it did. It's super clean. But now it's time to get busy on this interior if I can figure out how. I guess I'll go ahead and do the windows first on the inside and work my way from there. Somehow this top part folds up. I'm gonna go ahead and probably vacuum this out really good after I take everything out. Then pick the seat up and vacuum that part out. But I want to make sure I get the top of the seat vacuumed. But let's get the vacuum going, get this back windshield clean, get this back area done first. Okay, we are completely done detailing both the interior and exterior of the Jeep. Looks amazing. And I forgot one rag right there, but this is probably the best I've seen it look since it was brand new. And on the inside, we simply wiped everything down, vacuumed everything out, cleaned all the glass, and it came out like a brand new Jeep. Hopefully Patricia is super hyped when she gets off the airplane. You guys can see right here and right now, the Jeep looks good. And we did clean up everything. And when Patricia gets off the plane, we'll see how hyped she is for her polished Jeep. So yeah, the Jeep is all comfy here in the garage, and Patricia is probably an hour and a half out. And of course, the minute I plan something, this happens. It is raining with the sun out, which is strange. There must be a rainbow somewhere. But yeah, it's we got a good shower going right now, which that's fine too. Grass can get watered, but at the same time, I don't want to leave until the roads are dry. We did have rain in the forecast today, so this isn't surprising at all, honestly. But yeah, so I'm just waiting out the rain. I'm sure it's going to end here pretty soon because Florida. Yeah, this is one of those flash showers that will end here momentarily. There's blue sky right there, rain clouds right there, and we all know this will be over shortly. We'll wait 30 minutes, roads will dry out. All right, we're going to pick up Patricia from the airport, and of course, the road is wet, the trees are wet. I think the rain is over, not 100% sure, but it's definitely ruining the surprise, but the insides still fly. So let's go. We're just sitting on the side of the road, you know, no big deal, waiting for Patricia to get back. She's at the luggage thing, I think. And then we're gonna go to dinner. And I want Texas Roadhouse. I heard it was really good, and I'm kind of craving steak, so let's see what happens. All right, we are almost there. This guy right here is killing me, literally. I guess I better slow down because I'm speeding. So she said she's at the very end, so I will update you guys when we get there. Oh, I see her. I see her. She travels with dresses on. Like a nerd. That's definitely her. Looking like Prince reborn. What's up?
What are you doing? I'm scared.
We're recording you. You don't even notice yet.
I noticed that my Jeep is super clean. And that's what you
That's your present. I detailed the inside and the outside for you.
That's very nice.
All of it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm really tired, or I'd probably be jumping in.
Okay, cool. All right, let's get your stuff in. We are back in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing bathroom, where we have been granted access to the Neperal Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb. Now, this Neperal Magic Pro does work in any regular light socket, and you can charge it there or with a USB. Now, this takes 2 hours to charge. It costs $1.81 a year. You can do warm white, neutral, or white light, and it can be adjusted infinitely on the brightness. So let's see what they had in mind today when Neperal was gracious enough to send us these Magic Pro light bulbs to check out on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome to Supercar Street Racing unboxing and reviews. You've got Brad here with you, and if you don't know me, I'm so happy to have you today at the channel. And if you do know me, I could appreciate a like and subscribe on the video and a comment if you don't mind. And today we have the Neperal Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb that was provided to us by Neperal. They are so gracious to have sent us a sample of their bulb to look at several scenarios with you guys on how this might work. Now, taking a look at the box, you can see two, meaning I believe there are two in the box. And at the top of the box, a good highlight says that they work in a lamp socket and they are USB or lamp socket chargeable. Now, the bottom of the box says they are 2-hour fast chargeable. They are dimmable with a hue shift, meaning they can go 3 different color temperatures, and they have a remote and a touch control also available. Now, on the side of the box, a closer look at that, you can see it fits most E26, which is the standard light bulb in the United States and other places as well. It works with wireless lamps as well. It backs up for emergencies, so if you lose the power in your house, these guys will still work. And on the side here, you do see they are made in China, and there is the model number right there, which I will put a link in the description for you guys. And then on the back side of the box, it says that it has a remote. We'll be looking into that as well, or a touch control. a 3-hue shift, meaning they do 3 color temperatures. They are dimmable. They have a portable hook is what they meant about the hook on the side, so they did have that right. They auto charge when they are connected to a socket, and they're rechargeable by USB-C and have a really nice charge indicator on them. So a lot of good features to the Naporal Magic Pro E26 light bulb, which now we will go ahead and unbox on the channel. The Naporal Magic Pro is sitting right in front of you today, looking so fly and so fresh and asking to be stripped out of its box. So let's go ahead and see if we're going to need something to get the tape off today. And look at that, we were able to get this package open. Well, I had it open. We might be able to get this package open without any other type of opening device. Here is the Naporal Magic Pro about to be unboxed here on Supercar Street Racing, and right on top inside the box we do see that we have a nice instruction manual here. It's a little small for my eyes, so I can tell you that it has highlights at the top, instructions in the middle, commonly asked questions there, and so there's a FAQ at the very bottom, and I will take a picture of this and throw it up on the screen for you guys so you know exactly what this says. And then on the back it does have a picture of a remote control, and they did not send the RGB. I was hoping they were sending the RGB. I did ask for that, but they did not send it. And then it does highlight the touch control down on the bottom, which I guess is on the side of the bulb. Now inside of the box here with the Naporal, you do see it comes with some hooks for you to be able to hang this bulb up somewhere, so you don't actually have to have this thing connected anywhere. It could be totally and completely wireless, which we will demonstrate in a little bit. And then also inside of the box they give you a USB charge cable. So it is a USB type A on one side to a USB type C on the other side. Moving forward, there is another hook here for these guys. It does not charge, but you can charge it while it's on here. This does not charge it. This just hangs it up for access. Now the first Naporal Magic Pro is coming out of the box right here, and you can see the standard E26 base here. I do have the RGB lights, which I'm excited about. Now let's see if it actually works before we unbox the rest. Okay, it is not charged. And we do have our second RGB Pro here. Let's see if that one works. Does not work. So both of these bulbs need to be charged. And moving further into the box, we do see our RGB remote control here, and opening it up, it probably has a little tab for us to pull to get the battery working. Let's go ahead and get it open. And here is the remote control, and there is our battery activation strip right there. We did pull that, and I'm assuming nothing's going to happen because I think the batteries are dead. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, so I wasn't holding it long enough. They did work right out of the box. At least that one did. Okay, let's see if the other one works. Maybe I wasn't holding it long enough. All right, this one is not charged. The other one was. You can tell because when I push on, only one of them comes on, and look, it's completely wireless. Nothing connected to it whatsoever. So let's get these guys onto the base lamp and get them all charged up first. And there, it just came on again. I pressed the button, and it looks like you cycle through the colors there, but I want to get both of them charged up, and there's a dimmer if you hold it down. Let me go ahead and power this off, and let's take it in there and get it on the lamp base. In the Supercar Street Racing nice office, we do see this fan going insane. So if you hear something, that is the fan. But we have our Naporals, and we are going to go ahead and charge them by putting them on our lamp here. Let's go ahead and remove, let's make sure this is on first though. Okay, it is on. All right, let's go ahead and remove that bulb and put the, and now the Naporal is insisting on being on. So let's go ahead and put the one that wasn't charged in. Now it should charge, and there should be a charging indicator on it. All right, so it is charging, and it did light up a nice red to indicate that it was charging. Let's let this guy charge while we put the other one on the other base. Now we are going to put our second Naporal bulb onto USB-C and charge it that way. It is already charged, so it shouldn't take as long. However, I'm curious to see which one charges faster if they were. So plugging this in, I already have my USB available right here on the Supercar Street Racing side table that we built on the channel. Check that video out if you haven't. And these are standard type A, so whoever built them doesn't understand that there is a backwards way. And let's go ahead and get this plugged into the Naporal bulb. You can see the USB-C sitting so fly right there, and all we have to do is plug it in right now, and it should light up in red, and it did. So this bulb is now charging, this bulb is now charging, and let's see in the manual what it says about charging. I took another hard look at the manual, and basically when these lights go off, these bulbs are fully charged, It says a charge time of 2 hours. It does not specify whether that is with the USB Type-C or with the socket. So let's go ahead and let these guys both charge up all the way, and then we'll take them somewhere and demonstrate how they work in a good dark environment. All right, we are back with our Noporo Magic Pro lights, and we did let those guys charge for about an hour and a half. And when the red light goes off, they are fully charged, and now they are ready to test. So for our first test, now I do notice they come on pretty easy if you touch the power button there on the side. That's the little touch screen right there, or touch button right there. And what we want to do right now is grab the hangers and go ahead into a dark room and test them. So to put the hangers on, all you have to do right here is just screw one on the back of the bulb, just like this. And then you can hang this guy up anywhere you want. Let's say that you need light in this closet. Let's hang one right there. Let's grab the other guy. Go ahead and get that one rigged up. And you can see it did come on because I touched the touch button. And if you press it a number of times, it will go off. Let's get this guy hung up. All right, we got our lights in the closet right here. Let's go ahead and grab the remote control and the instructions. And you can see right here on the remote control, you've got your basic on-off control at the top, and you've got a 1 and a 2 mode on the very bottom where it says MM. Those are timers. Now the mode at the very top right is where you can set what it does as far as the pattern and the style of the light. And these 3 buttons here are supposed to be for the color temperature. So it's either warm, cool, or very cool. So let's go into the closet right now and see exactly what we have. All right, we're back in the closet with the Magic Pro lights, and we did get a good idea here of what everything does on the remote. Basically, these 3 up top are for white, so it's warm white, cool white, or very cool white. This gives it in a color mode, and then the plus and minus here on the remote are for dimming the lights, but they must be in a solid mode to dim them. Mode 1 is a dissolve between each color, and mode 2 is a flash between each color. 50%, 100% don't seem to do anything and are not in the instructions, and the very bottom buttons are a timer. So let's take a look at these, how cool they are. If you went camping or something like that, and you needed some light where you don't have batteries, let's go ahead and get them on a same color and sync them up. And now we'll go to the mode where they will dissolve between colors. And they didn't quite see it that time, so they're not quite synced up, but very cool how these things operate. And then if I go into a solid mode here, I can use the brightness control. You see I'm dimming it, and I'm raising the brightness there with the plus and minus. And if we put this guy here on white, I can also dim this guy here. Look, I'm dimming it down with the minus, and I am raising that up with the plus. So these lights are pretty awesome. They are rechargeable, like we said before, with either this USB-C on the side or the regular E26 base. And so later tonight, we are going to go ahead and show you guys what you can do outside. Guys, we are back with the Noporo Magic Pro lights after they sat on the charger for about another 30 minutes and they were topped out. And now we have screwed their hook on them right here. You can see it goes right on the E26 base. We got one on that one, we got one on this one. That means we can now take these outside and show you how cool these things are at night. We'll take our remote control out there, we'll take our lights out there, and we will strategically place them around the pool and let you see how cool they are. Oh, and FYI, the red charging light did go out on both of these to indicate that these guys were fully charged. Let them go until they get fully charged, and that will definitely go out for you. Now let's get outside. Okay, we are out by the Supercar Street Racing pool, and we have one of the Noporo lights hanging directly across from me, and the other Noporo light hanging over there. There's one, there's the other one. Now you can see they are quite bright. That's with, and then we just hit off. So they are not very long range. Let's turn them back on. Just like that. And now let's change them to colored. Let's step back and see how that looks. And there is a good look at the wireless rechargeable bulbs around the pool. And now let's set them to cycle. Now they are set to cycling. So they are fading between colors and they look absolutely cool. And remember, these are rechargeable. You could get, technically you could get 6 or 8 of these around your pool if you don't have wiring to go around your pool. And these make a good amount of light. As you can see right here, it's lighting up the entire side right here. And then if we want to go back to white,
We can go warm, cold, or very cold. Warm, cold, or very cold. So those are lighting up the edge of the pool now, and you can see how good they look. And there is one single remote for both, and that is on pink, purple, red. And then you have a brightness control. I just dimmed it, and then I just raised it. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's throw that into the studio now with Brad to take a look at these very cool wireless colored rechargeable bulbs. We are back at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. You got Brad here, and I have spent some time with the Naporal Magic Pro rechargeable light, and I happen to have one right here sitting in front of me for you guys to check out. These things are very cool. The manufacturer contacted me and said, hey, are you interested in promoting this product? And I said, of course I am, and they sent me 2 of the RGB lights here, and I'm actually giving these away to someone after this video. So these are already gone. They have been given away to a subscriber. But these Magic Pro lights are so cool. You can literally hang them by their E26 base with these cool little screw-on things here, and you can take them off and they will charge from either the E26 base or they will charge from a USB Type-C right here on the side, which I think is just very cool. And you can see right here we also have the remote, and we can change colors with the remote. We can change modes with the remote so they can dissolve between colors. We have a brightness control, or they can go white, warm white, or cool white. And then you can also do brightness when you're on any of those 3. So these things are awesome. I really love these, and I know the subscriber that is getting them is going to get a lot of use out of them. I know a place where they would actually look really good. So pick up your set of Naporal Magic Pro lights today. There is actually 3 promotions going on right now. They have a 15% coupon available, a 5% promo code, and if you buy any 2, you get 10% off. It is absolutely insane. And I am going to be putting a link in the description for the Magic Pro by Naporal. And guys, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. Your support is what keeps the channel going. We don't make money off the channel. The little bit of money we make barely covers any of the costs on the channel. So go ahead and like and subscribe, leave a comment for us, and tell us what you think about these really cool. Look, you just press this little button or use the remote. There it goes. You press the little button and it does come on the side of the bulb. So tell us what you think about these Magic Pro bulbs down in the comments. They have good reviews. They have a 4.3 star review, and I plan on giving them a review myself because I really love the way they work. Guys, thanks again. We got to get out of here though. We got to get this over to our subscriber who's waiting impatiently for it. Welcome back to Super Street Racing. I'm Brad, and this is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and we're going to take a look at that today on the channel. Stay with us. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad. Hopefully you are tuned into the channel for more than the first time, but if not, welcome. And today we have my brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid sitting here, and we're going to tell you all about it today. Now, the car was purchased back in April. It does have some modifications to it from stock, and we're going to show you that all today on the channel. You're checking out the front of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, looking so fresh out here in the middle of the parking lot. And I wanted to take some time today to show you guys the front of the car, some of what has been done to it, and some of the unique features of the car. And of course, the first thing you can see here on the car is that the car is wrapped, completely wrapped in a satin wrap. Now, you can also see in the front of the car that the headlights are also wrapped in satin, and I was a little bit concerned about that, but actually it has not been a problem. They're actually really bright, and it did not affect the brightness of the headlights at all. Taking a look at the front also of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, there are a few other modifications here. You can see right here that we have the carbon fiber front V right underneath the modified black Tesla logo right here. And then down below that, we have the carbon fiber splitter down here. And that thing is called an apron, and it literally just sits right on top of the regular bumper and gives the car an enhanced look as well, a more sporty look, and it does match the carbon fiber rear wing that we will show you guys, carbon fiber rear spoiler we'll show you guys here shortly. That is the extent of the modifications on the front of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Now let's take a look at the side of the car. This is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. I'm happy to have you guys here on the channel checking it out and taking a look at the side of the vehicle. The first thing you will notice probably right away, if you're familiar with Teslas, is that I do have aftermarket wheels and tires. Immediately, the first thing I did when I bought the vehicle was go ahead and order my wheels and tires. Now, I did get the car with the 19-inch Tempest wheels and tires because I didn't want to pay the upgrade for the 21s. I figured I could take that money and use it and get whatever I want. I did end up ordering the BC Forged HB04s in matte black. And there you can see how they look, and I did order the hardware also exposed for the three-piece wheel, and the bolts are actually matte black as well. And apologies, I'm in a flight path right now, but that's just what happens. Now keep on looking at the side of the Model S Plaid, you'll see some other cool features. I do have the hardware 4 version of the Model S Plaid, and so this has more cameras and no sensors whatsoever, all camera based, and that is what you're seeing right here is the hardware 4 camera. And if you notice, right on top of the hardware 4 camera, we do have some carbon fiber camera covers, which I think add a nice accent to the side of the car here. And then moving down the car a little bit further, and you can see it just opened by Bluetooth, we do have the carbon fiber mirrors as well, looking really good, and they do also match the carbon fiber camera covers here and also the carbon fiber that you're about to see in the next picture. All right, we're towards the back of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid now, and you can see right there that the door handles did pop open because of the Bluetooth phone. And here we have the carbon fiber caps for the Model S handles, and they look awesome. And back here you can see the 295/35 ZR21 Pilot Sport 4S's with the HB04 BC Forged wheels. And that's going to round out the side of the Model S Plaid. Let's take a look at the back now. All right, here's a good look at the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid. You can see the tail lights looking great. I don't know if they were resale for 2023, but I did forget to mention that the front headlights were restiled for 2023, and they are upgraded laser headlights. Here in the back, nothing really to show except for the fact that we removed the Tesla logo here completely when we did wrap the car, and also in the front, we also removed the front license plate. Taking a look at the inside of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I did wait specifically for the exact color combination that I wanted. I wanted black interior with carbon fiber, not the wood grain, and you can see in here, this is all new carbon fiber interior, and also this car does have hardware 4. And taking a look at just like every other Model S, they have the screen over here on the left that shows you a bunch of information like navigation, your charge rate, the time and things like that, and maybe like your radio station and things like that you're listening to. And then over here we do have the yoke. I did not have a choice on the yoke. I did not order this car custom made, so the yoke was actually already in the car. Moving down to the bottom here, you can see that the Plaid comes with some brushed aluminum or just straight up aluminum pedals, which look pretty cool. And then moving up to the seats, these are not real leather seats. All of the Teslas have vegan kind of safe leather. And then looking to the center here in the middle of the dash, they do have 2 chargers for wireless phones. So if you stick your phone right there, and it did start charging. So they have 2 of those right here available for you. And then moving into the center here, we have a pocket right here that does have just enough area for a few pairs of glasses. And then moving forward, there's another pocket that I actually just found out about. I did not know this existed until yesterday, and if we move that open, There's actually 2 USB connectors right here and 2 on the back here in the right by the back screen here. And then of course we have our center console with a lot more storage in here, and we do have a cup holder if you let that slide forward. Moving up to the center of the dash here, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the Tesla display, and if we go to the home screen here and we go to the actual vehicle down here and the software, you can see this is a Model S Plaid with 903 miles on it for supercar street racing. It does have the VIN there. It does have a full self-driving computer. I did not purchase full self-driving, and we are on 11.1, 2023, 26.9 software. And then moving up to the very top of the car here on the controls, you hit the control button. You have the ability here to play with the mirrors, the steering, the wiper, the window locks, fold your mirrors, the display, the child lock. And then at the top of the screen here, you can see LTE. You can move the display towards you or away from you with this button here. And then of course there is your brightness control, and this button here pops open the glove box over here. Moving down to pedals and steering, you can see this is where you choose your acceleration, and that basically is how the pedal reacts to your foot. And you can see here we have chill, sport, or plaid. And then of course if you want to do drag strip mode, you can check that out in my other video when I did that for the first time. That is your drag strip mode, which puts the car in cheetah stance and then allows you to launch with the most possible power. And then also your steering mode can be set to comfort, standard, or sport. And then track mode is right there, and that really allows you to fine-tune the car for more of a track type aggressive day. And there's settings in there for the front and rear traction, and things like traction control and regen are available in your track mode. And then of course it says apply your brakes, and regenerative braking is limited. So that basically is telling you if you're not able to regen, it will help you by putting the brakes on. This auto shift out of park is basically, it's a beta thing where the car knows if you want to go forward or backwards automatically. I do not have it on. And then the slip start basically is when you get stuck, you use that. Here's a suspension, and the ride height is set to low. It's on sport. You can go advanced on the suspension, and you can set your comfort and your handling. I just keep mine on sport. I really like the way that feels. It says here if you want to use comfort, dampening, and autopilot, you turn this switch on when you have autopilot on, and then it sets your default ride height to low. But if you press this, it says when enabled, the default ride height will adjust to low mode in most driving scenarios. Model S will always automatically adjust the ride height to balance comfort, handling, and range. And that's all that's available on that screen. And then this screen is where you see your charge limit and your actual percentage that you want the car to charge up to. And this car is set to charge no higher than 90% is what they recommend. And they recommend 80% if you're going to be driving the car every day, which I do not. This is where you actually adjust with your current that you want the car to charge in. So if I stick it in a 50 amp, it'll charge at 48 amps maximum. And then the last time I supercharged, which was April 14th, I've only supercharged the car one time, and it's when I bought it. It was $27.30 because I do not have free supercharging. And this is the autopilot, and you can set it to either traffic aware cruise control or auto steer beta by doing that. And then you have to answer yes. And then this is your following distance, and this is how you get into auto steer. And they're talking about this button here on the steering wheel, which I will show you guys next. And this is how you set your speed and your offset for your cruise control. You can put a speed limit warning on there as well, a forward collision warning. You can adjust that so it comes on sooner or later. Here's your lane departure warning, and this can set to assist, so it will actually help you steer. And then here's all your other options: emergency lane avoidance, departure, automatic emergency braking, obstacle aware acceleration, traffic aware cruise control chime, and green traffic light chime. Moving down here, this is where you actually set up your phone for a lock. So when I get in the car, the phone is on Bluetooth and the car will unlock and drive without a standard key. You can walk away and the door will lock, which I love that, and you can tell it not to do that at your house. And then there's a few other options related to unlocking it when you park, and some other little options here for unlocking it with your phone. Now, I do have the MyQ connected garage, which means my garage door opener is MyQ enabled, and I did subscribe for a lifetime. I think I paid $200 and something, and I am permanently set up so when we drive the car back home, the garage door does open and close. Taking a look at the lights, you can turn the front and rear fog lights on, the dome lights off, on or on auto, the ambient lights inside of the cabin here, and the auto turn signals, and the auto high beams, and then headlights on when you get out of the car. And then here's your display. You can set up all the different options on your display, tilt it to the left or right or center, the language and things like that, and your time and distance and temperature. And this shows your last trips here and how much your watts per mile was. And of course, this is for your navigation. This has your navigation volume, trip planner, avoid tolls, avoid ferries, things like that for nav. Service is where you go in and you can do different things like jack mode, car wash mode, things like that. It shows you your tire pressures. And software we took a look at already. It shows you your software versions and what you purchased as far as software. And with upgrades here, you can actually purchase upgrades on the car. You can get full self-driving. You can subscribe to full self-driving. You can buy it outright for 15 grand or subscribe every month to that. And that's a look at the left side of the menu. Taking a look at the bottom part of the menu is where you can go through things like your phone connection here. These are your cameras, so when we hit the camera button, we see all the cameras. This is where you can actually choose other things that aren't in the bottom menu, things like the toy box and the arcade, Bluetooth settings, Sirius XM, TuneIn, Zoom calls, things like that, and you can also add them to the shortcuts at the bottom. These bottom ones are all shortcuts. TI is TuneIn Radio, but just beware when you do TuneIn Radio on this car, they put their own commercials in related to you having a Tesla. So they know that you're tuned in a Tesla, and they put commercials in based on that. And that right there is your actual browser. And there's your Bluetooth and your Sirius XM. And that is a look at the bottom of the actual screen. We are now in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I'm telling you, the back seat of this car is absolutely awesome. They redesigned the back now with a screen for the rear passengers, and the rear passengers now have control over their own climate control, and they are able to actually watch videos back here. Now you can see right now I just powered on this, and I will show you some video of this that I'll cut over. But you can hear that the AC is now on, and also I will run you guys through the whole entire thing of this screen here momentarily. Also, let me turn this off. And of course, here comes the plane. I'm literally in the flight path. My God, ridiculous. Jet. So also in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, there are two USB-C ports here, and I did confirm that would charge my laptop just with a USB cable. It's perfect for bringing your laptop along and charging. And I did locate the other two USB ports in the front of the car the other day when I was looking around in there, and I happened to find this hidden compartment. Now the seats in the Model S Plaid are very comfortable. I'm in the back and I'm not very tall, and I have the front seat all the way forward, but I can still sit comfortably back here, and I think they're some of the most comfortable seats I've sat in a car. We are back in the back of the 2023 Model S Plaid to give you a closer look at the climate control and the controls for the entertainment system in the back.
And you can see right here, we have controls for our climate control right here where we can adjust the back seat temperature. And that is the little fan control here. We have controls here for the seats, the heated seats. And then we have the capability to look at our music, what's playing back here. And then the cool thing is if we go here, we can actually go to YouTube, as you can see, and we have right here and right now. If we press that, there is the Supercar Street Racing channel right here, looking so cool. So yeah, the backseat drivers, or backseat riders, passengers, can actually watch YouTube and some other things while they are in the back seat. The front seat cannot do that, but the back seat has a choice of Netflix, Disney Plus, Twitch, Hulu, YouTube, or you can look at the Tesla tutorials. And then if you go back here, we can power this off and on, our fan in the back, and adjust the temperature. We are here in the Tesla Model S Plaid, and you can see that I have hardware 4, so I do have the capability to launch Steam and play Steam games. And also, we can actually play games in the car with the car stationary, like Beach Buggy Racing here. And when you play Beach Buggy Racing, you use the actual controls for the car. So you use the steering wheel and the foot pedal, and it is loading right now. And I am trying to figure out why there's no sound. But the sound isn't what's important right now. It is important that you see that this plays with the stock factory steering wheel and gas and brake pedal. You can see here I am steering this guy with the car, and I do have my accelerator pedal. So that is how you play games while you are sitting still in the Tesla Model S Plaid. All right, we are back in front of the Model S Plaid screen here, and you can see that we are in the arcade. And if we hit launch Steam Beta here, it will take a couple of minutes to launch. There it goes, so it is starting up right now. And this is actually real time of how long it takes to launch Steam. So it has been about 25 seconds since I did it. There's the Steam logo. And here we are in front of the screen, and you can see right here, we can actually install all the games that we have inside on the PC in the car and play them with Steam. So I just wanted you guys to check that out real quick, what that looks like. This is a look at the frunk in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Nothing much to see here. I've only been inside here one time. The only thing in here of note is a tow hook and the ability to change your washer fluid. Nothing else to see. Very clean. The probably first or second time I've ever opened it. All right, we're around back at the trunk of the Model S Plaid, and I purposefully left everything in here so you guys could get a good idea of the space that this thing has. And you can see I have a large Walmart box in here I have to go return. I have my camera equipment here and some shopping, and my charger right here is right underneath these clothes. And I do have the Tesla wall connector there, the Tesla mobile connector, sorry, not the wall connector. And that is what I use if I have to charge, which I really never have because I don't really drive the car that much. But that's a look at the back of the car. You also have the switches for the back seats right over there on each side of the seats as well. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed a look at my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And we hope you guys will like and subscribe to the channel, and stay tuned for all the fun things that we're going to be doing with this car on Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you next time. What's this switch do?